Alright. What's up, people? What's going on? I've been lazy. Actually, there was like 2 days I was lazy. But then I did college work yesterday and today. I didn't do that much college work though, but I was still lazy. Just not as lazy as usual. What the? Oh, I gotta. Oh, I can insert ads whenever I want. Hell yeah. On YouTube. I can do it on shorts too. That might actually be OP. I might actually be able to get some sense out of that one. Because, like, although now it doesn't show me my concurrent. How do I see my concurrent viewers? Oh, it's down there. Why can't I see it if I... Oh, I have to scroll down. Okay. Because now I have a bunch of new shit. Like, new members and stuff. Okay. Makes sense, I guess. Did Sapphire just not... Oh, there we go, finally. Finally notified the Discord people. Alright, we're streaming early today because my sleep schedule is basically normal. The election, it was already messed up, and then the election fully messed it up. I was, like, literally going to bed at like 11 a.m. and waking up at like 1 a.m. It was not that, it wasn't that bad. I'd be sleeping for like literally over half the day, but it was bad. But we're good now. I mean, ideally I need to break it again because, ideally it's a I stream from like 8 p.m. to fucking 1 a.m. or whatever. Oh, you know what? I should probably activate the chats, huh? Don't cry, Trump won. I'm aware at this point, actually. I have been alive for the past 10 days or whatever. Not 10 days. What day is it? The 11th? So 6 days. I'm crying based. There we go. Now your guys' chats will actually show up. Trump won, stop war tomorrow, Ukraine, Gaza. Didn't he say he was going to stop it in 24 hours, and then it's been 24 hours, and it guess what? It has it's still going on. Trump is peace, we'll see. We'll see. Ukraine's a city in Gaza? Damn. True. I definitely don't think he'll see peace in Israel. There's not going to be, the war's just going to continue with Trump in office. Trump's not going to make Israel agree to any ceasefire. Unless a ceasefire is incredibly favorable to Israel. But I don't even know. I don't know what that would look like. I don't know what, to be clear, I don't think Israel should be forced to accept a ceasefire or anything. But what's up, Panelverse? Welcome back. Hit that like button. True. You know what I have to do? I have to do what all the YouTubers do. I have to make that poll. How do I make a poll in YouTube chat? Engage. Poll. And then you do the have you liked the stream? Question mark, question mark, question mark. And we have yes. And then I will now. Trump is best president in the USA. If you just keep saying it, it makes it true, I bet. Start poll. Support the smaller channels, people they are next to rise. What? Ugh. Okay, my notes are a mess right now. I have to fix that at some point. What's up, Alex? I'm in your walls paste. We gotta fix these notes. These notes are a mess. They're horrible. I got like three separate things that all have a bunch of different separate things. It made sense at the time because I'm preparing for a specific debate, and it makes sense to have separate things here. But now there's a bunch of useful immigration notes here, but but they're not in the page for immigration, and this is just a mess. This is horrible. We got some stuff here. Horrible. And the immigration notes are also here. So did you have your meds today? I don't. I mean, I have my caffeine. That's my medication. It's basically the same as Adderall. No, this Strasser guy. Oh, sorry, I didn't see you were replying to him. I don't think he ever takes his meds. I don't think he, yeah, I don't know. But it'll be, technically speaking, it wouldn't be surprising to me if Trump got peace in Ukraine. It's just that, one, that peace will come at probably a very bad cost to Ukraine. And two, without Ukraine being in NATO, I don't expect peace to last forever. So that's the two things there. But I don't doubt that. No, Elon Musk is working on it, guys. Did you guys see that? If we look up Elon Musk called Putin. Elon Musk was on the call with fucking Zelensky, or was it just Zelensky? Thank you, Matifi21, for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I appreciate it. And next land won't be given back. Oh, another thing with Israel Palestine. After I'm Panda again. Welcome back. I genuinely, maybe I get it. I'm young. This is the first time Israeli-Palestinian conflict has happened in my lifetime. So maybe I'm just overly doomer, right? Genuinely, I feel like this could have been the last good chance for the Palestinian state. And now that Trump is president, he'll just let Israel annex most of the West Bank. And then any two-state solution is just going to be completely fucked. What the fuck are you, 10? I'm 19. Wait, to wide-scale conflict, I should say. Obviously there's missile exchange. I was born after the Second Intifada, right? So this is the biggest thing since that, I would say. Palestinians don't deserve a state after their actions. I understand. I'm just saying, I'm relatively pro-Israel. Thanks to Process for the sub. Process, it took you this long to sub? What the hell? Thank you, Process, for this sub. I appreciate it. Yeah, but genuinely, I feel I don't know why the sub count won't update. Thank you, Solid. Okay, it's going through the backlog, but thanks to everyone for the YouTube subs. Anyways, what are you talking about? We just started a stream. We're talking about. Right now, we're kind of talking about Palestine and Ukraine, but W Process, true. I don't know. I feel like there's a good chance that Netanyahu just tries to annex most of the West Bank, and Trump's just okay, that's chill. I don't care. I doubt he would do anything to stop it, especially because can you take miscellaneous links? No, because especially depending on who he has in his fucking cabinet. It's not gonna be Mike Pompeo, right? Didn't Trump say? Mike Pompeo, didn't he say, I'm not filling my cabinet with neocons? Trump says former cabinet member. Oh, Times of Israel. How relevant. Former cabinet members Pompeo, Haley won't be in new administration. Yeah. Pompeo and Haley. So And Pompeo was like they're both like neocons, right? So he's probably going to be surrounded by, which actually, Mike Pompeo is, it wouldn't surprise me if he also didn't care if Netanyahu annexed most of the West Bank, but like maybe there's some glimmer of hope with him that like he wouldn't let Israel do some insane shit. But I feel like there's a good chance whoever gets Secretary of State just wouldn't care, and I don't think Trump would care at all either, considering Trump, recognized the neocon of Israel, not a neocon of Russia, and a mixed neocon levels with China. Listen, if he repeals, Trump is gonna make us lose to China. Okay, that's the obvious implication from his positions. He wants to repeal the CHIPS Act, repeal the IRA, and then do universal tariffs. Those three things are going to destroy America's strategic industries of like batteries and semiconductors, because both of those rely on imported materials. Was going to be hurt by the tariffs, and the CHIPS Act and the IRA both subsidize those two things. How would tariffs in China affect China? I'm not talking about tariffs. I'm not talking about tariffs in China right now. I'm talking about tariffs, for example, on everything, which includes the Dutch equipment used to make semiconductors. I'm not for tariffs, but we need to cut spending. I don't even know. I don't even think Trump has a plan to cut spending. His plan is put Elon Musk in charge. And I don't even know what all Elon Musk has said is he thinks he can cut $2 trillion, right? But he doesn't even specify. He doesn't even specify over what time frame. So usually, a lot of time taxes are looked at like a 10-year time frame. You look at like the net 10-year debt approved, the net 10-year revenue, whatever. $2 trillion over 10 years is not that significant. $2 trillion in like 1 year is really significant. It's probably not possible to cut $2,000 to spending in 1 year without some major negative side effects that would not make it worth it at all. Elon isn't as smart as people say he is. Yeah, I don't think he's that smart. But if we look, Elon Musk, $2 trillion. This is not what I want. $2 trillion. Musk call for at least $2 trillion in spending cuts. But it doesn't. I don't even think it says. He thinks at least $2 trillion in a brief moment. Won't tariffs and the CHIPS Act work together if we are trying to incentivize U.S. chip production? Tariffs on, for example, semiconductors would do that. Tariffs on steel and tariffs on literally everything. And tariffs on oil. Tariffs on the equipment needed to make semiconductors. For example, specialized semiconductor fabricator equipment that can only be made in the Netherlands. That will hurt semiconductor manufacturing. Reagan tripled the debt, Bush doubled the debt, and Trump added 25% to the debt. True. I don't know if all those statistics are true, but it is true that like I think Steve Ratner or whoever put out that chart. You can see like Democrats actually have a somewhat better record when it comes to fiscal responsibility. What's this guy? Steve Ratner. Fiscal deficit. Yeah. Which, to be fair, like Trump had COVID. Bush had the Iraq war. That was kind of his doing. Afghanistan too. Actually, I don't know what cost more, Iraq or Afghanistan for the first, in Bush's term at least. I would imagine we stayed in Afghanistan longer, so it cost more. Tough one, I have to go through some running around. May you have a great stream. Thanks, Fallowverse. Boy, I'm glad I'm not American-based. What's the JP censorship thing? I'm not watching that, man. I don't care. When it comes to oil, Trump should repeal the environmental regulations and privatize public lands to oil companies. When it comes to Russia, I'm indifferent to oil sanction, but Europe should be encouraged to become energy independent. I think Europe should be energy independent. Russia, considering the whole Russia-Ukraine thing, kind of, it kind of forced our hand there. Aren't most European countries, or the EU as a whole, aren't they basically energy independent at this point? because they had to be, because they could stop relying on Russia. What do you care about? Not Japanese censorship of anime. Many experts agree that policymakers take action to confront the national debt, 36 trillion. Some are tossing cold water amongst comments. He doesn't even say over what time frame. Figures from the Treasury Department show the federal government spent north of 6.7 trillion over the year-long period that in September, running a deficit of more than 1.8 trillion. A categorical breakdown of that spending shows Social Security at the top of the list with more than 1.4 trillion price tag, followed by some other items such as health, interest payments, Medicare, national defense. Together, those items amounted to well more than half of government spending for a 12-month stretch. But it's about payment processors. I don't care. That makes it sound more boring. Trump pledged in September to establish a government efficiency commission. Yeah, the Doge, of course. Nobody's going to know. Nobody's going to feel it. He'll cut costs, and he'll feels he can save $2 trillion. If he does that, our budget is more than balanced. This implies that he plans to cut $2 trillion in a year, rather than over the 10-year time frame that taxes are usually talked about. But it just doesn't seem possible, at least without severe negative consequences for a lot of people in poverty, or a lot of seniors with Social Security and things like that. Finance was down your alley, but it's not finance. It's Japanese anime. It's maybe tangential to finance because payment processors don't want people buying weird anime. Or with the Republican Senate, Trump should pass a comprehensive bill for funding ICE to deport millions. Yeah, I know your position, Panda. Millions of undocumented immigrants, and pair that with remain in Mexico for all asylum claimants. True. I don't think Mexico would agree to remain in Mexico again. They might, but actually Trump will make them agree with tariffs. He'll just have to tear up his own trade deal to do that. But by the way, this is my new strategy. Okay, I'm gonna ask people who are in support of universal tariffs, truly universal tariffs. A lot of times people fucking amend their position to actually, strategic tariffs on some things, and it's like, well, why would I trust Trump to do that when he doesn't know what a tariff is? But I'm gonna be like, oh, do you think it was bad that Biden canceled the? Are you pro NAFTA? I don't know a ton about it, but generally, probably. Trump was throwing his trade deal out the window of his tariff plan. Yeah, I know, Chris. Yes, literally, one of the big things he did was renegotiate NAFTA, and now he's just like, nope, fuck that. But here's what I'm gonna ask. Okay. Do you think it was good that, Biden canceled the Keystone XL pipeline? They'll be like, no, we need that oil, the cheap oil. Okay. And I'm like, okay, do you think we should tariff Canadian oil at 10% at least? Because the Keystone pipeline was taking oil from Canada to the U.S. It's like, that would be tariffed under a truly universal tariff plan. A truly universal tariff plan would tariff Canadian oil at 10%. If you think this Canadian oil is so important that you're shutting down one pipeline, but you can grant an exemption, I understand. This is usually what I'm just saying. Well, that's what I'm trying to get them to do. Basically, I'm going to make them accept that a truly universal plan would not be good, and there's probably things that we need to exempt. It's like, okay, we exempt oil, okay. Now, maybe bananas. Should we exempt bananas or avocados or these things? It said broadly global. That's not what, according to Agenda 47. According to the GOP platform, it says baseline tariffs. And according to Trump himself, he says universal tariffs. But it's still retarded. What the fuck did I thought it was Mark Robinson at first. I was like, why is Mark Robinson on this fucking thing still? 2024. I swear, GOP platform. I'm pretty sure Trump says baseline tariffs in Agenda 47 too, but the point of it is I'm trying to get them to how do I close this miss for 30 days? Look, this says baseline. Republicans will support baseline tariffs on foreign-made goods and pass the Trump Reciprocal Trade Act. And then this basically says the same thing as far as I know. Okay, fuck you. Phase in tariffs and imports and restrictions to bring back production of all essential medicine. This is just medicine. Get rid of tariffs on us. Oh, there's a Reciprocal Trade Act. This is essential medicine. Hold on. Aren't there more pages? Yeah. Universal baseline tariffs. That takes sledgehammer to globalism. Just by the way, we're gonna start working through Cato's fucking defending what the fuck did I just do? Defending globalization project, as well as what is wrong with protectionism book. But what did you say? What do you think about that? What do I think about what? Set of tariffs, which probably won't work. Perhaps Trump should institute lower taxes for companies that hire mostly American workers. No, I don't. What do you even mean by mostly American work? Do you mean like you're incentivizing companies not to outsource? What are you quoting from, you and me? Universal tariffs and mostly on most foreign products, which increase incrementally. The wiki? What wiki?
Joe Biden claims to support American manufacturing.
Wikipedia? Why you...
But in reality, he's pushing the
I don't know if I care about Wikipedia says.
That ripped the industrial heart out of our country. It ripped us apart. Biden and the globalists support raising taxes on American production. They support more crippling regulations killing American jobs. They support skyrocketing domestic energy costs. And they support massive anti-American multinational agreements that send our wealth and factories overseas. Very simply, the Biden agenda taxes...
Do you care about anything? Why would I care about Wikipedia when I have when I have the party platform right here? And I have the Agenda 47 video here.
China is the big beneficiary. We cannot let that happen. And just a couple of years ago, it wasn't happening. China paid to the United States hundreds of billions of dollars.
He might say most here. You might be correct, but let me watch the corporate tax free businesses hire overwhelmingly Americans. I don't. Do you mean? Are you doing like? Are you saying if they hire like immigrants, foreign workers, is it an anti-immigrant thing or is it an anti-outsourcing thing? That's what I need to know. I think both are dumb, to be clear, but the anti-immigrant thing is even dumber.
Legitimately, 10 cents from China. My agenda will tax China to build up America. The heart of my vision is a sweeping pro-American overhaul of our tax and trade policy to move from the Biden system that punishes domestic producers and rewards outsourcers to a system that rewards domestic production and taxes foreign companies and those who export American jobs.
Anti-outsourcing and anti-government. Okay, so it's double dumb.
Will be rewarded and rewarded greatly, and our country will benefit. To achieve this goal, we will phase in a system of universal baseline tariffs on most foreign products.
Okay, he says most here. Okay.
On top of this, higher tariffs will increase incrementally depending on how much individual foreign countries devalue their currency. They devalue their currency to take advantage of the United States.
True, buddy. You are really just a mini Destiny at this point. Okay, what does that mean? Why? So you don't believe American hirers should have lower corporate taxes, which will incentivize American investment? No, because the opportunity cost, buddy. My mini Destiny. True. U.S. companies are already canceling Christmas bonuses because of tariff plans. That's a win for U.S. workers. True.
And they subsidize their industries or otherwise engage in trade cheating and abuse. And they do it now like never before. And we had it largely stopped, and it was going to be stopped completely within less than a year. As tariffs on foreign producers go up, taxes on American producers will go down and go down very substantially. That means a lot of jobs coming in. Not only will the system end our gaping trade deficits, and they are massive right now.
It will end it completely, even though like study after study finds that like tariffs have very small effects on the trade deficit because of course because you appreciate exchange rates and it's retaliatory tariffs, so you hurt exports too. That's like,
to
yeah.
American jobs. It will also bring trillions in
Tariffs function as a tax on trade. Like if you tax one side of a transaction, you also more indirectly tax the other side of the transaction. That's what like tariffs don't break that rule. If you tax imports, you also indirectly tax
trillions
exports.
of dollars pouring into the United States Treasury from foreign countries and allow us to invest that money in American workers, American families, and American communities. This plan will be the linchpin of a new strategic national manufacturing initiative that builds on my historic success in ending NAFTA, which was a tremendous thing. When
it comes to Israel, Trump should give the green light to completely destroy Hamas. Hamas is already mostly gone. I don't know what Trump is going to do different than Biden did on that, considering under Biden, Hamas is mostly gone. And I like Israel. I don't know what else Israel even has to do there. Hezbollah, I mean, it doesn't seem like Biden's doing anything to stop what Israel's doing. Obviously, Hezbollah is still a lot more operational than Hamas is, but Trump tariff speech. Trump will send in Jared again. True. Jared Kushner. Trump peace plan Israel is the master diplomat. Describing Trump's plan as Swiss cheese. The Jared Kushner is the one that actually, yeah, the plan was authored by a team led by him, and both of them rejected it because obviously both of them rejected it. Dual tariffs would not move manufacturing back to America, or at least out of China. Universal tariffs? No. Or tariffs on most products? No, not at all. Nope. By the way, as studies show, like you can go through some of the data on this. Nope, don't think it does. Trump should also work with the Republican Senate on national pro-life bills. Hasn't Trump said that he would veto a national abortion ban? Trump veto national abortion ban. Why? Because you hurt exports, you hurt consumers, and you hurt you hurt the manufacturers that rely on imports as well, right? So if a car manufacturer is manufacturing cars here, they import steel, they import materials for the cars. You hurt them by tariffing everything they import. You also hurt them by appreciating exchange rates and by retaliatory tariffs, which reduce their exports, right? Car manufacturers export to other companies, other countries, and those exports are now hurt because it's more expensive for them to buy it now. Yeah, those are two big reasons. And then also, you should also just consider the opportunity cost of it, right? One, any car manufacturing job you protect comes at the cost of other jobs, right? So we can walk through those Iowa car crop models in a second. Average cost of car payments is $700 a month. It's going way up. True. Funny how Ludicrous thinks he knows more than a billionaire businessman. Right? Trump does not know what a tariff is. I do know more about what tariffs than Trump, because Trump literally does not know what a tariff is at all. At least I can describe to you what a tariff is. I do know more than Trump about what a tariff is. You know, I'm sure Trump maybe knows more about running a business than me into such and such, but like Trump does not accurately describe tariffs. I've not seen a single clip of Trump accurately describing what a tariff is. So yeah. How many years of being a president do you have? Do you think that doesn't change anything at all I just said, but okay. So how would you move factories and plants back to America? One, I only think that we should do that for strategic industries. I don't think we should do that for car manufacturing. I don't give a fuck about car manufacturing. If the opportunity cost is too high, then America shouldn't be manufacturing cars. We should focus on what we're good at, which is not manufacturing cars. Two, for strategic industries like semiconductors, we should be we should tariff only China essentially, and then work with our allies to what's called friendshoring, and bring manufacturing over to our allies like South Korea and Japan and the EU. And B, we should subsidize industries here, like what Biden did with the Chips and Science Act, which we gave a bunch of money to a few companies to build semiconductor plants, as well as a bunch of tax incentive financing. 2-bit globalist chat, exactly. Tax incentive financing to do shit there, to build shit here, I mean. And then, so if foreign powers leverage their weakness in American manufacturing So if foreign powers leverage that weakness in the American manufacturing to affect the American way of life, that is fine. What do you mean a foreign power? The big concern is China. I'm not concerned about Japan and South Korea. Japan and South Korea are our allies. We're not going to beat China in a fucking go at it alone strategy. You know that, right? You know, China's 1 billion people. We're never going to be able to manufacture as much as China. Being self-sufficient would only hurt our fight against China. This is obviously true. We should obviously help our allies. We have mutually beneficial, not even help out, have mutually beneficial relationships with our allies, where they, since they have a lower opportunity cost for making things like semiconductors, for manufacturing things like cars, can do that, which hurts China, so they don't have as big a manufacturing base. Adios, right? What was I saying? It helps our allies manufacturing. It helps us as well. Let's say tomorrow China embargoes America. What happens? I don't disagree with you that for key industries, they should not be in China. I don't disagree with that point. I think universal tariffs that hurt our allies that don't do a particularly good job at reshoring manufacturing should not be used for that. Would you be fine with flood policy? Also, the Trump DOJ should give grants to cities DAs who have tough and crime policies and reject bail reform, actually prosecute thieves and murderers, etc. I don't think that's as big a problem anymore. I think we, past 2020... we elected most of the big cities elected pro-policing mayors. I don't know. I don't think that's a big issue. Maybe in San Francisco it is, but I don't think San Francisco is going to change its mind because of Trump's subsidies or whatever. Relying on our allies makes us more in it together. Yeah. It's like treaty less peace plans. True. But anyway, this is a really fun model to understand why tariffs don't actually protect jobs. They just protect some type of jobs over other types of jobs. There are two... you are lying? What am I lying about, Brandon? There are two technologies for producing automobiles in America. One is to manufacture them in Detroit, and the other is to grow them in Iowa. Everyone knows about the first technology. Let me tell you about the second. First, you plant seeds, which are the raw materials from which automobiles are constructed. You wait a few months until wheat appears. Then you harvest the wheat, load it onto ships, and sail them eastward into the Pacific Ocean. After a few months, the ships reappear with Toyotas on them. International trade is nothing but a form of technology. The fact that there is a place called Japan, with people and factories, is quite irrelevant to America's well-being. To analyze trade policies, we might as well assume that Japan is a giant machine with mysterious inner workings that convert wheat into cars. Any policy designed to favor the first American technology over the second is a policy designed to favor American auto producers in Detroit over American auto producers in Iowa. A tax or ban on imported automobiles is a tax or ban on Iowa-grown automobiles. If you protect Detroit car makers from competition, then you must damage Iowa farmers because Iowa farmers are the competition. About crime in cities being safe, that's a damn lie. What I said was, I don't think that's as big of an issue as you think it is, talking to my chatter panda, and I said that we elected a lot of pro-policing leaders elected. Fuck, I feel like, did No Opinion write about this? Or did No Opinion link to it? Fuck. Article link. I remember... Fuck, I remember reading about it. Yeah, but I remember, like, the defund the police movement and stuff did not get very far. Like, a lot of big cities elected pro-policing leaders, even in the wake of... even like right after 2020, and they've only gotten more. It was like 11 big cities. 7 big cities elected mayors. Crime and policing. This is 2021. Trump will reduce deficit, whereas Kamala wanted to raise the deficit. So true. Wait, localist, do you still think that you should adjust real wages for inflation? Is that something you still think? Do you still think you should adjust real wages to inflation? America didn't declare independence because of taxes on tea. It was because there were taxations without representation. True. No? Okay, at least you understand that now. You should compare it. Oh, wait, you're saying no, you still should compare it to inflation. You think you should compare real wages to inflation. Talking about the opium wars. What? Tea is not a key industry, but it was important to the way of life. And they went to war. No, he's talking about that's how you get sound math. Localist, you're so dumb. I don't understand how we haven't gotten through to you on this. It's so obvious. It's so obvious, but we broke it down. We spent like an hour fucking trying to break it down for you, and you're still just mega retarded. But Atlanta, Minneapolis, Miami makes sense. Fixing dysfunctional New York. Democrat nominee Eric Adams won New York. Yeah, they defund the police movement. That shit did not get very far because it was a dumb idea. I mean, I don't think it's as big an issue as you think it is, because I think we've moved past some of the especially dumb stuff from the 2020s. Actually, you know what? I think I probably remember which fucking No Opinion article it's in. It was in the What Is Left of the Progressive Project. Which is paywalled, but on comparing real wages to inflation was one of the first things maybe predict the what? Was one of the first things that maybe predict the 2008 financial crisis with such precision. What is that? How does that even? You use real wages to predict a financial crisis? How does that work? What was the math like there? Localist, you're so stupid. I can't take anything you say seriously because you're unbelievable. God, you'll make there's I think 2 points in your life that you have made that were semi-fair. It's I can see what you're talking about there, but these 2 points are so deep down and a pile of dog shit, unbelievably dog shit, retarded opinions. So it's hard to appreciate them. Oh my god. Just so everyone knows, okay? Localist still, even after me and someone else have explained it to him several times, believes that you should compare real wages to inflation, i.e., you should compare inflation-adjusted wages to inflation. He also loves this one chart, even though I've already explained to him the two issues with the chart. And I have 50 other charts, which he just thinks are fake. But his chart is real for some reason. God, we spent so long trying to be it's incredibly dumb to compare already inflation-adjusted wages to inflation, because then you're adjusting for inflation twice. Let me get this correct. You think that we should put inflation-adjusted wages and then divide them by inflation? Yes. You understand you're adjusting for inflation twice. If you take nominal wage over inflation, then divide that by inflation, you're technically adjusting nominal wages for inflation twice, but you aren't adjusting for inflation twice. You're adjusting nominal wages to real wages and comparing it to inflation. This literally doesn't, it's just gibberish. I think it was fucking high when you wrote this, man. I was eventually Sample literally sent a voice message, going over an example, if I make $30,000 a year or a month or whatever, that's how many sandwiches I can afford to buy using my methodology, which is, calculating just real wages. We get a very clear picture of how many sandwiches I can afford. using your method, we have no clue. Like, your method does not accurately reflect purchasing power at all because you're adjusting for inflation twice. I was drunk too. Don't worry, localist, I'm also an idiot. I understand all the drawback in tariffs, but I can't see how it's moving back, at least part of manufacturing. I told you how, didn't I? To be clear, some tariffs on specific things can be good. Like, we should probably tariff and do export controls on semiconductors, for example. That also has to come in conjunction with a few other things, like subsidies from the CHIPS Act, right? And also helping our allies with that, too, and not tariffing our allies for those things. Because, like, there are semiconductors that, like, South Korea and Japan can make, and they're our allies. And being self-sufficient would not, yeah. Here, you know what? We'll read these two articles. I don't know if I, okay, we'll probably react to some shit before that, though. I think America should be selling or drilling its oil. You don't think we should be drilling our own oil? I mean, like, pre-watch. I didn't pre-watch this, but I did skim through it. Not that pre-watching would really matter for this, but I want to see. We'll read some stuff on tariffs in China today. Don't worry, we'll get there. But I want to know Brett Cooper's justification for voting for Trump here. God,
welcome back to the comment section.
Why does my audio always do? I don't know what the issue is. Whenever I start, I think it's. I don't know if it does it for you guys, but like when I pause, like the audio keeps playing, and when I hit play, it takes a second for the audio to play, and like the audio's out of sync. I don't know why it does that. It should be kept for itself and not import oil unless the rest of the world is dry. Wait, but that would, what do you mean? You said we shouldn't be drilling. You don't want us to be drilling our own oil and be energy independent and based like Biden made us? You mean drilling to export? When I say just drilling our own oil, what I hear is just drilling it at all, and using it ourselves. Not like you mean drilling and exporting it, right? No, I mean at all. Oh, empty the rest of the oil first. Okay. I get what you mean. The U.S. is already the largest producer in oil, right? Yep. And we did cut back our production, try and control pricing through artificial scarcity. Did we cut back our production, or was that, I don't know, the U.S. doesn't do that, right? That's OPEC that has their cartel where they control production. China's our #1 ally in the world, and instead of extending friendship and letting them join the U.S., you extend xenophobia and discrimination. Yep, that's me. No, we do too. Anyway. I want to see. I've never, ever heard the words January 6th come out of Brett Cooper's mouth, and it really annoys me because I don't think she knows anything about it. But
welcome back to the comment section. My name is Brett Cooper.
Why? Why is it? We're just going to have to deal with it.
And to all my subscribers and people who watch these episodes regularly, I just want to say that today's video might feel a bit different. And that's because I'm hoping, fingers crossed, that you guys might share this video with some of your friends on the left who I'm sure are texting you or posting online. They're questioning why you voted the way you did, wondering if your friendship can survive this crisis, or hopefully, again, fingers crossed, this lands in the YouTube algorithm for people who are scared of a Trump presidency. They're wondering why on earth this 23-year-old woman would vote for Trump and vote against her rights, human rights, all of that. And today, I'm not even going to try to change your mind. Maybe I do. That'd be cool. But I just want to try and bridge the gap, maybe even share some of the joy and the unity that half
she does. She's just paid to lie.
So make sure that you like this video. If you've not already, please subscribe to the comment section channel. Maybe you're a new viewer and you like it, you should stick around. And of course, ring that notification bell to stay up to date on all of our episodes. All right, so first of all, while I still have your attention at the top of this video, if you guys listen to nothing else in this episode, I just want you to know that you have already survived a Trump presidency. We've done that before. You lived through... 2016 to 2020, just like we survived a Biden presidency. I mean, even though we kind of barely skated by considering the state of the economy and being on the brink of war, but Americans are resilient.
We barely skated by considering the state of the economy. Oh, man. Oh, I mean, like, it was bad for, a while because of fucking COVID, but, you say that for the last year of Trump's term too, like, yeah, obviously, and then like we had a really good recovery, then
will be okay, even if this is not the outcome that you were expecting. And yes, losing sucks. I posted this on TikTok last night, but we literally have all been there. 2020 felt awful. It was literally terrible. It is so hard when you lose and the election feels so consequential, like it happened.
Yeah, what did you do? What did you do after you lost in 2020? What did you guys try to do? What did that, the speculation about idea a year or so ago, there's a plan to cut oil production by 3% to increase prices and better meet shareholder demands.
The last 2 cycles. But I just want to remind you and say that under Trump, our money did go further. Our border was more secure. We had peace across the globe. Because world leaders respected him. They were intimidated by him and American power, which is objectively a very good thing. And millions of Americans, your friends, your neighbors, your parents, people you don't know, felt at ease because of this. And they voted because they want that feeling back again. And most importantly, I'm happy to say this because I've been seeing it all over.
You know what? I don't disagree. They don't understand how economics works, and they voted because inflation was high. This is why like all incumbent it's part of the reason why like all incumbent parties did really poorly. I think this is literally the first year on record where like all incumbent parties lost votes. I think in large part that was due to inflation.
For my social media, especially for my lib friends, in Trump's first term, your rights were not taken away. And yes, we'll get into specifics. We will talk about Roe v. Wade.
Well, I mean, Roe v. Wade, but I guess
of that, but we were very free, and I genuinely think that we are going to get even freer in Trump's second term. And if you did have a terrible time starting in 2016, I would very gently and genuinely kindly urge you to take a second and just look inward and evaluate whether that was really because of Trump and the things that he did to you, or because of what people told you about Trump and wanted you to believe. Because in my experience of being somebody who was on the right, but growing up in a very liberal city, working in Hollywood, being friends with like 95% liberals growing up, the pictures pained by Trump and the media have been
wasteful
vastly
spending.
different. But I understand that you still have concerns.
American Rescue Plan, wasteful spending, also led to the first full job recovery in 40 years.
So let's talk about it. Let's dive in to all of these fears. Now, I've been seeing my friends on the other side lamenting, being genuinely scared, genuinely very concerned over their futures and their safety, and they continue to cite one big overarching issue: human rights. Everybody's talking about human rights, so women's rights, gay rights, minority rights, most specifically. So let's start with abortion, which was basically the issue of the 2024 election. I have to laugh a little bit, and this might ruffle some feathers, but this was kind of a non-issue in the 2024 election. Like, Kamala was VP.
Really?
For 4 years. Biden was president for 4 years, and they did not overturn the Dobbs decision. It is not possible. It is ridiculous for her to...
What? Yeah, they didn't have enough votes in the Senate to codify Roe v. Wade, right?
Run on that issue and promise you guys that she will be able to fix the situation. I mean, that was like the backbone of her campaign, and it was for nothing. It was just to get everybody emotionally riled up. And on the other side of the aisle, regardless...
The backbone of her... Like, Kamala Harris, of course, talked about abortion a lot because that's an important issue to a lot of people, but, like... I don't even agree with that. It was not the backbone of her campaign. She had much more detailed plans of what to do about the economy even than for abortion. I guess the only plan you have to write out for abortion is codify Roe v. Wade. But like,
of what Democrats have said, Trump has reiterated time and time again that he
Commerce Clause, Localist Party, obviously
will not sign a federal abortion ban. That is not what he wants. He got Roe v. Wade overturned because he believed that it should be the power.
He's also not going to codify. Oh, we admit that he got Roe v. Wade overturned, but what was I going to say? Oh, yeah, but he's also not going to codify Roe v. Wade, right?
And in fact, since Roe v. Wade was overturned, abortions have actually increased.
That wasn't to rile people up. It was to try to hold their voters hostage under the promise it'd be done if she was reelected. I mean, like, what? That seems like a harsh... It's just like codifying Roe v. Wade would happen under Kamala Harris, where it probably would not happen under Donald Trump. If you want to say that's holding voters hostage or whatever, that seems unfair.
But access has increased in most states because of the abortion bill. Obviously, things in red states have changed, but you can freely travel if you need that care, and that is something that Trump believes in. Of course, this is much to the dismay of many pro-life voters. Full transparency, I'm pro-life. I don't really like any of this, but you know what? I still voted for the man. Trump believes strongly in the exceptions of incest and life of the mother, which is something that you guys talk about all the time that you're very concerned with. He is on record having concerns with 6-week heartbeat bills. His wife wrote an entire book where she talks about her pro-choice beliefs. I mean, guys, like, they lied incessantly about this issue. Like, Trump almost lost voters because of his stance on abortion on the right side of the aisle. Meanwhile, Kamala and Biden were relentless in tweeting, he will take away all your rights. He is so pro-abortion. He literally is not. But the one thing that I think all of us can agree on, one of the many reasons that we love Trump, is because he doesn't bend a knee or compromise his beliefs. Take him or leave him as he is. He does not play games like the rest of...
That's one way to put it. It's just like the absolute, like, like you would never say this about like any other candidate that like cannot for the life of him like speak in a presidential manner at all. Like
BC politicians, that's why he's so
oh, he doesn't. He always says what he thinks.
refreshing and why we like him. Now, the same women that are obviously very concerned with abortion are also concerned with pro-life laws in these red states impacting the care that they can receive. And so I will say this once and for all: miscarriage care does not equal abortion. It does not equal abortion reproductive care. And if your doctors do not understand the difference between those two things and refuse you care, that is medical malpractice. That is not Trump's fault. Trump did not do that to you or to those doctors. That is medical malpractice.
Because logically, there's no possible way that they could know that they'd get the power necessary to do that. Well, sure. And under the current failing administration, they're still going to pull it off. Even under the Biden-Harris presidency, they didn't even have to challenge the court's decision to review Roe v. They didn't even challenge the court's decision to review Roe v. Wade. I don't know why. I don't think that challenge would go anywhere if they did it. But we haven't had enough votes in the Senate since fucking Obama to actually codify Roe v. Wade, right? That's the whole issue. But we did at least get the Marriage Equality Act passed, right? I don't like. I don't know what you mean by under the failing administration we couldn't pull it off.
Unfortunately, medical malpractice is the third leading cause of death in the United States. So let's take this issue up with medical industry and big pharma and not blame it on Trump. And hopefully RFK Jr. will shake things up. Hopefully we will get through that corruption because it is
Kill me, dude. RFK Jr.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Yep. About what's going on in these red states because none of those laws prevent you from getting miscarriage care or the reproductive care that you need. With stories like Amber Thurman in Georgia.
Problem is they could have simply done it when Obama, or it's better than doing nothing and saying, hey, look, we tried and failed, rather than standing by and do nothing.
Abortion bans.
We could have done what? To do the Roe v. Wade shit, don't you need, because you need, whatever, 60 Senate votes for the filibuster or whatever?
Which there are none because he did not make those laws, did not kill her. No matter what Kamala said, no matter what the media said, she died very tragically, very unfortunately, because of abortion complications and delayed care. The abortion pill put her into septic shock.
I think she is right about this.
Waited hours to go to the hospital, and for some godforsaken reason, when she got there, her doctor said, we'll wait until tomorrow.
If a woman is raped as a child from a rape, can a rapist fight for custody so the woman can pay him every month for raping her? It was a question that made me a choice guy. I don't think that. Listen, I'm pro-choice, but I don't know if that logic works, buddy.
To do a DNC or a hysterectomy. We'll just push it off. Here's some antibiotics. Just sit here in this bed. We'll figure it out tomorrow. And she died. Another thing people don't bring up is that this hospital is also one of the poorest reviewed in the entire state of Georgia. 2 stars. And no, those reviews are not just about Amber.
To codify it, you just need a Senate to make a federal law. You need an amendment. Yes. What do you mean? Codifying it is making a federal. Localist thinks like everything's unconstitutional. He says he's a whatever, strict constitutional originalist dumbass bullshit person, but
hundreds of them this morning. They're all about their own.
Also, he's incredibly dumb, so don't take anything he says seriously. He still believes that you should adjust real wages to inflation, even though real wages have already been adjusted to inflation, and no matter how much they break it down, he won't concede that. That's a really dumb thing to do.
They are not in light of the story. That hospital is just that bad, and that is a problem in and of itself. Now, Kat Pons, you guys might know her on TikTok. I think that their TikTok page is just called The Pons. She's an amazing creator. She gained a following after talking about her and her husband's infertility journey, the death of their firstborn daughter, Edie, her IVF journey, which gave them her second daughter, Matilda. Kat has needed real miscarriage and fertility care firsthand, and she needed this while living in a red state. She's never gotten political. She hasn't really shared much of these stories at all, but this is what she posted yesterday. She was talking about the stories people do know and they don't know, and she said the one that you do know is me losing Edie. After she passed at 25 weeks gestation, I was immediately offered an induction or medical abortion. My life was not in any danger, but my body was not in labor and had not recognized my baby had passed yet. No doctor even suggested that I would be forced to carry my baby until my body decided to deliver her or until my life was in danger. This was very clearly a stillbirth. Some would say miscarriage or abortion, although I do not. That was properly and quickly handled with no mention of the law in place. This hospital is extremely well known and would not risk breaking any laws for little old me or anyone else in the situation. This was
I don't think you're thinking got us into 2008. What?
The story that I've not shared is that when I was pregnant with Matilda, after my cerclage and when I was told my water broke at 21 weeks, I was pushed heavily to have an immediate abortion. My life was not in danger, and neither was Matilda's. Her heart was still beating. Again, this is in a red state, and doctors are saying, okay, things don't look great, you should go ahead and have an abortion. I was in the same accredited hospital in a red...
She keeps saying red state. Now, I from what I've seen, I didn't do much reading into it. Whatever doctors in Georgia who let that woman die, whatever, probably were misunderstanding the law. They could have done an abortion, obviously. Like all the states have, life of the mother exceptions or whatever. But like there are a lot of red states that also did protect abortion rights because they had it on ballot measures. In fact, I believe literally every state that had a ballot measure about abortion, it protected abortion rights, whereas the only states that banned it just banned it without any ballot measure, just through the state legislator. If we simply compare the real wages to inflation, maybe we could have prevented 2008 and maybe 2000. I have no clue. You're so dumb.
And was at gestation past when the abortion law permits legal abortion. This nurse
So
told me that the
doctors
likelihood
or
of your
lawyers? What do you
baby
mean?
living is slim to none. So we can take care of this as soon as you'd like to prevent you from more hurt. This like makes me want to cry because I've seen her daughter and she's just so beautiful. Obviously, I did not take that option, even though this nurse thought that I was crazy for choosing to stay pregnant and Matilda is here, alive, and well. But the point that I am making is that the media has been sharing extremely rare cases similar to mine, often involving medical malpractice to scare you into believing that your options to handle a very wanted pregnancy with complications are limited and dangerous. It is simply not the case. Now, she went on and she talked about a few other things. She shared messages that she's been receiving from OBGYNs and labor and delivery nurses saying, thank you for sharing that. Thank you for saying what the media will not tell women. And so she shared this, and I'm sharing this with you to hopefully show you that it is not always what the media makes it out to be. Find better doctors, hold them accountable, do not be afraid. Because the care that you need in these rare situations is legal, and Trump does not want to stay in the way
The
of that
doctor for the
at all. In
abortion
fact,
and the
he wants
lawyers
to
tell the
help
doctor
doctors.
not
That's
to
why
do
you
it.
have RFK Jr. involved in his
I have no clue. I have not looked into any of the cases where people have allegedly died to abortion ban laws because I don't. maybe listen. Maybe my woman shadows are gonna get mad at me for saying this. I don't care that much. I do care about abortion. Okay, I do think abortion should be legal up to like 20 weeks. Okay, to be clear, like I am. I will argue my abortion stance. I never care to look into like the specifics of any of these cases because like it's just like I would rather just fight on should abortion be legal or not. Like
his campaign, they will fight to hold doctors and big pharma accountable, to hold our food conglomerates accountable so that moms can stop worrying about what their kids are eating, the accelerating rates of chronic illness and obesity in this country. By the way, one of the very cool things that, Trump 2.0 has done is that
by the way, obesity is declining, okay? Obesity is after 20 weeks. Yeah, that's probably about where I draw the line. I don't know. Obesity rate is declining because of fucking Ozempic, baby. We got it. We did it. It's probably not just because of Ozempic, but that is one reason. We saw like the first drop in obesity like last year. Same thing with overdose deaths, although obviously like both of those have been rising for quite a while, so it's not like they're back down to where they were a while ago, but they did drop.
Himself by people.
Oh, you said I like abortion after... Yeah, I want abortion to be legal only after 20 weeks. That's my position.
RFK is incredibly pro-choice. And you know what? Even pro-life people are excited about him because they know that even though they disagree with him on that, they know...
I don't know if I'd say RFK is incredibly pro-choice. I'm pretty sure there's a clip of RFK saying that he would support I think he said supporting a national ban at 15 weeks. Which is like relatively pro-choice, but I wouldn't say that's incredibly pro-choice. For the first time in decades, obesity rates in the U.S. are not on the rise. The adult obesity rate fell to about 40%, down from 41.9% in 2020. Mandatory. I'm pro-choice, but I still enjoy bullying pro-choice about the text. Abortion is murder. Mandatory abortion post-birth only true.
know that he will do good things.
You don't know if the kid's annoying or evil till you see how it
He
behaves.
will help protect them. And while he might be pro-choice, other people who are working with Trump are not. There will be this diversity of opinion and voices fighting for you and fighting for your families. That is why so many...
Oh my God. After Kamala Harris said that she was going to put a Republican in her fucking cabinet, and after Donald Trump surrounds himself with like the most lunatic people ever because Trump's last cabinet refuses to endorse him. Literally, what is it, like 40 out of 44 of his top advisors will refuse to endorse him and like work for him again because Trump is an insane childish, like child what's the word? Childish. I forgot it. Childish dumbass. Like, are you kidding me? After Bill Barr quit because he wouldn't go along with the election fraud claims, and then Jeffrey Rosen got put in place of Attorney General, and then Trump wanted to fire Jeffrey Rosen and put in Jeffrey Clark in when Jeffrey Rosen wouldn't go in with the election fraud claims. Are you fucking kidding me? Like,
came over from the left because they were so excited about this. Now, Trump also wants to give tax credits to families and wants to make IVF and fertility treatments covered by the insurance companies or by the government. He said this just a couple months ago. This is not a man who is taking away your birth control or your ability to have children or your ability to get an abortion if you want. I mean, on Truth Social a few months ago, he said, I have never and will never advocate imposing restrictions on birth control or other contraceptives, and yet that is a lie that has been parroted for years at this point from the mainstream media. So point blank, full stop, this was a non-issue. Now, second up, I know that a lot of people are concerned with LGBTQ issues. In fact, I was on like my private Instagram account with all of my old friends, and oh my gosh, I kept seeing the same infographic posted saying, here's therapy for queer voices, we're going to advocate for you if you need mental health support in light of this election. And I was just sitting
don't you know Trump held a gay flag up in 2016?
and I was like, how are people so genuinely afraid? Like, I just want to remind you that Trump was actually the first president who came into office supporting gay marriage. And I know things move fast these days, and we were all young when other people were in office, but that was something that the Obamas, the Bidens, the Clintons were not in favor of until 2010. Obama came into office not supporting same-sex marriage.
I believe that marriage.
How did J.D. Vance vote on the Marriage Equality Act? Respect for Marriage Act. A right wing. He would oppose Respect for Marriage Act. Bill to ensure federal marriage. This says, wait, when was he? When was J.D. Vance elected to the Senate? I thought he was in office when this bill was voted on. Was he not? Was he still campaigning? The Obama passed same-sex marriage federally. Well, the court decision was made under him, right? But that wasn't like him passing a thing. I guess the Respect for Marriage Act is what it's called. This was passed, I think, in 2022 after Roe v. Wade was overturned, right? Yeah. I don't know. How do I see who voted on it?
Marriage is the union between a man and a woman.
I believe that marriage is not just a bond, but a sacred bond between a man and a woman.
And yet there are videos from Trump in the 90s and the early 2000s being like, hey, yeah, dudes like dudes, free love. What do I care?
Here's where senators voted for or against the Respect for Marriage Act. Opposes. Where's Shady Vance? He might not have been in office yet, but I thought he was. Yeah, he wasn't. Damn. Well, never mind.
And yet you never see that side of him. Trump
but also, it was literally all Republicans who opposed it, right? So.
Appointed the first gay cabinet member to the U.S. government, and he launched the first global initiative to decriminalize homosexuality around the world. He is not wanting to keep you all from loving who you love or marrying who you want to marry, and neither are the people that he is surrounded himself with.
Self-respecting congressman.
So my message to gay Americans is this. Yeah. You're free to love who you want, to marry who you want if you want, without the government standing in your way. But that doesn't mean that boys should be able to compete with girls in girls' sports. 100%. And that doesn't mean that we subject our kids to over-sexualization or genital mutilation or chemical castration. And I think we should be able to draw those distinctions.
And I completely agree. We definitely have lines in the sand that some of you might not agree with, but I actually think that they are very common sense lines in the sand, which kind of takes us to what Trump will do on these issues, because Trump does want to protect women's spaces. And for those of you who are concerned with women's rights, I hope you see how important and positive this is. I mean, Trump wants to protect Title IX, which, by the way, Biden and Harris tried to rewrite at the expense of women this year. Trump wants to keep biological men.
The Title IX thing was so... that was so not a big deal. Didn't it literally just prevent blanket bans of of banning every transgender athlete from competing, and you could still do shit to, not let boys compete in women's sports? Really, there's a big issue. There's the big issue here.
Who have clear scientific biological advantages out of women's sports.
I still don't get why gay couples should get tax breaks, especially before they adopt. Don't straight couples get tax breaks as soon as they marry before they adopt? What?
And win on their
or
own
before they have kids?
Fear of having to compete against a 6'3", broad-shoulders man who was born as a man and went through puberty as a man. I mean, this is why we fought for Title IX in the first place, so that women would have privacy and have security and have our own spaces. I mean, that's just common sense. That is actually being very...
Thank you, Elias Kanye West, for the 5 bits. I appreciate it.
To women. And this big one that I know a lot of people hate, he wants to stop the medical transitioning of minors. And maybe we will never agree on this. And this is something that I personally will never compromise on. To us and to him, it makes no sense. And it seems totally wrong that children with developing minds can go to the doctor, be given an approval note, literally from...
Localist, is it against the Constitution to pass a law banning states from allowing the medical transition of children? Or?
My therapist online, which yes is happening, and can immediately be put on puberty blocking drugs that are literally used to chemically castrate criminals and offenders in our society. Do what you want as an adult. I don't care.
Why does the what? Sure, the puberty blockers. I'm sure it can be the same drugs used to chemically castrate sex offenders or whatever. It doesn't make them bad, but okay, nice intuition pump there. Okay, nice one.
Marry whoever you want to marry. I don't really care, but we need to stop.
Maida, he thinks basically every he's a very strict constitutional originalist, except for when it goes against Trump. So he thinks that 90% of the bills that we have passed are unconstitutional.
Stop chemically castrating children. We need to stop chopping off their genitals and their breasts before they are even developed under the guise of kindness and inclusivity, often rendering them infertile and without the ability to ever experience sexual pleasure or ever have an orgasm.
This is it's not true. I'm we have the long-term studies on effects of puberty blockers. My understanding are not that great when it comes to are they actually good for mental health and gender affirmation, but in terms of do they prevent future orgasms or leave them permanently infertile? We've been using puberty blockers to prevent, precocious puberty for a while. So we do have studies on that. And most of the research shows, yeah, is fine for that stuff. That like most of like there was that one study I read a while ago, like a year ago, that said like 99% of the time, like as soon as you stop puberty blockers, you can immediately become fertile again. So like
orgasm in their adult life. That is insane. And we're doing that to 10-year-old kids. Kids that often grow out of these feelings. Kids who are usually just going through weird hormonal changes and don't know where they're fitting in. Kids that often detransition later in life, but cannot undo the irreversible damage that has been done to them by doctors. It must stop. But other than that, I really do not think that Trump cares about who you sleep with and who you marry. Like, he genuinely has bigger issues to concern himself with, like unprecedented inflation, the recession, impending nuclear war, Israel, Palestine, Iran, gas prices, all of it.
Hold on, one by one. Unprecedented inflation. Not unprecedented. The inflation in the 1970s and then the 1980s was higher. And also, we're at like 2.5% inflation right now. Like, depending on what measure you look at, like PCE, CPI, core PCE, core CPI all show different things. So, but between 2 and 3% inflation, I don't think any measure is above 3% anymore, right? Is core CPI above 3%? I don't think it is. Core CPI, Fred. Percent change from year ago. No, it's still at 3%. Okay. 3.2 right now. But like, this is not unprecedentedly high inflation. We just go back in time. There's a big spike here. This is the 1990s. It wasn't as big, but the 1980s and 1970s were a lot worse.
Ending nuclear war, Israel, Palestine, Iran, gas prices, all of it.
True or false? The 14th Amendment requires the state to license a marriage between two people of the same sex to recognize the. That's what the Supreme Court ruled, right? I mean, there are probably arguments for and against it, but like, again, the issue is. Maybe you have a legitimate point here, but you are unironically so unbelievably dumb in other things that I'm not going to trust a single word that comes out of your mouth. But, like, I could see there being an argument that the 14th Amendment protects abortion. I could see there being an argument that the 14th Amendment protects marriage equality. And maybe there's good arguments against that. The issue is those good arguments are not going to come from you because you are incredibly retarded.
Cares about that a lot more than he cares about involving himself in your bedroom. Just say, I mean, Americans can barely afford the grocery store anymore, let alone a good quality steak, but thanks to good
Oh my God, bro, kill me. Food inflation is up a little bit recently. I think the forecasts show inflation going up a little bit more, but the Fed is still confident in cutting rates. Like, is Jay Powell just a dumbass? Like,
you have to worry about that because they are trying to make this holiday season more affordable for you. Because let's be honest, between the holiday chaos and questionable meat quality at grocery stores, preparing the perfect meal can feel overwhelming. And that is where Good Rancher steps in to transform the 2024 Thanksgiving experience. They are not just delivering meat. They are delivering...
Okay, I don't care about the meat sponsorship.
The biggest thing in thinking about right now. Now, a thing RFK is going to be working on is getting us all good quality meat, good, healthy food. But I know that's not what a lot of you are thinking about right now. Now, a lot of people are also very concerned with racism. We all lived through 2020. We lived through BLM. That was like the biggest thing in the last 4 years, maybe before this election, because it's been crazy. But that was huge. And obviously, that's an important issue to care about, and it makes sense.
It's not really that was the biggest thing in the last 4 years, BLM.
People are concerned considering that the media has called Trump a racist for over 9 years at this point. So I want to tell you that minorities in America literally won this election for Donald Trump. From blacks to Hispanics to Asians, they came out in droves for him. Flipping minority-heavy counties, Republicans have not won literally since the 1800s.
What are you doing? Why are you still peeing?
Thank you for the 5 bits. Why is Kanye West a good? I appreciate it. Like, this is, yeah, we've all seen the polling. Yeah, black voters and Hispanic voters are shifting away from Democrats and towards Trump. Trump is also the candidate in favor of mass deportations, and also, what are the Central Park 5 thing and the fucking hotel, not renting to black people thing, yeah, all that stuff. Like, they're like, okay,
knowingly, happily, for
these don't preclude each other at all.
Well, he doesn't talk down to them. He doesn't consider them victims who need white saving. He genuinely wants to empower them. That is what he's been saying for this entire campaign. That's what he's been saying for the last 9 years, which I really think made a difference in their eyes. I mean, in his first term, he helped flood their communities with economic prosperity. He overturned Biden's 1996 crime bill.
But as soon as, if Kamala Harris had this fucking page, which she does, and they did do this, they would be losing their shit. Like, what about all the thing Kamala Harris wants to do for black people? Like, you all called that insane. Like, what?
Proportionally impacted black Americans. He funded HBCUs, including Howard University, where Kamala herself attended. And yes, he might be bragging.
And Biden funded them more. I'm pretty sure Trump actually cut funding to HBI, historically black colleges. And why did Kamala lose? A few reasons. I think a big one was just inflation. I think Americans, I think they just don't like inflation. They hate inflation. They hate inflation. I think Kamala did a bad job reaching people through like alternative media outlets. I think, yeah. I think those two things were probably the main things. But I'm pretty sure Biden versus Trump. What is it? Historically black college and university? Is that what it is? Funny. Both President Trump claimed broad HBCU support, but reality shows otherwise. What do you think of Pelosi and AOC saying they should have ran a primary? I don't know. I don't know. The issue is it's so easy to like retroactively say that we should have run a primary, but like I could see like there's very clearly a timeline where we did a primary and then retroactively we say we should have done a primary, right? Like you know, Kamala Harris obviously, like, she lost those 7 swing states. That was horrible. But, like, the House did a lot better than Biden's internal polling was showing. I think the same thing is true of the Senate. So there's a potential that, like, maybe Harris, you know, obviously did bad in the Electoral College, and maybe she saved some House and Senate races that otherwise would have gone Republican. Trump signed a bill that reauthorized $225 million for minority serving institutions, included $85 million in funding for HBCUs. Biden provided significantly more support to HBCUs. They received more than $16 billion in funding under him. Oh my God. The administration sought to highlight past wrongs with a $12 billion funding disparity between historically black colleges that received land grants for and peers. Yeah, Biden did a lot more for HBCUs. The Biden smirk is hilarious. Did you see the picture of Biden looking at the quantum computer? It's really funny. Biden quantum computer. Which, to be fair, okay, is an understandable reaction for a man his age, okay? Listen to the picture I'm thinking of. There's one where he looks really confused. It's funny. Oh, yeah, here it is.
Sometimes maybe he's made some off-color comments, but he's not a racist. And to be honest, who has it? There are videos of Biden and Bill and Hillary saying things that are even worse. And people didn't care. Now he also doesn't want to deport people because they're brown. He wants to deport them because they're criminals, because they came into this country illegally.
He's not even clear on who he wants to deport. I don't even know who he wants to deport still. I don't even know. He wanted to deport Haitians, and they're here legally under temporary protected status. Like,
many of them actually are criminals, bringing drugs and chaos, inciting gang violence throughout our country, killing innocent Americans like Lincoln Riley. And Americans are
then why do you shoot down the border bill, Brett? Why did he shoot down the border bill? The border bill that would have passed and would have helped this issue. Why do you shoot it down?
Because they're looking around at their cities and their counties and they're going, why are all these people here? Why are they getting money from the government? Why are they getting free housing? Why are they getting loaded Visa debit cards when our government doesn't seem to care about it?
Mr. Alien seen this?
Hello, Paul.
Good morning, Mr.
Trump cleans bathroom and works as waiter.
Thank you very much. This is the first time I've carried luggage for anybody, including myself, in a long time. It's been a long time, but it was fun. The life of a bellman. Room service. Look at this. This is serious room service. I hope you give me a nice big fat tip. Have a good time.
Okay.
At us at all when we can't afford groceries. This doesn't seem fair. I mean, for the last 4 years, our government.
Oh my! Stop! Why?
Kamala, as the borders are, has basically been saying.
What does Trump want to like? Trump wants to do tariffs, which are going to do the opposite. They're going to make groceries more expensive, especially because half your fucking groceries can't be made in the U.S. There is no domestic production for a lot of the fruits that we get here, right? They can only be grown in certain regions of the world. And like right now, you can go to the grocery store, you can get like fresh grapes any time of year because they're grown in different parts of the world at different times. Trump's plans are going to hugely negatively affect that. What else does Trump want to do? Oh, Trump wants to end the independence of the Federal Reserve. Oh, you like he literally says he believes presidents should have a say in the interest rate. That's pretty fucking inflationary. We can deduce this from like a just like logically, like obviously politicians have bad incentives when it comes to helicoptering money into the economy. Like usually Republicans and conservatives are the one that care about this stuff. They're like, oh, Biden's printing money and we're inflation. Trump literally wants to do that. Like what else? Like he wants to get rid of people like Lena Khan and like the FTC, which have been like pretty going in heavily on like on antitrust stuff. Like
I care more about these illegal immigrants than I do.
Like we literally had we got rid of non-competes until I'm pretty sure that was overturned. We had the like one click to cancel like subscription things. We started cracking down on like junk fees as well. Like
actual American citizens. So no wonder they flip. I hope that we can all agree that people coming in illegally is a bad thing. We don't hate immigrants. I mean, Trump has literally said time and
I love it. No, it's not a bad thing. It's a good thing.
time again that he loves immigrants, that this country was built on the back of legal immigrants. But that's the thing, they're legal. In addition to human rights, which again has been the biggest thing that I've seen all over social media, again coming from people that I love, that I've been friends with, there are a lot of people who are enraged that we would vote for a woman-hating, racist felon. 34 felony counts. I keep seeing that be posted literally.
I mean, yeah, he is a convicted felon. Or is that all? Is that lawfare? Is that all made up? And then is that what about the other criminal charges he has? Specifically about like conspiracy to defraud the United States. Do we care about that? Do we care about conspiracy to defraud the United States?
Literally everywhere. Now, hopefully, I dispelled some of the ideas that he is a woman hater trying to take away your rights, or that he's some racist considering his very.
The woman hater thing does not have to do with his stance on abortion. The woman hater thing has to do with like the multiple women that have accused him of sexual assault. The one that actually accused him in civil court of sexual assault, and Trump was found guilty on based on the preponderance of evidence in civil court. Based on the grab her by the pussy quote. Based on there's another all the like weird quotes he's made about his daughter, like
positive track record. But yes, let's talk about the 34 felonies that people are blasting.
He wasn't found guilty. He was found liable. Didn't I? I literally said civilly liable, didn't I? I said civilly liable based on a preponderance of evidence. Like I covered my ass so hard there. Are you kidding me? You're still mad at me for that? Like
now on this side of the aisle, we call that lawfare. We call that the weaponization of the justice system, all done in an attempt to discredit Trump in the public eye and take him down because they see him as a threat to their very, very corrupt government system, which he is, by the way. And in my opinion, that is a very, very good thing. But the 34 counts, they are related to a hush money trial. And obviously, felony charges, they sound awful. They sound very, very scary, but they are literally just...
You didn't cover? I swear to God, I said liable on a preponderance of evidence, but maybe I said guilty. If I said guilty, I meant liable, civilly liable.
The way that he paid people and then notated those payments. This is from NPR. The 34 felony counts in Trump's hush money are literally just because of the way that he paid people and then notated those payments. This is from NPR. The 34...
Because he falsified business records in commission of another crime. What an unbelievable way to frame that. Oh, just because of how he notated his payments. Falsifying business records in commission of another crime. Are you fucking kidding me?
Felony counts in Trump's hush money trial. Invoices for legal services, guilty on 11 out of 11 charges. Checks paid for legal services. Ledger entries for legal expenses. I mean, guys, we're getting twisted up because of how he paid people. We have bigger fish.
What the fuck is the... What an unbelievable way to frame that. Dude, I can't believe they're charging him because it's just how he paid people. Falsifying records in commission of another crime, in commission to paying Stormy Daniels for not leaking the fact that he fucking cheated on his wife with her. Like, what? Oh, my God.
To fry. That part of the case usually gets overshadowed by a woman named Stormy Daniels. She is a porn star who I think it was back...
Because what's the crime exactly? It was like paying off her so she wouldn't reveal the story, right? And he falsified business records to cover that up. Like,
in 2015 and then again in 2018, accused Trump of having an affair, resulting in him having her sign an NDA and paid her that hush money. And guess what? All of that was legal. You are allowed to have people sign an NDA. You are allowed to pay them money, compensate them for signing that NDA. If you work in the corporate world, if you are higher up in a company, when you leave...
You're not allowed to falsify business records. I'm pretty sure the NDA part is legal, but there's some campaign financing that he's accused of violating too, right? Because it was falsifying business records in commission of another crime.
company, you probably also will sign an NDA and you will get a bonus for doing so. Here it is. It is not illegal to pay somebody compensation in exchange for an NDA. But this whole story of the affair really went crazy when Stormy took the stand a few years later. And
this is an unbelievable way to frame this. This is intentional, by the way. Brett Cooper or her fucking writers. I don't know. Maybe Brett Cooper doesn't know this. Brett Cooper knows that she's being super misleading here.
Accused Trump not just of having an affair, but of raping her, which I'm sorry is absurd because up until that point, she had said that this alleged encounter was all consensual.
Why did you Donald Trump?
I have no idea.
Wait, who? Which girl?
Alleged encounter, Trump not just of having an affair, but of for an NDA. But this whole story of the affair really went crazy when Stormy took the stand a few years later and accused Trump not just of having an affair, but of raping her.
Oh, Stormy Daniels. Yeah, I don't know about the rape stuff with Stormy Daniels.
Because up until that point, she had said that this alleged encounter was all consensual.
Why did you Donald Trump?
I have no idea.
Okay, but you say it's not a Me Too case.
It is not a Me Too case. I mean, I wasn't assaulted. I wasn't attacked or coerced or blackmailed. They tried to shove me in the Me Too box to further their own agenda.
She was not coerced. She was not assaulted. This is not a Me Too case. It's important to note that Trump has denied all of this. He denied ever having relations with that woman, and I do not.
He also lied about even having met E. Jean Carroll, right? Like he does this. Like when a woman accuse him of sexual assault, like he lies about it. Yeah, because we know he met Eugene Carroll, right? Or E. Jean Carroll. It's E. Jean Carroll, right? Because we have like photographs of them together, don't they? Have yeah.
Not know if he did or not. I don't know if we'll ever know if he actually did. I would be very sad if he had an affair, but that is not going to sway people's votes. Like they are voting for a president to lead this country. They're not voting for God. They're not voting for a pastor. And if you want to talk about people's personal lives, again, I would gently suggest that maybe if this really got you riled up, then maybe you should care more about Bill and Hillary Clinton and the interns, about Monica Lewinsky. Maybe we should care more about.
They did that after they were already elected and they're not running for office? What? First of all, they're not running. Nobody's voting for Hillary Clinton and nobody's voting for Bill Clinton right now. Two, they did that after they were elected. What are you are we going to hold the Democrats responsible for something that Bill Clinton did in fucking I don't know the exact year he did it, 1997 or something. I don't know. I don't know
daughter,
he did it.
writing in her journal that her father would shower with her. Maybe we should care more about Kamala and her Willie Brown affair. Maybe we should care more about her husband Doug getting the nanny.
The Willie Brown affair. The Willie Brown was not an affair. That's a lie too. He was already separated with his wife, right? That was not an affair. You can say, oh, she slept with him to get to the top or whatever, but
Former President Donald Trump has been taking hits on
unpacking the hush money. Oh, this is MSNBC. They're liberal media lying, but it's because he falsified business records in commission of another crime. I know that was the charge. That's why it's a felony charge and not a misdemeanor, because falsifying business records is in and of itself just a misdemeanor. But because Trump was doing it in commission of another crime, they, that elevates it to a felony. So
pregnant in his first marriage and slapping his girlfriend. Those stories didn't sway you, obviously. The media barely covered them. So
wait, who's slapping his girlfriend?
Writing in her journal that her father would shower with her. Maybe we should care more about Kamala and her Willie Brown affair. Maybe we should care more about her husband Doug getting the nanny pregnant in his first marriage and slapping his girlfriend.
I mean, I don't really care. This isn't the person I'm voting for. This is Doug is Kamala's husband, right? Like, what? I'm not voting for Doug. I'm voting for Kamala Harris, who didn't even have an affair with Willie Brown, like you said.
You, obviously. The media.
What other crime? I think there were 3 other crimes that he was accused of, because people get as mad. People get so as mad about the jury instructions. There were 3 other crimes that Trump was accused of potentially, cheated on his first wife. Doug is not running for office. I'm not even voting for Doug. But there were 3 other crimes that Trump was accused of falsifying these business records to cover up. People get as mad because the jury instructions said the jury didn't have to unanimously agree on which specific crime Trump was trying to cover up. They just had to agree that unanimously agree that he was doing it in commission of another crime. And then they personally could have felt like it was any one of the crimes. So long as they all agreed that he was doing it in commission of another crime. I forget. I don't remember the exact statutes, but it was like one of them was like a tax fraud thing. One of them was like a interfering in the election thing.
Media barely covered them, so let's just move on from those types of stories if we are not going to be consistent in how we talk about them in regards to these candidates. Now, the justice system also went after Trump for taking classified documents from the White House. They literally raided his home Mar-a-Lago.
Oh my God, she's gonna frame this one horribly too, isn't she? Oh, she knows she's lying here too.
This was a huge scandal. People were going, oh my gosh, he's a criminal. This is awful. The FBI's raiding him. Well, guys, I hate to say it. It's not just him. So let's take it down a notch. It's not just Trump.
She's just lying. Oh my God. Nara contacted him for 18 months, okay? I think it was 18 months asking him to turn over the documents, and he didn't do it. In fact, he actively obstructed the investigation. He instructed other people to lie on his behalf and shuffle the documents around and hide them. That's the reason that Biden wasn't charged, and Mike Pence wasn't charged, by the way, and all these other people weren't charged, is because you have to prove willful retention, and then so we have a ton of evidence of willful retention for We have a ton of evidence of willful retention for Trump. We don't have evidence of willful retention for people like Hillary Clinton and Mike Pence. We do have more evidence of willful retention for Biden, but Biden fucking cooperated with the investigation. And, like, the Her report, the investigation into Biden, the Her report literally says on, like, fucking page 8, like, there are major material differences between the Biden's document case and the fucking Trump document case. Because Biden cooperated with the authorities all the time. Biden did not obstruct it. Like, oh my God, what an unbelievable framing. The crime isn't mishandling classified records. The crime is willful retention of classified records. And Trump was further charged with obstruction.
Trump and Biden, every administration since Reagan mishandled classified records, National Archives.
That's not the crime, Brett.
So this was not the scandal that the justice system or the media made it out to be. And so what I'm trying to say here with all of
What an unbelievable fucking...
this is that the media lies. We've caught them in their lies. And you might not know it, but...
Willful retention doesn't count when you're too feeble to... We have more evidence that Biden willfully retained them. But Biden wasn't charged because he fucking cooperated and didn't obstruct it, unlike Donald Trump, who didn't cooperate and then obstructed.
Usually, like a year later, they go in and they quietly correct and retract these stories. Maybe they'll put like a little thing at the bottom of, a page in the New York Times. Hey, we accidentally screwed up. We did this. They don't share that they lied. They don't share that they had to correct anything. I mean, they are so desperate to discredit this man. They have tried to throw him into jail countless times over how he paid somebody in order to stop him. They have lied about things.
Oh my God.
From his stance on abortion to Project 2025, which, while yes, was created by the Heritage Foundation, that is a concern.
Why did the lawyers make that precise case? What lawyers? Biden's lawyers? Or if you cooperate with the crime all after, you're good. That could be a mitigating factor for why you're not charged. You know that, right? Like, that is a reason that people like have sentences reduced or aren't charged, right? Like, people, that happens.
Conservative organization that was not written, endorsed, or even read by Donald Trump or his 2024 team. The list of the lies, it seems never ending. It is exhausting for us to constantly be like, actually, this is not true. Actually, this is not true. And that fact has only grown his support. And you might not understand why. That might literally seem crazy, but to us, he is sort of a hero. He stands between us and a very corrupt government. He stands between us and the media that lies constantly.
Sentence was not reduced. It was dropped. Yeah, I said... Did you not hear right after that? I said that's a reason. Biden cooperated more. Isn't a good enough excuse to excuse him of a crime? I don't want to excuse him of a crime. I'm explaining why the material differences between what Trump did and why he wasn't charged and what Biden did, or Trump was charged, sorry. What Biden did and he wasn't charged, and what Trump did and why Trump was charged. That's what I'm doing. I don't want to excuse Biden for willful retention of classified documents. Biden probably did willfully retain classified documents. I haven't read the Her report. I probably will read it at some point. But, like, again, like, fucking page 8 of the Her report lays this out. Like, yeah.
Between us and government elites who literally hate us, all of us, including you, and profit off of our plights, whether that be...
The government elites who hate all of us.
I mean, hello, Nancy Pelosi, insider trading, allegedly, saying that to my lawyers, don't worry. This man stands...
Also, Trump committed another crime that Biden didn't commit, by the way, which is obstruction. You know that. You can at least admit that, right? Like, Trump also committed obstruction.
Paul, in his resilience and his hope and his optimism about our future. He demonstrates a positive vision of success and ambition, both in and out of politics. His huge, involved, well-adjusted, beautiful family is relatable to those of us who even couldn't dream about having their lifestyle or their opportunities. We still love them and admire them for how tight-knit and intelligent they are. His campaign, it was fun, it was joyful, it was patriotic. Thank God, that was something that so many Americans have missed. And most importantly, it was also truly unifying.
I hope we understand these cope explanations are the reasons Trump fucking dominant. What is the cope explanation? I'm just upset because Brett is, like, actively lying about what the crime is and about what the and about the differences between the Biden case and the Hillary case and the Clinton case and Trump's case. Like, what Trump did is obviously way worse. Biden probably did willfully retain classified documents. I don't think Biden was eligible for charges because Biden was the sitting president, right? So you can't. I think you could only charge him once he's out of office. But yeah, you could charge Biden with willful retention. I explained why Biden wasn't charged. And I explained that Trump committed another crime that Biden didn't commit, which is obstruction. Biden didn't commit obstruction. Biden cooperated with the authorities entirely. As part of the reason why he wasn't charged. The other part was that he's too fucking old. But if he wasn't president, he would be eligible to charges. Yeah, I said that, didn't I? Yes. What a shield Bear Cooper is. Good afternoon. Yeah, she is a shield. All the Daily Wire people are. Welcome back, Ricky.
And I've mentioned this before, but I'll reiterate it now. So many people voted for Trump, not just because of him. They didn't actually vote for him specifically, but they voted for him because of RFK Jr., because of Tulsi Gabbard, because of Vivek Ramaswamy and Nicole Shanahan and Elon Musk.
Oh, why are you listing off the worst people, Brett?
Former Democrats. They're actually quite progressive still when you get down to the nitty-gritty of their policies, but they're brilliant minds.
They're anti-establishment grifters, like all anti-establishment people are. They're all grifters.
All of whom want to work together with Trump, differences and all.
Should Biden be charged after he leaves office? I don't know. Sure, whatever. I don't care.
To make America better, to make us healthier.
I mean, he's too old, so that's the issue, right? He probably never be found guilty by a jury because he's too fucking old. I would not have an issue with it if Biden was charged after leaving office. No.
To make us freer, to make us safer. While Kamala got on stage with celebrities and had people dancing and twerking, and she talked about joy and unity, Trump actually lived.
You want to be an establishment grifter? I mean, I'm not a grifter, but I love the establishment.
And so I don't know if any Kamala voters even watch this video. I don't know if you even made it to the end where we are now. I hope you did, though. And maybe you're still grieving, which is understandable. We were all grieving in 2020. Maybe you don't feel the joy or the excitement right now, but I genuinely hope that you will join us at some point in the future. And maybe that will take seeing how things turn out. That's okay. I genuinely do not care. Like, we do not have to agree on everything. I mean, obviously, like, so many of us still disagree with Trump on things, but we want a better future that is for the American people, and that is what he is promising. A future that is built on more than just fear and misleading political headlines and celebrity endorsements. And so if you did make it this far,
misleading oh my god, so many of the fucking things you said here are misleading about every allegation against Trump.
Stay for 2 more minutes and watch this. I think this sums up how your neighbors, how your friends, how your parents, your kids, or just millions of other Americans felt going into the election, and why we feel so much hope, so much excitement, and so much peace right now.
What will we do with this?
Look, literally go to fucking her report and go to, I think it's literally page 8. Like, Trump actively, like, hid documents and instructed people to lie on his behalf about, like, where the documents were. Evidence supports the inference of Mr. Biden, 2017. Wait, this isn't, okay. Several defenses, reasonable doubt for such charges. Mr. Biden could have... Oh, it's just about his cognitive ability. Civil defenses are likely to create the reasonable doubt for such charges. For example, Mr. Biden could have found a classified document. I think they go through all this. Where's the, maybe it's page 18? Page 11. Oh, no, page 15. It's not a role to assess the criminal charges pending against Mr. Trump, but several material distinctions between Mr. Trump's case and Mr. Biden's case are clear. Unlike the evidence involving Mr. Biden, the allegations set forth in the indictment, if proven, would represent several aggravating facts. Most notably, after being given multiple chances to return classified documents. By the way, I'm pretty sure Biden's lawyer voluntarily handed over these documents, is my understanding, and so did Mike Pence. After they searched like Biden's fucking storage shed or something. That's incredibly different than what Trump did. Mr. Trump allegedly did the opposite. According to the indictment, not only did he refuse to return the documents for many months, but he also obstructed justice by enlisting others to destroy evidence and then lie about it. In contrast, Mr. Biden turned in classified documents to the National Archives and the Department of Justice, consented to search in multiple locations, including his home, sat down for a voluntary interview, and in other ways cooperated with the investigation. In reaching our decision, we did not consider every circumstance in which criminal charges against a foreign president or vice president mishandling classified information may be warranted, but on the facts of this case, the fundamental interests of society do not require criminal charges against Mr. Biden. For this additional reason, applying the principles of the federal prosecution, I think this is just the thing that doesn't let them prosecute sitting presidents, I think, but Biden protected corrupt monster Clarence Thomas when he was going through SCOTUS confirmation. I don't know about that. When Congress said he was accused. What do you mean he protected him? Biden. I mean, it's possible. Biden is not an angel. How do you spell Clarence? Clarence Thomas. Sexual assault. Joe Biden sought to redeem himself with woman. I think that's the opposite of the truth. There's insufficient evidence to charge Mr. Biden with retention of classified documents. Why is it laggy? Make Orangeman good folder. Joe Biden oversaw the all-male committee that heard sexual harassment allegations against Clarence Thomas. He elevated women to senior roles in the Judiciary Committee. If women's groups go to Biden, his oversight of the nationally televised Thomas hearing in October 1991 did not help him. Anita Hill testified that Thomas had frequently sexually harassed her. Biden, who failed to call the witnesses who supported Hill's testimony, told ABC last year that he did not get treated well. Hill did not get treated well. I take responsibility for that. Biden voted against the nomination. Oh, so he voted against the nomination even. But what did he do? He failed to call witnesses that would have corroborated Anita Hill's story. Is that the allegation? He voted against, yeah. These are the foregoing reasons include no criminal charges. Declination is also appropriate because, on balance, relevant, aggravating, and mitigating factors do not support, I don't know how to pronounce this guy's name, prosecution. This is like a thing that happens. There are aggravating and mitigating factors, which prosecutors may decide not to prosecute someone based off of, may decide to prosecute someone based off of. Like, this is a thing that happens. This is normal for our justice system. Like, the evidence does not support a charge under Section 1519. I don't know. Maybe we'll read the some of her report. I'm not going to read all of it. It's 300 pages, but Clarence Thomas' gross sex-related interest. Okay, that doesn't surprise me. I'm no Clarence Thomas fan. I don't know why you think I'm. Do you think I'm a? Are there? There's got to be Clarence Thomas fans out there. I know there are, but. Why do you hate civil rights icon Clarence? Yeah, oh, look, we found one. We found him. Biden showered with her young teen daughter. You mean with his? Is Biden trans now? I don't know. I haven't looked into that allegation. I don't. Maybe it's true. I don't know. Can't wait for Dems to start getting locked up. Lol. Pray for Jack Smith. Daily prayer for Jack Smith. Jack Smith, please. Jack Smith, please. Please, Jack Smith. Please indict the co-conspirators. Jack Smith, please. Jack Smith, please. Jack Smith. I beg of you, please. Actually, I haven't checked the news about Jack Smith today. What's Jack Smith up to? Jack Smith, please. 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 Please don't go to prison, Jack Smith. Americans hate inflated inflation more than they hate unemployment. Lesson 2 from Trump's victory. God, Americans are stupid. Don't worry, I'm eventually going to write quite a lot about the consequences of Donald Trump's election victory. For now, I want to keep the focus on lessons that I think Democrats and everyone can learn as a result. 3 that immediately stand out are 1, identity politics, viewing racial groups as homogenous communities to be targeted with appeals to collective grievances. It's not an effective way of winning over Hispanic or probably Asian voters. People who care, and 2, people who care about inflation. People care about inflation more than unemployment. And 3, the educated professional class have become dangerously out of touch with the rest of the country. What is this?
As also noted, Robert C. Byrd was a parliamentary
KKK member, Trump War Room. KKK member Robert Byrd, a friend, mentor, and guide.
library, a keeper of the institution of the Senate.
When was this?
And he was the institution itself. But to me, and many people here today, like
it's so funny that this is literally horseshoe theory, like vindicated. Like every message you send Malibu County is horseshoe theory vindicated. You know that, right?
I see Bill Bradley and
like Biden has almost certainly apologized for this. I would guess if we just look up this guy, Biden. Oh, it's just not true. So you just Malibu, you leftist fell for Trump propaganda. Like what? Horseshoe theory completely vindicated. This claim is partly false, though various prominent politicians have eulogized Byrd at his funeral. The senator was never the Grand Wizard of the KKK, and he has acknowledged and apologized for his membership during his youth. Malibu was fake news. True. I think about adding a 4th about urban politics. We'll see. And yesterday, I talked about the failure of identities politics, and tomorrow, I'm supposed to talk about the divergences between the educated professional class and the rest of the country. Today, I'm talking about inflation. Senate was, what is this? I did not say he was KKK leader. The title said it, didn't it? The implication. What do you think this says? Just says former KKK member, but he apologized for being a part of the KKK in his youth. Like the implication of this is that like Biden is supporting the KKK, and that's obviously not the case. Even this person himself doesn't no longer supports the KKK or anything. He's already apologized for his youth membership. Like what? This is just it's a full hour-long thing. Okay, in 2021, there's a fierce debate, both within the Biden administration among the general leftist center commentariat, how you pronounce that, about how much to worry about inflation. For example, in May 2021, Larry Summers wrote, even 6 months ago, it was reasonable to regard slow growth and high unemployment and deflationary pressures at a predominant risk of the economy. Today, while the continuing relief efforts are essential, the focus of our macroeconomic policy needs to change. Inflationary pressures are mounting. How much does it matter? Whether inflation accelerates, in general, increases in inflation disproportionately hurt the poor and are associated with reductions in trust in government. Progressives might consider the role that inflation played in electing Richard M. Nixon, in 1968, and Ronald Reagan in 1980. He's racist while Biden was in the Senate. Well, that's an entirely different claim. But in February 2021, Oliver Blanchard, prominent macroeconomist, wrote a detailed argument that the Biden administration was spending too much on COVID relief with the American Rescue Plan and that it would generate a surge in inflation. The argument included a simple model whose predictions ended up being close to what actually happened. Other economists pushed back hard against Blanchard and Summers, arguing that inflation was due to transitory factors and that it was important to keep spending in order to preserve full employment. One of these was Paul Krugman, who declared himself a card-carrying member of Team Transitory. Team Transitory being those who thought inflation was mostly due to pandemic disruptions and would fade on its own. There was even a live debate between Krugman and Summers in early 2022. I didn't know this. But by late 2022, Krugman issued a mea culpa and admitted that Biden's American Rescue Plan had exacerbated inflation. What's up?
Krugman, the fucking goat, representing Krugman, the fucking goat. People thought he lost to Larry Summers. He didn't. He was hiding his power level. Krugmanism won for itself in the highs of history, and it will be. It's for the history books, really. No, I just came here to represent. Hashtag. Yeah, Krug is awesome. Okay, yeah, that's all.
Wait, have you read the Her report, by the way?
I went over it, but it's like Pisco has like 4 VODs on it. It's like crazy.
Well, yeah, it's a long report. Oh yeah, I need them.
Yeah.
What does he say about it? Whatever he
Well, I don't
says,
know if
I
they're
will
still.
dogmatically copy.
Well, he just reads the her report. He just reads the her
Oh,
report.
he just reads them. Okay.
Yeah. You should check out the. Are you reading the her report right now? I mean, it's not going to be. I think the marginal utility of reading that as well.
No, I'm not gonna read all of it. I might read a little bit of it though, just because I was watching. I
Read a
was watching
summary.
like
Read read the Ballotpedia entry maybe or something.
Oh, sure, yeah. I was just, like watching Brett Cooper's thing, and she was like, "Oh, don't you know? Every administration since Reagan has mishandled classified documents," and I was like, unbelievably so retarded.
It's so gross
like,
when they're like, actually, this is completely normal. What we're doing is normal.
know.
We're normal. Yeah, it's so gross. It's so
my
gross.
chat got mad at me
And
because of her
really,
report.
really, it's a fucking what do you call it? Not mark. It's a fucking stain on the Biden presidency that he fucking fucking nominated or whatever Merrick Garland, who just fucking sat there and funneled his balls for 2 years instead of like taking action, and the FBI fucking waited like a year until raiding the Mar-a-Lago like fucking thing. Bro, it's so fucking embarrassing. I will never forgive Biden for that. Awesome president, the GOAT, but fuck, you're like insane. You're like that's really, really bad. That's like unforgivable to me.
But my understanding of the her report, it was that you might be
like,
able to prove some level of willful retention.
To like. My understanding is that like the things that happened like physically similar-ish to what Trump did, right? Like where they stored classified documents and that, but I don't think there was the knowing element. I don't think that was demonstrated, and the Biden administration had full cooperation with the federal agencies, while Trump obstructed justice at every fucking opportunity.
Yep.
And that's why her could not recommend any criminal charges.
Yeah. I thought there was more evidence for like Biden
Garland
knowing
for nominating her. I feel like fuck Garland. Fuck this terrible, terrible human. Probably good heart, but you're like Barack Obama SCOTUS thing. I mean, I don't know if he could have done anything, but that was bad. And then fucking, now we have fucking the her report, which is like, sure, I mean, turned out in our favor, but like still, don't fucking give it any Republicans any inch. Don't give them an inch. Why give them an inch? Fucking Biden did interviews with her like days after October 7th, right? And like, fuck, bro, it's crazy. It's crazy. We gave him way too much. We should not have given them an inch. But whatever. I just came here to represent the Krug. And it's so gross when Republicans are like, actually, everyone did what we did. Yeah, everyone was immune. Every president was criminally immune. Every president like looking stored classified documents knowingly and flushed them down the toilet or some shit.
She had a horrible way of framing the 34 felony charges in New York. She was literally like, they're charging him just because of how he paid people, and it's like, are you? What an unbelievable.
Yo, yeah. What do you mean? Oh, fucking bribery? Okay, so it's illegal to pay people now? Okay. Socialism? Like, what the fuck? It's crazy. These people are crazy. They know what they're doing, too. It's like, yeah. It's like, oh, what do you mean? Like, fucking civilly liable of rape? Can we not talk to women anymore? This is feminism, guys. It's like, okay, wow. Whatever. I just came here. Team transitory, one for itself. By the way, Larry Summers, okay? Wait, give me a second. You want a real hot take? You want a real truth nuke? You want a truth nuke?
Yeah, sure. Yep.
Give me a second. Here we go. Here we go. How do I save? Coffee text. Here we go. Yeah. Let me DM it to you. Yeah. Check this out, okay? Do you know about Nate Silver like predicting 50-50?
Yeah, about yeah.
Hello? Yeah.
Yeah.
So Larry Summers is exactly like that. Okay, no different. He was like,
Oh no,
in
I've seen this
the
before.
midst of the
Yeah,
inflation
yeah.
crisis, he was like, "Thank 3% for every option, 3%." Fuck, I saw a GIF of like Larry Summers as like a pyramid. You know the GIFs where like they turn you into a 3D object and it just rotates.
Yeah.
It's funny. People are making memes like that about him. Like, yeah, a fucking fence sitter. It's like no matter what happens, he was like not wrong. It's like awesome. Yeah. Fucking and then Krug won. Okay, Krug won. Fucking
Yeah.
again. Yeah.
Well, no,
Yeah,
Nate
that
Silver
feeling
won
when Krug
too,
wins,
but-
okay? You will never be right, okay? Larry Summers, glass ceiling, more like a ceiling made of fucking bricks. Okay, you will never be right, Larry Summers. You know what I'm referencing?
No, but
Oh, it's a Nick Fuentes, like after Trump won, he had like a really sexist like speech and it got clipped and it went viral.
oh, of course.
Yeah. Well, whatever. I just think look, Larry Summers, spineless coward. Okay. Also, but okay, overall good guy. Whatever. He was too big on the memes of like, oh, it's government spending driving inflation. Yeah, I don't know. I think Krugman won. Although Krugman has an article, I was wrong about inflation or something. I need to read that one again. I forgot what he said there. Yeah, when are you reading the What's Wrong with Protectionism? I feel like that book has a lot of
I probably
bang for your buck.
I probably want to start it today.
It's
at least.
150 pages, like in less than, and the font's big.
I think I made just a defending globalization page because Cato has like a whole like series called Defending Globalization, and they go through
good.
like a ton of different things.
Yeah.
And in here I have the.
So that's good. The book will give you that too. I think the book is in cooperation with the Mercatus Center or whatever, or GMU.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
they're good guys. They're too libertarian, but when they agree with me, when they confirm my priors, it's good.
exactly.
But yeah, whatever. I just wanted to pop in, say Krugman is the GOAT. Fucking no recession, no like prolonged inflation. And now we're gonna get a boom, and hopefully Trump ruins it. But yeah. Talk to you later.
It'll be so nice when everyone says the economy is good now because Trump's in office. It'll be so great.
Yes. I hope they fucking concentrate as much power in Trump as possible, and then he gets
Welcome to stream.
He becomes ideological.
May
People
7
need to
Ari.
push the tariffs
How
around
you
them.
doing?
People
Good
need
day.
to. I hope they're not like all realizing he's a clown. Or whatever. I'm gonna go. I gotta go. Talk to you later. Bye bye.
Look at these nasty, hateful replies. These people won, and they're still angry, hateful, and unhappy. This woman has done absolutely nothing yet. There are thousands of people calling her ugly, a man, etc. There's a deep moral rotten sickness that comes with this ideology. Yeah, Republicans are fucking insane. They do this shit all the time. It's like they did that. They did this to like Tim Walz's son or whatever when he was crying. They did this to. They're doing it to her now when she's crying. They did this for her. Like any picture of her, they insult her nonstop. It's wild. Yeah, for having hairy armpits. I'm not great, but not terrible. Who'd y'all vote for? If you did vote, I voted for Kamala Harris and down balloted basically all Democrats. And I did write in Joe Biden for a local election. What are they so mad about? They won. Are they ever happy? What's wrong with these people? What's up, Chris? As a hammer, welcome back. Yeah, they didn't. They didn't think they could establish Biden's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Part of that was because of Biden's memory. Where did the 11 million votes go? I don't even think they counted more, right? It's not even at 11 million anymore, right? But we probably just had a lower turn. Democrats probably had a lower turnout, but were all those votes busy smoking grass, and all of a sudden they were like, "Oops, I forgot to vote. Where do I vote? Is this election day?" Yeah, definitely. I also voted blue all the way down the ballot. Based. Lefties never insult their right. Ha ha ha. Not in the same way. I'm sure there's some people who do it. Maybe I'm in my own bubble or something, but I don't see many people posting pictures of Donald about like, I mean, I see people call Trump ugly sometimes because Trump does kind of look old and ugly. I don't know. I don't think I see the same type of stuff on the left as often. Certainly they do insult the right, but I don't think they do it in that way. Would have blew it away down a ballot, but I voted in slavery / indentured servitude here in California based. I keep hearing from Dems who didn't either flipped or RFK, so told he didn't vote or wrote in. I wrote in Joe Biden. I don't know. Actually didn't in here. But yeah, they didn't think they could prove Biden's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. The report said there was not enough evidence to prove Biden retained documents willfully. At trial, Biden would likely present himself to the jury as an old man. And Biden also cooperated with the investigation. Biden held a press conference and said, I was pleased that I reached no conclusion about charges. The exhaustive investigation, more than 40 years, in 1970, blah, 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 blah. In addition, I know there's some attention paid to language in the report about my recollection of events. There's even a reference that I didn't remember when my son died. How in the hell dare he raise that? They don't know what they're talking about. It has no place in this report. The bottom line of the matter is now closed. Oh yeah, it's also funny. Obviously, people like view Mike Pence as like as a rhino, so maybe the establishment likes him too. But Mike Pence did the same thing, but he wasn't charged because he cooperated, and also they couldn't prove willful retention. I think after Trump was charged, he ordered his lawyer to like search through his stuff or whatever. Versus like Trump, did the exact opposite. He ordered his lawyers to lie about it. Biden faces questions over claims to civil rights activists. I don't think Biden was that pro civil rights. I don't know. Like, he's an old dude. Like, he's an old white dude. He probably was racist back then.
I did not march with a 12-point program. I marched with tens of thousands of others.
But like I'm so like Malibu. These like like these claims are just so. Like, do you think I'm gonna care that much about this stuff?
Mary's church where we meet.
Like, this is just so. It's just like so nothing compared to like everything the Republicans do. And like, I'm gonna vote for Biden just because he has better policy. I'm not gonna watch all. No, I don't care. Did I like? I'm aware. Yes, people bring it up all the time. Biden, senator, racism. Yep, I'm aware. Great. Okay, it doesn't really change. You think Trump is racist too? To be clear, Malibu County, right? Like what? You just don't think I should be voting at all because they're both the same establishment candidate or whatever. 1 of 3 investigations. DOJ conducted a probe into former President Mike Pence handling classified documents and decided against pressing charges. Garland also appointed Special Counsel Jack Smith to investigate Donald Trump handling classified documents in November 2022. Smith indicted Trump on 40 criminal counts, 32 of which were for retention of national defense information in June 2023. You call Biden racism good? What? Yeah, that's exactly what I did. Racism is cringe, but when Biden does it, it's based. It's Biden's incapable of doing anything unbased, actually. So you can hate me for it, but I'm right. Man, maybe we'll read like the last section of her report that goes into why exactly they didn't press charges, but the absolute cope. What is the absolute cope here? Bernie would have beaten Trump and brought socialism to America. True. Intuitively, I feel like Bernie would not have won, but maybe he could have. I really don't like. It's probably maybe he could have. I don't know. Did I say Biden or did I say? I meant to say Bernie. If I said Biden, I feel like I said Biden. I really don't know. Maybe Bernie could have done it. Bernie is also old, but he still he doesn't even have dementia yet. So I know Trump wanted to say he was convicted of racist discriminatory practices. Yeah, exactly. I heard Bernie. Economic analysis and inflation shares generally assign the American Rescue Plan to some share to blame. It's just hard to do, but I know Scott, the Scott Summers dude, or Scott Sumners, argues that it was all government spending because of his stupid NGDP stuff. Maybe it's not stupid. Maybe he's right, but I don't know about it. Ignoring Summers' warning and believing Team Transitory might have cost the Democrats the 2024 election. I'm no political scientist, but there are reasons to believe that the burst of high inflation in 2021 and 2022 was a factor. One factor's income was lost. Why inflation probably mattered this election. First reason we should think inflation mattered to people is that pretty consistently they said it mattered. On Gallup's long-running most important problem survey, inflation consistently ranked as one of the most important specific economic problems that people mentioned, right behind the economy in general. A lot of other surveys showed similar results, and the percentage of people who told Gallup that the economy was extremely important to the presidential vote was unusually high, about as high as 2008 when the financial crisis had just devastated the U.S. economy. Can we just actually know its argument? Scott Simler is right all along. Noah did not say that. I was the one that said that could be the case, but and of course, the consumer sentiment is pretty low, even after adjusting for changes in methodology. Now, it's possible that this was mostly just Republicans complaining about inflation because it felt more substantive than talking only about social/cultural grievances like wokeness, immigration, trans stuff, etc. After all, opinion on the economy shows a very partisan divide. Very partisan pattern depending on who's in the White House. It's a pretty good bet the Republicans will suddenly discover that inflation in America is actually pretty low now and give Trump the credit. But if you look at historically and across countries, it looks like inflation tends to make voters particularly mad. Research often finds that cumulative inflation over a president's term in office, not just the current inflation rate, affects the presidential approval and election performance. If you look at Gallup's long-running survey, you'll see that inflation in the 1970s dominated America's complaints even more than the unemployment of the Volcker recessions in the early 1980s or the recession of the early 90s. Crazy. And if you look at other countries, you'll see the governing patterns in every other rich country have had the vote share go down this year. Yeah. Literally, I think first year it's ever happened. Every voting party facing an election in a developed country lost their vote share. There are relatively few factors that are affecting all rich countries at the same time. A backlash over immigration is another possible common factor, but the list is basically just that plus inflation. On top of that, there was a model that predicted the election outcome quite well. An interdisciplinary team of researchers created a model based on presidential approval ratings and economic conditions in each state, and they ended up predicting each state correctly. It might be a fluke, but the same model got only one state wrong in 2020, Georgia. So that's pretty encouraging, and in any case, the model relies partly on economic fundamentals, measures the labor market and real wages depend on inflation. So since labor markets are generally strong all across America, the erosion of state-level wages is going to be the main economic factor that led this model to forecast a Trump victory. It's like it was the only chance the Democrats ever got to spend $1.9 trillion. Our inflation was the lowest in the OECD. If retarded neoliberals like Scott Sumner were in charge, none of it would have ever happened. I don't know if actually, I don't know if he was in favor of the fiscal stimulus, but the Scott, his argument is weird to me. Intuitively, doesn't seem to make sense. He's like, he thinks that like we should target like 4% NGDP growth every year, and then he says from like 2020 to 2022 we had about 9% like excess NGDP growth or whatever, and therefore that correlates well with the 9% inflation. Scott Sumner, inflation. COVID. I hear that more than 100% inflation since late 2019 has been demand side. There were some adverse supply shocks around 2021 to 2022 that led to inflation, but there have been major supply side shocks, positive supply shocks, notably immigration, that tended to depress inflation. In net terms, the cumulative inflation is all demand side. I regard nominal GDP growth as a useful proxy for the contribution of the demand because real GDP tends to rise at about 2% per year on average. A 4% GDP growth rate is a useful benchmark to appropriate monetary policy. Since late 2019, there's been roughly 11% cumulative excess NGDP growth, i.e. above 4%, which can more than fully explain the roughly 9% cumulative excess PC inflation. What's up, Ophelia? Welcome back. Being a monetarist actually requires you to blind yourself to reality, ignore the war in Ukraine, ignore it. Yeah, but I could see his argument here, like there were some negative supply side shocks and then also positive supply shocks like immigration, but like I don't think these even, like they obviously affect different things. Like the war in Ukraine is going to have probably a big increase on energy prices, right? And then the positive shocks from immigration are probably going to decrease the price of like home construction, maybe, because immigrants work in construction and things like that. Like you would expect these to show up in different areas, which obviously have different weightings and like CPI and PCE. So okay, real wages, blah, blah, blah. So I think it's safe to say that, well, it's possible inflation mattered less for Trump's victory than people say in polls. It did matter, at least somewhat. Why inflation makes voters even angrier than unemployment. Let's talk about a little macroeconomics for a second. Most mainstream macroeconomic models assume there's some sort of short-term trade-off between inflation and unemployment. Oh, your favorite thing, Copton, okay? The Phillips curve. If the Fed lowers interest rates or does quantitative easing or otherwise prints money, the general consensus is that unemployment will go down and inflation will go up. Similarly, if the government borrows and spends money, and the Fed doesn't counteract this by raising interest rates, the general consensus is that you'll get faster growth, more jobs, and rising prices. I'm going to tell you what happened when the Fed tried to target money supply. They literally couldn't do it. When did they try to do it? I'm not aware of when they tried to do it. Macroeconomic policy then becomes a question of how to get strike the right balance. We want everyone to have a job. Don't want inflation to go. We don't want inflation to go, I think he means above 2%. But if we have to choose between two things, how do we choose? In economic models, the relative degree that policymakers should care about inflation versus unemployment is determined by social welfare function, essentially how much of these economic ills makes regular people unhappy. A lot of economic research is dedicated to figuring out that welfare function, and there's not really a consensus. But the experience of the 1970s and 2020s are teaching us that in America, at least, people seem to get even madder about inflation than they do about unemployment. And the question is why. I actually wrote about this back in March of 2021, shortly after the American Rescue Plan was passed. The basic story comes from a survey Robert Shiller did in 1990. Basically, inflation tends to make people's purchasing power goes down because their wages can't keep up. This makes people poorer, and people do not like to be poor. The inflation of 2021 and 2022 definitely made people poorer. In fact, the drop in real personal disposable income from mid-2021 to mid-2022 was even more severe than the Great Recession or the 1970s inflation. This is what caused a combination of the end of pandemic relief and falling real wages and other income due to inflation. Other income due to inflation. In 2021 and 2022, Americans' real wages suffered the biggest drop in post-war history thanks to inflation. Remember, real wages are key economic input that went into the model that managed to successfully predict every state's election results. People don't really like it when their real wages go down. One key thing is to understand that this sudden impoverishment happened to most Americans. Rising consumer prices affect everyone, from rich to poor, the employed and unemployed, and the old and young. This is what your next debate is about, or are you just reading this for fun? My next debates are economic stuff. They're kind of tangential to this, but no. I don't think I even announced it on stream. Wednesday, we have a debate with CTV about universal tariffs, and Thursday, we have a debate with, forget his name, libertarian guy, the libertarian, someone, Fabian Libertarian Scott, about something. What's up?
Fabian Scott, whatever.
Fabian Liberty.
Fabian, that's his name.
Yeah.
God, wait, are you prepared to debate like Austrian stuff? How much do you know about it?
Not a ton. That's why we're going to read some of the social democracy in the 21st century stuff. But it's I don't think it's not going to be like I don't anticipate it being like a heated debate. I anticipate it being a discussion.
Actually, if you want to prepare for this, you can read some of the posts. Some of them are really good. He has like praxeology debunked in a nutshell or some shit. But if you want, watch the debate. Do you know who David Friedman is?
Milton Friedman's son.
Yeah, the ANCAP. Yeah.
Yeah.
So he debated Walter Block, one of the big Austrian guys. Okay. He debated him on like, should we prioritize empirics or like a priori reasoning about economics? And he kind of gets like David Freeman crushes him in that debate. You should really watch it if you want some instructive.
What is it? David Freeman versus Walter who? Walter Block?
Walter Block. If you wanted just like a sense of who Walter Block is, okay? Give me a second.
So.
Give me a second. If you want to
Ophelia Manar is banned on Twitch, so I think I got away from him.
Images. Here we go. Wait, no, 1 second. My God, why can I not? Bro, what are we doing?
Wow.
Okay, he has an article called "Was Milton Friedman a socialist?" ? Yes.
I'm pretty sure. I don't think I read that article, but I have seen it before.
Yeah, it's funny. You don't need to pay attention to it. It's dumb. But I haven't read it, but you just know it's dumb. He's gonna say like, oh, he wanted some state, and state is socialism, so he's socialist. But
I bet.
Yeah. So, yeah, he also, I mean, Walter Block debated Sam Cedar, and he crushed Sam in their debates.
Damn.
But that's boring. You don't need to watch that. But I'm just saying. So the arguments, I can like try to give you the arguments for praxeology if you wanted like a simulated debate. How long is the debate going to be?
I don't know. It's not like a formalized
also,
debate.
don't let him
anything.
overtalk you. He's like kind of a dipshit, dumbass. The Fabian guy, he's kind of dumb. He will like just vape throughout the debate, and like you can tell that the vape is getting to his brain and like clouding it to the extent he can reason as an organism. I don't like that guy, if you can tell.
Okay. Sure.
But yeah, I mean, so are you reading something right now or do you want to like, do you want me to prep you a little bit? Because I debated a lot of Austrians.
Yeah, you can prep me a little.
Yeah. So they're very anti-empirics. I can send you some quotes. You can quote snipe. It's always fun to quote snipe in Austrian. But they're like, like Mises has a quote in Human Action. Human Action is the big book Mises wrote. You know Mises, right?
Yeah. Because it based everything off whatever
liberal,
human action
libertarian
axiom,
economist,
right?
whatever.
So...
Yeah, the action axiom, bro. So the action axiom is the idea that, like humans act with intent towards a certain goal, right? And it's like, cool, even if you think it's true, even if you think it's false, like there are some debates about like, you can go the philosophical route. I know the blog does that a lot. They go the philosophical route about like analytic a priori versus synthetic a priori versus like stuff like that in philosophy. And it's boring and you don't really need that theory, but you can. It's not the most important thing ever, but whatever. But here are, I think, the best criticism of that. The best criticisms of that. One is if you think it's a logical deduction, please deduce it. There's logic. It's a field of like, it's kind of like mathematics. There's like a formula for deducing stuff. If you think it's a formal, like, a prediction, please derive it formally. Like Principia Mathematica, that was a book Bertrand Russell wrote with Alfred Whitehead. Okay. They just kind of proved in like 200 pages that 1 + 1 = 2 just from their axioms. Okay. They didn't just like wave their hands and said, oh, it's obvious. They had some axioms and they proved theorem by theorem until that, and even further. It has like 3 volumes. I think the proof that 1 + 1 = 2. It's like volume 2 or 1. Okay. So they proved lots of stuff, and it's incomprehensible. So you should write something like that if you think it's a deduction, but it isn't. It obviously is not. That's the first thing. The second thing would be the arguments for it are false. Like for example, think of it like this. Like think of what they're saying. You should tell them like, think of the shit you're saying, right? You're saying that because A, therefore B, okay? Then it's valid to say, okay, if A then B, and I affirm that A, therefore B, right? That's also valid. That's valid. Perfectly valid. But how do you figure out if
you
not
said you're
B?
saying that
you look
because
at the
they're for A, they're for B. What was after that?
Well, it's called modus ponens in logic. The idea that like, well, if P implies Q, and P is true, then Q is true, right? Yeah, but there's also what's called modus tollens, where it's if P implies Q, and Q isn't true, then P isn't true.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Okay.
Think of it like this: if it's like, yeah, if you have children, then you, I don't know, had sex. That's and therefore, if you like assume someone has children, therefore he had sex. Cool. But if someone didn't have sex, for a fact they don't have children, right? So it's kind of like the backward. You invert it, and you also get something true. So that's so if they affirm that, if the human action axiom is true and blah blah, blah therefore this is true about the world. You can go about by first affirming the action axiom a priori and then deducing that this is the state of the world. But you could also look at the state of the world, see that it's not like that, and therefore conclude that the action axiom is false, and it is, right? And you don't need to do the nitty-gritty debates about like, well, what about breathing? That's an action that is not with a goal in mind or whatever. Like, you don't need to do stuff like that. You'll win, but that's not the heart of the matter. The heart of the matter is the anti-empirical, pseudoscientific, lazy, garbage human approach to economics. The fact that no economists take it seriously. It's infantile. So that's like, be warned, okay? You're dealing with like the worst types of people about economics, okay? They're like Marxist level of like garbage, okay? This is not your like friendly libertarian who's like, gun control is like actually good, bad, and whatever, and then you just debate the studies. No, this is like people who like fundamentally don't trust science. Okay, they don't want. I think economics is like not a soft science. It's not like empirics are garbage. It's dumb. But yeah, so the debate with Friedman and Block is instructive. I'll send it to you if you want, or maybe you found it already.
I think I have it.
Yeah. So there's that. I think they discussed like a priori stuff. Just so you know, here before, if you want the terminology for it, okay?
What one is your favorite?
A priori means like known before relying on experience. Okay.
Yeah, I've heard that one before. Yeah.
And a posteriori is the opposite, is known after experience. Posteriori, a posteriori. Okay, that means known after experience. So a priori means known before experience, and a posteriori means known after experience. Okay, and an analytic claim, I don't want to butcher this. I think an analytic claim is where the subject is contained in the predicate. What does that mean? Okay, it's stuff like a bachelor is an unmarried man. Okay, when you say unmarried man, you mean a bachelor. It means like the term bachelor is contained within the predicate. It's not like it's not like this is incidental. This is like linguistically true. Okay, right? So think of like a pediatrician is a doctor, okay? The term doctor contains within it the subject pediatrician, okay?
Sure.
Right?
Yep.
This is what analytic means. And synthetic is non-analytic, okay? It's going to be, and usually people say synthetic claims are claims about the world, right? Not about like a bachelor is an unmarried man. It's not really a claim about the world. It would be like a claim about the world that is synthetic would be like 12% of men above 40 are bachelors, okay, maybe, like that'd be a claim that is not like, like the 40% of whatever 15% of men above 40 is not contained in the predicate bachelor, or vice versa, so that's not an analytic claim. That just can happen to be true or false, right?
Mm-hmm. So
that's what analytic is, that's what synthetic is, and then you combine them, okay? You can have analytic a priori, which is stuff like a bachelor is an unmarried man, the empty set contains no elements, blah blah blah, stuff like that, which is analytically true. And then you can have stuff that is synthetic a posteriori, which is like the sun, the earth revolves around the sun, and the sun is like a ball of plasma, whatever, I don't know, right? So that these are claims that are not necessarily true. That's the way of the world. But then there's a debate about if there is such a thing as synthetic a priori, okay? Claims that are not contained in the predicate. The subject is not contained in the predicate, but they're still known without experience, okay? Right? Think of stuff like...
Okay.
So it's complicated, but the example they give is that humans act with intention, blah, blah, blah. Kant relies on that a lot. Kant... You don't need to know this. Please don't go that route if you debate him. If you want to... you need to know this if you're going to debate Austrians. You need to be equipped with it at least. Even though it's like a garbage.
I understand
path to go
most of
down
this
the
so
dialogue
far.
because it's like boring and whatever, and it can go a million
really,
different ways. But yeah, so a synthetic a priori claim might be, I don't think they exist, to be clear, but it would be stuff like, men, like humans act with intention towards a goal. You know that before even. It's not like you went around and tested humans. You know that that before even looking at humans. And I think that's garbo, but they assert that. So the blog makes this great point where it's like, well, if you have people claiming stuff is synthetic a priori, a lot of it turned out to be just fucking false. Okay, Euclidean geometry. Okay, people thought like obviously Euclidean geometry. Do you know about Euclidean geometry?
Vaguely, because I've seen non-Euclidean
Yeah,
fucking
it's just
Minecraft
people thought
mods,
like the
but
universe has like a geometry. Yeah, people thought that the universe has the geometry of a flat plane. Okay, where it's like, but it turns out not really. Right, like relativity theory is true, so it's not that. And like if you look at like so for example on Earth you can have a triangle that has all sides are 90 degrees because the Earth is a ball. You can draw a straight line on the so that's Euclidean geometry. Okay, you can have things that are not true. That's non-Euclidean geometry. That you can have things that are not true in Euclidean geometry. But Kant asserted that Euclidean geometry is like synthetic a priori. And then we looked at the world and we found that it isn't, kind of implying that all this time it was synthetic a posteriori, not a priori. So that's like stuff like that. Okay. And yeah, so that's like the philosophical brain rot that they like rely on. Okay. And then they get philosophical about it. Like they very much exactify the science of like not dealing with the facts and only doing philosophy about it, right? Like you'll send a study and they'll be like, well, for a study to be valid, like in physics, you actually need to have a control group and hold all other variables constant.
Happy Independence Day, Poland.
The outcome across all possible variations of the control variables. It's like, yeah, maybe, but it's the evidence. Okay,
Thanks for stopping by,
Bayesianism works. We evidence and we change our prior. We're not about proving stuff. We're about getting evidence. And they don't use that. For them, it's just about proving and believing to a certain degree of confidence. And it's dumb. Yeah. So they think economics is an a priori branch of science.
Yeah,
okay,
sure.
You deduce it from the couch. Okay, from the armchair. And it's nasty. It's gross. I think it's gross. You should read the blog. You should watch the debate. I hope that will prepare you.
Yeah, I think Yep.
But yeah, and also don't let Fabian wax poetic about how awesome the Austrian tradition is. I predict he's going to be like, well, actually, if you read Hoppe and Mises and Rothbard, actually they said this and that. It's like, okay, whatever. We don't care. They're not taken seriously. I want to debate the facts and the arguments for it. I don't care what like your old white guys said. Okay, like I don't give a fuck. That's my approach about it. And also like be like, yeah, I mean, obviously, if you're making claims about the world, you should look at the world. It's like obvious to me. I don't know how it's not obvious.
Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, and that's kind of like a lot of it, right? And they even say some insane stuff like, if you do a study and you find, like Walter Block says it, and there's another Austrian, he said it as well, where it's like, they say Austrian economics like kind of should inform your empirics, not your empirics should inform your economics, where it's like, if you do a study about like, let's say rent control and you find that rent control actually helped, then because a priori that rent control doesn't help.
Oh, yeah, the study.
Then you did something wrong in the study, right? And they said like, yeah, so stuff like that. And they have another quote. I can send you. Did I send you the Social Democrat Library?
Yeah, the Social Democrat Library. I think I have it somewhere, but I know what you're. I can probably find it.
I might have shared it with you before. Yeah. Here we go. This. Okay. They have an entry. Wait, give me a second. Here it is. It's in our DMs. Okay. Wait. Jump to message. Here we go. Reply. Here we go. So check this out. Okay. They have an entry about like Austrian economics bad with a lot of quote snipes, which based. Okay.
Based, exactly.
And yeah, about stuff like about the Austrian business cycle. Do you know about the Austrian business cycle?
Yeah, I even read that one paper on it. Yep.
Oh, right. I sent it to you. Yeah. So that's good. I doubt the conversation will go there. But Fabian strikes me as an economically literate guy. He reads a lot about Austrian econ, but like not much real econ, I don't think. But we'll see. I think he's pretty aggressive. He's also very dumb. You can tell. So yeah, hopefully it goes well. Just don't let him be, don't be too aggressive, but be like, yeah, no, this makes no sense. You're making claims about the world, and we're investigating the world. Okay, that's how we do it. If you say you do X, therefore Y will happen.
Absolutely.
It's not like you can just know it a priori. Just look at the world, and if you're so confident, like why are you afraid of like using empirics, right? Like, what if all the empirics say something against you, right? You should obviously change your belief, but under your system, you won't. It's immune to evidence. And Mises says as much, right? He has a quote in the library. They quote him, and this is one of my favorite quotes to use. It's like, what is it? Like, measurement is useless in the field of science of economics or something. It's like, insane stuff. It's like, so this is like bad stuff, So yeah, I mean,
I don't expect it to be that confrontational of a debate, but yeah.
Yeah, and I also, I don't think he could not go there. But from what you showed me, he's like, oh, you're relying on empirics too much when it's actually not. Like that's like what he said, right? Here, let me check it again.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
I am against tariffs, but your smug dismissal and inability to see the forest through the trees makes me want to debate you on them. Lol. Discord DMs are open. Mind explaining what the forest is here? The forest is general economic prosperity. The trees are the obsession with empirics that the left often view in economics as a foolproof. Awesome. Empiricism is only a valid means of arriving, not at knowledge, but at probabilistic outcomes. Yeah, that's what knowledge is. Knowledge is never
Thank you,
certain.
Golem Dog.
This becomes a cudgel against wisdom. This is, you see the evilness here, right? Like they're saying like, oh, you cannot have degrees of confidence. You have to know, right? And it's like, you could very easily demonstrate that this is not what knowledge is.
Justified true belief about
no. Don't even go there. Don't even go there because justification obviously is not like proof. Justification can just be, the way I love to do it is like, oh, do you know your mother's name? And he'll be like, yeah. Is it possible she lied to you throughout your life and all the documents she showed you, like literally a Truman Show meme, right? Like, is it possible?
Yeah.
Right? Like, surely there's like above 0% chance it happened. Below 1%, below 0.0001%, but it's not 100. So it's a probabilistic thing, right? Everything is probabilistic.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, they'll do this too. They'll do this too. This is very bad. This is very bad. This is very bad. You have to be prepared for it, okay?
Okay.
Well, non-fun. Your claim is that economics should be investigated with empirics, right?
I think empirics can be useful, yeah.
Did you arrive at that conclusion with empirics?
I guess not.
Well, you either arrived at it a priori, which proves my point, or you arrived at it with empirics, which is impossible. It's circular. So, yeah, what do you do about that?
I don't know. With that,
it's not trivial. It's not trivial. Well, just be like, well, methodology would be kind of a priori, right? Like I'm giving you a priori arguments for why we should use evidence, right? Like, oh, we make claims about the world, so we should look at the world, right? Like this is not an evidence-based argument. It's a priori argument, but the conclusion of the a priori argument is to use evidence. Okay, and also these are on two different levels of discussion, right? When you make economic claims, you're not making claims about methodology. You're not making claims about economic method. You're making claims about the world, and these are relegated to empirics. But when you make claims about methodology, then you can use a mixture of empirics and a priori stuff. That's fine. But we're not debating right now economic method. We're debating tariffs and their impact. And so, again, this is my line. You can think of better lines of attack. Also, it's not circular. It's bullshit. Whatever. You just highlight the fact that these are two separate planes of discussion, right? Yeah, I mean, a bunch of stuff. I mean, yeah, I don't know. Austrians are really annoying. They love to do the self-circular thing a lot. It's like kind of a low IQ philosophy, like tactic, right? Um, so yeah, like yeah, they say stuff like empiricism and whatnot, and this is like just means like relying on evidence and not just like reading a book and understanding all the world. Yeah, yeah. I mean, so you should
Yeah.
defend the idea of evidence and probabilistic like knowledge. Because that's everything, okay? You don't know your name. You don't know your name, and you don't know your name. You just know your name, okay? You never know anything. You just know stuff. So yeah, we do this with medicine. We do this with like exact sciences. We do this with inexact sciences. No one uses your garbo. Get fucked. This is why no one takes you seriously. And yeah, not even Hayek was a praxeologist. The only like Austrian Nobel Prize winner. Not even he was a praxeologist. So, yeah, irrelevant. You're irrelevant, and you'll stay irrelevant. Yeah, that's good.
Okay.
Yeah, so nasty stuff. Okay, just beware. These people are not good people about economics. They're very bad people. They poison the blood of economics. Okay.
Makes sense.
Yeah. Am I yapping? Chat? Am I yapping?
Chat probably thinks you're yapping, but I think this is really helpful. Now I have all these notes laid out. I have some good.
Check out the blog. Check out some of the stuff there. The blog also, sometimes the guy who writes it is like having low IQ moments. I mean, the guy who wrote the blog is insane. Hey, like be very careful when you read that blog. But the praxeology.
Okay, wait, how is he insane?
Heard it once. And trying to think of what else. I have an entry on praxeology in my Notion. Let me check that. Or is it in my good book? Here, policy.
Why is the Lord
economics.
Keynes guy insane? What's insane about him?
Why is who insane?
Lord Keynes, the guy who wrote the blog.
Lord Keynes, why is he insane?
Yeah,
Wait,
chat's telling me he's insane too.
Wait, Chad is also telling you he's insane?
Yeah, you said he had low IQ moments.
Yeah. Wait, give me a second. You were really quiet on my end. Oh, give me a second. Here, I turned you up. Try to talk.
What's up?
Okay, you're still kind of quiet. Whatever.
Okay.
Maybe it's a me thing because at the moment I left Discord. I don't know. Either way, yeah, Lord Keynes. Look, I mean, on Twitter, he's like an insane, like Russia lover. He said Russia is like a democracy. Like he drinks Putin's cum. Okay, he was like
awesome. Okay,
I don't know if he was a Trumper. He was very clearly anti-Semitic. The guy, he's unhinged. He got banned off of Twitter a bunch of times. I mean, I don't know if he does race realism stuff, but he's like very
oh my
flirty
god
with it a little bit. That's irrelevant. That's like on another and like part of his blog. It's not about the economics section. Yeah, he does stuff like
he keeps the race realism off the economics
fish.
blog.
What?
He keeps the race realism off of the economics blog. He's got his own blog for that one.
Do that. Yeah. Also, I've heard from like people who are very well read on post-Keynesianism that his stuff on like Sraffian stuff on post-Keynesianism is not very accurate. In general, I mean, his stuff on Austrian and Marxian stuff is pretty good. You can read his post-Keynesian stuff and it's pretty okay. He has some okay stuff against postmodernism and whatnot. But yeah, he like he just kind of like the moment someone sucks like Russian cock, you know something's off, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's insane. I'm trying to think of what else. He has a lot of insane stuff in his blog. But yeah, the econ stuff is mostly like a different LK. Okay, I don't know if the chat is also telling you this thing. Maybe I'm forgetting some stuff. But yeah, Austrians are also insane. To be clear, right? Like, it's not like they're perfect, and I don't want to be. You don't want to do a genetic fallacy, right? You should evaluate his claims on their merits.
Yeah, sure. Yep.
Yeah. So, yeah. Trying to think of what else is insane about the guy, but yeah, very, very much not a reasonable guy. Okay.
Yeah, he does. He has a lot of good stuff debunking Marxian economics. He has a lot of good stuff debunking Austrian economics. Not all of it is good. Oh, I mean, if you read the anti-Austrian stuff, he's like anti-immigration and anti-free trade.
Oh, of
So
course. Oh, great.
very, very bad, very gross, bad stuff. But yeah, I mean, so also, this is good. This is good. This is good practice when you debate like philosophy bros, okay? Or like people who cannot debate you on the facts, so they debate you on method, I guess. Um, Establish a what do you call it? A topic or like what do you call it? A proposition for the debate, where it's like
Yeah.
the debate is about if tariffs are bad, okay? The debate is not about if Keynesianism is right or Austrianism is right or anything else. Just about if tariffs are bad. And in your opening, maybe be like, well, I think if we're making claims about the world, we should look at the world, and we use empirics for that, and we can tell. We also have economic theory, which is backed up by evidence. If it wasn't backed up by evidence, I would not believe in it. But it is, and yeah, it's true. So we have the world on our side, and we're making claims about it. So that's all you need. You never want to be in a position where you make claims about the world without engaging in the world, because as sure as you are that you're right, you also are you're delusional, and you can often be wrong. Look at Euclidean geometry. People believe that's a priori describing the world for decades, and it wasn't true. You can look at other stuff, and it wasn't true, because we're infallible. We're fallible creatures. We should have fallible epistemology. We should not use this low IQ. We have to prove stuff with 100% certainty. Epistemology. This is low IQ. This is bad practice. And yeah, that's it. Like here, you see, in 2 minutes already destroyed and triggered the libertarians.
True.
Destroyed. They got owned. So yeah, that's my thing. I debated a lot of them back in the day, like in 2020-ish. But yeah.
ICBM party. I can't debate that on Twitch.
What do you think?
I think I'm definitely gonna read some of this stuff. I think this is good.
Yeah. So
this is useful.
Okay. I doubt Fabian will go the route of like actually defending tariffs. He's gonna just not debunk. He's gonna like attack your.
I'm not gonna stream on Kick just so I can debate you on race realism.
Evidence-based method. Yeah. But yeah, you got it. I think I'm yapping at this point. So, yeah, I don't know. Good luck in the debate. When is it?
Thursday. At 8 p.m. my time. 8 p.m. my time, which is, I don't know what that is your time.
That is 3 a.m. my time.
I don't know much about race realism. Yeah, I'm definitely scared, dude.
America? Yeah, America's
nice
3 hours
one,
behind.
Chief Joe.
Yeah, I'm 7 hours behind. Yeah. So yeah, it's 3 a.m. my time. I won't be up. I'll watch it.
Sure.
Wait, Thursday you said? Thursday?
Yeah, Thursday.
I might be up.
Which, I mean, for you will be the day after, I guess, but...
Friday, 3 a.m. I'll be home.
Yeah.
I'll be home by then. Biden? Ooh. Yeah.
Nice one, dude.
Good luck. Yeah, I don't know.
Yep.
Yeah. And maybe after the debate you can read the free trade book. I believe you could you read a lot, right? Way more than me. You could finish
Decent
it in
amount.
I think 3 hours.
I could probably do it in 1 or 2 streams, yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, it's useful. I think the book is from 2018, 2019. So you could probably
recent,
and also it's
yeah.
kind of like it's not like using as many studies as is fun to do in a debate bro setting. It's always fun to have a gajillion studies you can just copy paste in the chat. And that'd be fun. Maybe
I do have that on Tariffs now.
Studies
It's
are
awesome.
on your side indisputably. Huh?
I have so many studies on tariffs now because I've collected a lot of them, and then the Tax Foundation also has a collection of a lot of them as well. And I have so many. It's awesome. It's based.
That's really good. That's based. So yeah, in the book they also cite stuff like the economic consensus on protectionism. You have the what's the name? IGM studies, Initiative on Global Markets. Not studies, surveys. they're good too. You can, yeah. I like to establish economic consensus because I want to make it very clear to people that they're like denying like consensus, which is fine, but
Yeah,
like people should
sure.
be very skeptical and very careful when engaging in denying scientific consensus. When I say science, I don't mean that economics is like physics. I don't want to do physics envy. And is my gain up?
Is your gain
my
up?
gain too high? Yeah, is my
No,
gain
it's
too
not.
high? Okay. So yeah, you should. I don't want to imply that economics is like physics, chemistry. It isn't, but it's not arbitrary, and we have known conclusions. And if there was room for like extensive debate, it would have extensive debate, but there isn't, for a good reason. Yeah. So yeah, trust science. Don't trust people on the internet. Yeah, I think the book is good. I think the book's good.
Yeah, sure.
I mean, literally, like I like talk to people and they're like, and it seems like very different, and it seems like we want to factoring, we don't want to destroy jobs, and then like I just sent them a screenshot of, hey, check out this book. It's all I'm talking about is less than 30 pages, and it's like 3 chapters back to back to back, all about your talking points. And
About
I don't want to imply
everything
that you're evil
disclaimed.
because
Yep.
I don't know if you're an ideologue, but yeah, check this out. And then like, hey, thanks, and then they become a free. Good book. Good book. Good stuff.
Okay,
So,
well,
yeah,
I'll read it.
Yeah. Yeah. Talk to you later. Hopefully the debate goes
Talk
well.
to,
What do you have coming up soon?
CTV on Wednesday and
Oh, I'm
Fabian on Thursday.
Sorry. I'm so sorry. CTV again? Please,
I love
please
CTV.
establish
My
with them
man.
stuff like, he's gonna interrupt you. So establish like talking limits or whatever.
I might get a moderator for it. I might have to because oh my god.
Yeah, and a moderator who's not afraid to mute. Okay? Please, a moderator who's not afraid to mute. And I mean, yeah, be like, I would spend at least 2 minutes in that debate. Being like, okay, hey, what is like comparative advantage? Hey, CTV, what is can you define like, GDP? Can you like, like what's the difference between like, I don't know if he knows the difference between average and being super real.
It probably doesn't, yeah.
So yeah, maybe like a little bit sprinkled throughout the debate, stuff like that. Quiz him a little bit. And be like, yeah, the defensive illiterate people is like, well, the fact that I don't know doesn't mean that you're right. I'm just like, right, you're right. It doesn't. It just means you're not a serious person.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
it also means you probably shouldn't have a strong opinion
right.
on it. Like if you don't understand what comparative advantage is, then like why are you arguing for universal? If you want to say you're neutral on universal terrorism, that's
exactly.
fine. But like
it's
you
like
really
me being,
you're gonna
super against vaccines, and I don't even know like what a vein is.
Exactly. Yeah.
Like okay, yeah, you're like epistemically vicious. I don't know how to describe it, but yeah. So you're a good debater. Yeah. I feel like you. Yeah. I just maybe. Yeah. You're good. You're a good debater. I enjoyed watching your debate. You're the GOAT. Okay.
Yeah. I appreciate it.
Oh, okay.
We're leveling up.
Yeah.
We're getting there.
Also, there was the HAWK theorem. Look up. No, okay, I'm whatever. Don't meme. Low IQ meme. But yeah. So, I mean, I don't know how to talk to people like CTV. I'll be super frugal with you. I don't know. Like,
I don't know.
It's not that he's not critically
it's
thinking. He's not thinking. I don't think he has capacity for thought. I don't think he has qualia. I think he's like a pea zombie. He's like a hamster IQ,
Yeah, I agree.
Where like hamsters are cute, he's cute. He's not. He's like he can be friendly. He can be, but hamsters like don't realize I don't know if he knows he exists. That's where he probably. I don't want to be mean, but yeah. So yeah. Well, yeah. I'm talking shit. But yeah, talk to you later. It's fun.
Talk to her. Yep.
Talk to her. Yeah, talk to her later.
It's funny. CTV was like in the after show, the hippy dippy thing. He was like complaining that like people don't reach out to him. Can you become a socialist, please? One day, Slime anyone. We'll get there, maybe. I guess I can explain what happened here. I've been doing the anti-tariff thing for a little bit. I'm drama farming here, okay? Pentupo tweeted out, Democrats don't understand tariffs. And I was like, that's stupid. I quote tweeted him and I said, oh, really? Let's chat about it and see who understands them better. You got work to do. We want the non-fun news hour. The children demand it. And he said, no need. You lost the debate already. Look at a map and consider that. And yes, I do like my own Twitter post. I am for visibility. Okay. I need the boost. And consider that you lost 11 million people from 2020. People agree with me, not you. LMAFAO. And then I quote tweeted that with a clip from our previous debate. And I said, well, I think I won last time considering you don't even understand how to balance the payments work and now refuse to debate me about it. Want to reconsider claiming that Democrats don't know what a tariff is.
The foreign goods and
I support liking your own post. You made it. Why not like it exactly? I wouldn't I wouldn't post it if I didn't think it was worthy of a like.
That's raising all prices. That's
this is just me. I'm quiet in this video. I wish I need to buy a fucking cloud lifter, dude.
Of prices here?
Is that an acceptable outcome for
Yes. Yes.
Why?
Because there's an element of prices here, but there's also the element of money leaving our country, leaving our economy. So what we're trying to do is keep that money here, even if we're.
And then he said that, and I asked him what do they do once they have our money?
Isn't going
what do countries do once they have our dollars?
Less money at a time. That money doesn't come back.
Definitionally has to. What do countries do once they have our dollars? We're not global homo. I didn't realize you said that.
What are you saying? We're talking about tariffs. We're talking about whether this is going to improve American manufacturing. It seems obvious that it is.
Imports or the money comes back through investing in the U.S. Those are the two only. These are the only two things that can happen. By the way, you can either run a current account deficit, or you can you can only run a deficit. Either you have a current account deficit financed by a capital account surplus, or you have a current account deficit. Capital account deficit financed by a current account surplus. Only two options. You don't understand how to balance the payments work.
They don't invest in the U.S. Are you fucking stupid?
It's me.
And we have CTV screaming there. And he said, no, and you specifically don't know much at all. Look at the electoral map again. Anytime you want to see how the rest of the nation sees our two positions. And then I said, he replied again saying, smart to cut out CTV calling out your broken argument. Ha ha ha. No wonder you lose the debate so consistently. And I said, I'm perfectly willing to debate CTV because I already DM'd him. Shame neither of you replied to my Discord DMs, which is true. CTV did eventually respond to my DMs after he replied to this tweet. But I DM'd both of them after the hippy debate, and neither of them replied. And I said, I'm surprised. You don't remember that directly after that I questioned CTV about whether we had a trade deficit, to which he said yes. The only logical conclusion from which is that other countries are investing us via capital account surplus. And he just said, nobody cares. And then we had, this is just CTV. He sent this before DMing me. And I think I quote tweeted him again. Oh, he made 6 tweets about me, dude. Hippy critically thinking veteran is 2020 all over again. Exactly. He said, Democrats can operate with only one variable time. The anti-tariff folks are perpetually online pseudo experts who can't even grasp that tariffs goods still have to compete in the same markets as American goods. And I said, damn crazy, this guy won't debate a perpetually online pseudo expert like myself. And he said, for what reason do we need to get someone on your board? Tariffs becoming bad the moment Trump proposed them, which is not true. Tariffs have always been bad. It's the funniest thing I've seen since I've seen from the TDS gang. So I'm a member of the TDS gang now. I reposted that. And then what's up?
So wait. I'm sorry. I just have to be like, look, the same people who are like, oh, money is leaving the United States when you do free trade, okay? Where it's like total bullshit, and you know that. These are the same people who are like, oh, if you print more money, that equals inflation, bro.
True.
So it's like, okay, if money is leaving the United States, then tariffs are deflationary, right? You can see that under your theory, under your understanding of economics, tariffs are deflationary. Free trade is deflationary, and you think that's good, right? Like you want lower prices, right? So just like the contradictions. Also, people who don't understand stuff and are just talking about stuff they have no clue about to serve their political agenda, whether it be vaccines, whether it be economics, whether it be material. What do you call it? Material?
Materialism?
Climate change.
Material.
No, climate change.
Oh, climate change.
Well, what's it called?
What? Environmentalism? Climate change? Global warming?
No. What do you call meteorologist? The weather?
Meteorology?
Meteorology.
Meteorology,
Yeah,
I think.
Yeah. Also, Also, if they accuse you of being a communist, you should make it very clear that like communism is not an ideology; it's a branch of science derived via dialectical materialism. You should be very clear about that.
Yeah.
No, I'm joking. I'm joking. So, yeah. I just wanted to mention that. Like a lot of like their bad understanding of economics is contradictory. Like you cannot say both tariffs lower prices and they keep money in the economy if you think money equals inflation. You're just kind of bad. You're wrong, kind of, right? Like, I don't know how to tell it to you, Chief. But yeah. But yeah, obviously, don't defend that it, like, make it clear when you say stuff like that it's under their, like, theory, not under yours, because you don't want to be associated with that.
By this by your own logic,
Yeah, that's right. So yeah, I don't know. Just people like that. Very silly, unserious people. You should find a better way that is not very technical to explain to people. The capital account surplus, talking points, and whatnot.
Yeah, I will. I mean, you gave me a little help with that before.
Also
it's like, well, can you pay taxes in yen? Well, obviously not. So, like, clearly.
Yeah. I assume some economists. Krugman talks about it quite a lot. It might pop up in pop internationalism or in like peddling prosperity. I think he mentions that a couple times. I might check it out. If I find anything, I'll send it to you. And then maybe you can use his like stuff. He mostly says it as if it's he mostly says like, look, people who write about economics and have no clue, they're unserious people. To economists, it's like true as like it's clear as day that like a trade deficit is equals blah blah. Right?
Yeah.
So he mostly doesn't expand on that, but you could probably find some articles expanding on it. I also wanted to say, what did I want to say? Yeah, the terminology stuff, and I forgot. I think I forgot. But yeah, I don't know. So yeah. Either way, just wanted to highlight that. They're dumb.
Yep, sure.
Yeah. Bye.
And then I quote tweeted his GIF. I said, Republicans haven't evolved past Lincoln's misunderstanding of tariffs. And this is a Lincoln quote. Abraham Lincoln put one protectionist argument pithily. I don't know much about the tariff, but I do know that if I buy a coat, I have the coat and America has the money. If I buy a coat in England, I have the coat and England has the money. He was right. He did not know much about the tariff. Like the mercantilist, Lincoln did not understand that a country is wealthy if it consumes lots of goods and services, not if it stockpiles metals or paper currency with portraits of presidents on them. If Lincoln buys the London coat he prefers, he cashes in some dollars for British pounds. So someone in London now has dollars. Londoners do not want to give up pounds just to buy. Londoners do not give up pounds just to wallpaper their flats with greenbacks. The Londoners will either, 1, buy an American product, or 2, trade in the dollars for pounds. If she buys an American product, Lincoln is happy because he has a coat, because he preferred the London coat, and the Londoner is happy because she liked the American good. If she dumps her dollars, she will dump them onto someone else who wants to buy American goods. And then he tweeted, bro, 6 times, bro. 6 times. All like, this is at me. Democrats who had just proved wrong in every argument they made for the last 4 years. They're certainly right about tariffs. Ha 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 ha. LMAO. Democrats can only operate with the most one variable in mind. We read this earlier. The anti-tariff people. Professionally online pseudo experts. Most accurate way to describe it, by the way. We don't need you. You lost, and you're going to continue to lose, and we already won the national debate. Winning the election is akin to winning the debate. You lose. Watch and learn. Taxes good, tariffs bad, diplomacy bad. Get beat blown the fuck out in the election harder than anyone could imagine. No, I wasn't wrong. 15 million people abandoned my party because they are racist now, which is definitely a claim I made. These are all definitely claims I make. Taxes good, tariffs bad. I mean, I do make this claim. Taxes good. Taxes can be good. Tariffs can also be good. Just universal tariffs are bad. The best part in the 4 years when tariffs are obviously working as intended, the economy is doing great, and American manufacturing is back, and Democrats still pretend like their credibility is there. And then Gibbs. I was a little mean to Gibbs. I was a little mean to Gibbs, okay? He retweeted this tweet taking a dig at me. And then he said, I can't decide if lefties only wanting to talk about hyper-specific lefty-only topics is to refusal to learn, willful ignorance, or if they are still being elitist. I was a little mean, okay? Is this a new quote from MAGA? They just won't debate an explicit policy position of the GOP and Trump because it's hyper-specific and lefty-only? Perhaps we can debate, what is optimal tax policy? Just don't be upset when I contrast tariffs with a progressive consumption tax. He said, first of all, not MAGA, so dishonest attempt at it again. Probably shouldn't have called him MAGA. I don't know if it's fair to call him MAGA. I don't know what Gibbs would call himself as. Secondly, how come when we bring up topics, y'all dismiss them out of hand? Wait, I don't think I do, but if I'm having a debate on tariffs, and when you bring something up that's not about tariffs, I will dismiss it if that's the conversation we're having. Then you'll try to rebrand, saying, oh, we avoid not debating y'all's policy positions. What's even more dishonest is that I can specifically go on. All these lefty shows and talk shows, we talk topics they want, yet anytime I bring up a topic or something, it's laughed out and called insane, despite millions of people having similar views. I mean, millions of people can also be insane, as evidenced by the fact Trump won the election. I can understand the frustration with, I do feel like a lot of spaces are, a lot of like Twitch politics spaces are left-leaning. Like a lot of, like, Hippy Dippy is hosted by Dylan Burns, who's progressive, right? What other Twitch shows are there? I don't know. Twitch Fall is dead. But do better not for 420. Actually, step out of your comfort zone for once and be a man. And then Fabian Liberty responded, I'm against tariffs, but your smug dismissal and inability to see the forest through the trees makes me want to debate them on you. So this is how we got here. That's how we got here. Did free trade ever really mean free trade? Or did it just mean trade convenient for certain interests? I mean, certainly, did politicians ever... free trade is like a dirty word now, okay? I don't know if people ever... I don't know if the general populace ever would have voted for like a explicitly like branding as free trade candidate. I don't know. Maybe they did. I feel like I've seen... I don't know if these posters are real or not. I've seen like from the Liberal Project... they have like these posters that say like vote Lib Dem and keep free trade. Those posters go fucking hard, but I also don't know if they're real posters or if they're just like, new digital creations that they're just using for, Twitter likes. I don't. They could be real. I don't know. People have a zero sum bias. They have an anti-foreign bias. They have an anti-market bias. It's not free trade. Is just not a thing that people like for some reason. Why? I say for some reason. For the reasons that's explained. The anti-foreign bias, anti-market bias, zero-sum bias. And there's more reasons, but... Anyway, where were we here? Suffered the biggest portion drop. Real wages. Okay, remember, real wages are key economic input that went into the model. Okay, read that. One thing key to understand is that sudden impoverishment happened to most Americans. Rising consumer prices affect everyone from the rich to the poor, the employed, the unemployed, the old and the young. In a recession, on the other hand, the negative effects are largely concentrated. If you're one of the unlucky people who loses their jobs, you take a huge hit, but if you're not one of those people, you probably do okay. Maybe your wages grow more slowly for a few years, and maybe you stress out about the increased possibility of being laid off, but in general, harms of inflation diffuse the harms of unemployment. Diffuse, while the harms of unemployment are concentrated. If you're a moral philosopher, an activist, an economist estimating social welfare function, you may prefer harming a lot of people a little bit with inflation than harming a few people a lot with unemployment. But democracy doesn't vote based on social welfare. It's one person, one vote. So if unemployment harms 10 million people, a lot and inflation harms 200 million people by a moderate amount, it's clear that inflation will directly harm a much larger number of voters. The social welfare function and the get your butt kicked in an election function are two very different things. I actually suspect there are other reasons why inflation bothers voters even more than unemployment. Inflation is something that's obviously beyond an individual's control. If the price of eggs goes up, you can choose not to buy eggs, but otherwise there's not much you can do. But unemployment is something that individuals can exercise some degree of control over. If you work a bunch of extra hours during a recession and establish a good relationship with your boss, maybe you can avoid being laid off. In general, I think people are less worried about risk they have some control over, even if the overall level of danger is higher. Look at how many people are afraid to fly than to take long road trips, despite road trips being a much deadlier per mile. The leading theory is that the car, you have some control over your safety, while in a plane, you have basically zero control. Similarly, I suspect that inflation makes people feel powerless, like being stuck in a crashing airplane. In any case, this means this is probably an important area for survey research to explore. But in the meantime, Democrats need to remember that full employment doesn't necessarily mean an economy that Americans are happy with. If it comes at the expense of rapid inflation, that price is going to be one that most Americans aren't comfortable paying. Non-fun, the huge amount of problematic policy behavior, genocide accomplishes, support for militarism, failure to serve women citizens in abortion issue, to name a few. I don't think Democrats have failed to serve women in abortion issues. I think that's Republicans' fault. Democrats does not convince you to be more restraining in support of Democrats in electoral politics. This cannot just be youth naivety. What am I just evil then? I'm not naive, I'm evil, I'm malicious. I'm paid, it's because I'm paid by the DNC and Israel and Ukraine and other interest groups and the Cato Institute. Democrats should be wary of macro progressivism going forward. I'd like to say a little more about the debate over the American Rescue Plan in 2021. While Paul Krugman and Larry Summers viewed their arguments in purely technical terms, some economists and commentators did the debate from an ideological angle. In general, spending more was considered a progressive position, while spending less in order to avoid high inflation was considered more centrist or moderate. First fucking full job recovery in like 40 years. And they don't like it. They don't like it. Cato spy. I am a Cato spy. This makes sense. Full employment disproportionately benefits the least well-off in society. The lowest paid workers are often the first to be fired in a recession and the last to be hired in expansion. So the longer you keep an expansion going, the more poor people have jobs. Also, full employment tends to push up wages, especially at the lower end of the scale. In fact, as most Americans lost purchasing power during the inflation of 2020 to 2022, the bottom 10% of Americans actually saw their real wages rise. This July, I wrote about how some influential progressive think tanks basically push for full employment all the time and downplay the worries about inflation. Some progressive economist commentators, I will not name the names because I'm trying to be a less confrontational blogger these days, also consistently downplayed the risk of inflation and extolled many of the benefits of full employment during Biden's tenure in office. In retrospect, whether this was good or not, a good move from a moral standpoint, it looks like a big mistake from an electoral standpoint. I hope that these commentators are re-evaluating their beliefs, and I hope that Democratic politicians, staffers, and donors are re-evaluating the paradigm as well. Full employment is great, all things equal, but sometimes the price of full employment is too high, not just for the majority of Americans who have to endure years of erosion in the purchasing power, but for everyone who has to suffer from the elections of leaders like Donald Trump. Update: good to see some less-leaning economists quickly coming to the same conclusions. I was certain inspiring people to pain and permanent loss that occurs with unemployment, and that rising wages and employment is worth higher prices. I failed to understand just how much anger high prices would bring. Crazy. Our task is to get to the ear of Democratic politicians, which will probably require wrestling it away from some progressive think tanks and Twitter posters. What the fuck is this? Friend request. Fast pass link for anyone interested to join a panel tonight. 4B movement topic, 6-person in main panel at a time. I'll bring, what is 4B movement topic? What does that mean? Okay, there's a fuck you. There we go. Here it is. Can we make America affordable again? Should we? That's just a short article where Krugman talks about the risk of deflation. 4B equals sex denying for someone who want to engage in protests as a sign of... How the fuck am I supposed to know that? Do we want to join it? I'll join it for a little bit if it seems like there's something interesting happening. Oh, she's not even... I don't know when she's doing it. We'll see. It should be heading 3. I'll probably want to make a page. Oh, it should be toggle heading 3. God damn it! I probably want to make a full page dedicated to deflation at some point because I was talking about it with Copeland OK in the server for a little bit, and and I found some good articles about deflation in Japan that I think would be not article studies. I think it would be interesting to check out. Like some of them are way too technical and long for me to actually read, but I think there's some that'd be good to read. How do you explain your attitude toward yourself? Please address what I say. You are choosing to not be restrained in support for Dems. I feel like I'm relatively restrained in my support for... There are democratic policies that I don't like. Now, most of the democratic policies I don't like are actually too progressive for me. But, like, I don't know what you mean by I'm unrestrained in my support for Dems. I criticize Biden where I don't like him. There are plenty of Democrats I'll criticize, okay? I really don't know what you mean by unrestrained. Like, when it comes to federal elections, I'm basically always going to vote Democrats because I think they're the better option and no one else is going to win. Other than, like, that's the philosophy there. Deflation is essentially austerity. Austerity is deliberate deflation. True. Other than that, like, I don't know. You'd have to explain what you mean by unrestrained. I think I'm more restrained than the fucking... I see, those TikTok debaters, okay? As much as I love Dean and Harry and Parker, and you do a great job, and the other guy, I forget his name right now. Sorry, other guy. The 4 men, okay? Love all you guys. You guys are all incredibly based. You do a great job. I love you guys so much. You are invited on stream anytime at all for anything. You guys are great. Anyway, I see that, I don't know if there's a single position that the Democrats have that they'll, bite the bullet on it to be like, yeah, that's bad. I will do that. Harry? I said Harry. Harry. There's Harry, Dean, Parker, and someone else. My family's vacuuming upstairs. I don't know if you can hear it. You support basic State Department positions, DNC Dem support. Yeah, that's not being on. Just because I support positions that State Department positions that Democrats support does not mean I'm being unrestrained in my support for Democrats. Those are not the same claims at all. Your claim is that I'm unrestrained in my support for Democrats. I'm trying to... What's the guy's name? If I just scroll through Twitter, I'm sure I'll find a quote for calling them gay at some point. Where is it? Hold on, let me go to Republicans are weird. I believe they... This is not a real photo. This is Dean. This is... that's Harry. This is Parker. It looks weird because he has a hat on in this Photoshop picture. And I forget this guy's name. Oh, Dean and Parker do Israel genocide stuff. I love these videos of bunnies. They're so cute. That's not a rabbit. Aw. It was a funny photo. I gotta send this to someone real quick. You when you in the car. In the whip. That is gross. Anyway, okay. Many Americans are in a sour mood about the economy for one main reason. Prices feel too high. Maybe they're not rising as fast as they have been, but the average prices are still painfully above where they were 3 years ago, and they're mostly heading higher still. Consider a 2-liter bottle of soda. Many Americans are still upset. Prices remain high, even if the rate of inflation is now back to about 2%. Consider a 2-liter bottle of soda in February 2021. Before inflation began heating up, it cost an average of $1.67 in supermarkets across America. 3 years later, that bottle is going for $2.25, a 35% increase. Real inflation is 35%, and the CPI is hiding it. Or egg prices, they soared in 2022, then fell back down, yet they're still 43% higher than they were 3 years ago. Corporate greed, egg monopoly. Likewise, the average used car price, it skyrocketed roughly $23,000 in February 2021 to $31,000 in April 2022. By last month, the average was down to $26,000, but it's still up 16% from February 2021. Wouldn't it be great if prices actually fell? What economists call deflation. Who wouldn't want to fire up a time machine and return to the days before the economy rocketed out of the pandemic recession and sent prices soaring? Price gouging, exactly. At least prices are now rising more slowly. That's called disinflation. On Friday, many voters want prices to fall. Deflation over them just not rising as fast. Disinflation. Why does the government charge individual price gougers but not corporate price gougers on 420? Well, listen, if we had Kamala Harris, we would have got the first federal anti-price gouging bill, guys. We would have gotten it. They took it away. And they're taking Lena Khan from us, too. She's gone. Lena Khan's gone. It's over. It's over. Didn't Lena Khan actually charge the fucking egg thing? Because there was that lawsuit in 2023. This is when Lena Khan was in, I don't know who filed it, though. So was it FTC? Oops, FTC. The Mississippi-based daylight egg producers. The U.S. District Court for the... Okay, so I don't think... Who brought this lawsuit? Oh, wait, was this not from the... This was... Was this a civil suit between two private companies? Lena Khan is based and she fights for the dumb and poor. True. I'll miss Lena Khan. But its incremental improvements are hardly enough to please the public, whose discontent over prices took a risk to President Joe Biden's re-election bid. Most Americans are not just looking for disinflation. Lisa Cook, a member of the Federal Reserve Board of Governors, said they're looking for deflation. They want prices to go back to where they were before the pandemic. Many economists caution, though, that consumers would be careful what they wish for. Falling prices across the economy would be an unhealthy sign. They are, the Bank of England warns, more consequences from falling prices than meets the eye. So what's so bad about lower prices? Any economist, however, warn that deflation carries more risk than moderate inflation. Deflation is a widespread and sustained drop in prices across the economy. Occasional month-to-month drops in consumer prices don't count. The United States hasn't seen genuine deflation since the Great Depression of the 1930s. Japan has experienced much more of a recent bout of deflation. It is only now emerging from decades of falling prices that began with the collapse of its property and financial markets in the early 1990s. Deflation is a widespread and sustained drop in the price level. So low monthly drops in CPI don't count. US hasn't seen real deflation since the Great Depression. Japan has experienced much more deflation. Okay, what's wrong with deflation? Great Depression now. Although lower prices may seem like a good thing, Banco de España, the Spanish central bank, says on its website, deflation can in fact be highly damaging to the economy. How so? Mainly because falling prices tend to discourage consumers from spending. Why buy now, after all, if you can purchase what you want, cars, furniture, appliances, vacations, at a lower price later? Savings is destruction. That's the paradox of thrift. Don't keep money in your pockets so that growth will never lift. They have clearly not heard the Keynes versus Hayek rap battle. Deflation discourages consumers from spending. Since they can save, buy more with their money later. The reality is that the economy's health depends on steady consumer purchases. In the United States, household spending accounts for around 70% of the entire economy. The economy's health largely depends on stable consumer demand. Household consumption makes up 70% of U.S. GDP. I'm assuming that's what we're talking about. If consumers were to pull back en masse to await lower prices, businesses would face intense pressure to cut prices and even more try to jumpstart sales. In the meantime, employers might have lay off wages or cut employees. Lay off wages of employees or cut pay or both. If consumers reduce spending, businesses would face intense pressure to cut prices. Employers might have to lay off. Employers may be forced to lay off employees or cut pay. Unemployed people, of course, are even less likely to spend, so prices would keep falling, all of which risks triggering a deflationary spiral. of price cuts, layoffs, and more price cuts, more layoffs, and so on. An intense recession will follow. These now unemployed people. Unemployed people. Also spend less. And this risked triggering a deflationary spiral. Price cuts, layoffs, more price cuts, more layoffs, and so on. Another recession could follow. It was to prevent that very kind of economic niaistus. Trump has the potential to distort the market in many great ways. True. That explains why the Bank of Japan resorted to negative interest rates in 2016 and why the Fed kept U.S. interest rates near zero for 7 straight years, during and after the Great Recession of 2007 to 2009. Deflation exerts another painful effect, too. It hurts borrowers by making inflation-adjusted loans more expensive. Deflation also hurts borrowers by making inflation-adjusted loans more expensive. Increase the real interest rate, obviously. So, which also transfers wealth from debtors to creditors. So, it's certainly true that Americans are there any benefits of deflation? That Americans can make their paychecks go further when prices are falling. If food or gasoline prices were to tumble, households would find it less painful to afford groceries or commutes to work, as long as they remain employed. Some economists question the notion of deflation poses a serious economic threat. So say, obviously, so long as people remained employed, price cuts would allow them to buy more. In 2015, researchers at the Bank of International Settlements, a forum for the world central banks, reviewed 140 years of deflationary episodes in some 38 economies and reached its conclusion: the correlation between falling prices and economic growth is weak and derives mostly from the Great Depression. But the exception was a doozy from 1929. Okay, so we'll say. Also, some evidence deflation may not be as bad as thought. Once here, I guess I'll do this. However, the exception to doozy from 1929 to 1933, U.S. economic output plummeted by a third, prices sank by a quarter, and the unemployment rate shot up from 3% to a crushing 25%. Great Depression. Exception was the Great Depression. Which decreased economic output. When you guys had all those bad things. Banks researchers said the biggest economic risk came from falling prices for goods and services, but rather from a free fall of price assets, stocks, bonds, and real estate. Those collapsing assets in turn can topple banks holding crumbling investments or that made loans to struggling real estate developers and home buyers. The damaged banks may then cut off credit, the lifeblood of the broader economy, the like result of painful recession. They argue the real threat isn't from, I'll say, like consumer price deflation, but instead from asset price. Well, it's. I hate the terms asset price inflation and deflate because it's dumb to say like asset price inflation because we want assets to go up generally. But I'll say asset price deflation. Collapsing assets in turn can topple banks Holding crumbling investments that made loans to real estate. Collapsing asset prices. Compel banks that holding crumbling investments that have made loans to struggling real estate. Damage banks and cut off credit. The lifeblood of the broader economy. Which can result in we want asset prices to go up, but unsustainably. True. I don't know if you meant to include not there. I do want asset price. You know what? I'm an Austrian business cycle theorist. I want asset prices. I want the Fed to set rates but way below the natural rate of interest, okay? And I want them to engage in so much quantitative easing that the price of assets rises to an unbelievable high. So it all comes crashing down epically. And then and only then can we build the proletarian state. First Austrian business cycle. It's yeah. I mean, if you're an Austrian business cycle theorist, maybe you could be like a you could be like an accelerationist Austrian, right? You want the Fed to to create a boom so unsustainable that it all collapses. Isn't this unironically what like half of Austrians believe, that the Fed will just eventually implode because it'll create like a recession so unsustainable that it'll implode? I feel like I've heard fucking Ron Paul say that before. Ron Paul, Fed will implode. Oh, Ron Paul vows to join Elon Musk. Oh no. Well, hold on. I trust Ron Paul way more than I trust Elon Musk, but yeah, the Fed is going to self-destruct.
You do your own shopping at the grocery store, Mr. Bernanke. If you don't mind, would you tell me, Mr. Bernanke, if you don't mind, would you tell me whether or not you do your own shopping at the grocery store? Yes, I do. Okay, so you're aware of the prices, but you know,
the chairman of the Fed does not get paid that much. I think they get paid like less than $200,000 a year, which is like that's a good salary, but they also have to live in D.C., right? Which is an expensive city to live in.
This argument that the prices are going up about 2%, nobody believes it. You know, and the old CPI says prices are going up at 9%, so they believe this.
Oh, the old CPI.
And people on fixed incomes, they're really hurting. The middle class is really hurting because their inflation rate is very much higher than the government tries to tell them, and that's why they lose trust in government. You took over the Fed in 2006. I have a silver ounce here, and this ounce of silver back in 2006 would buy over 4 gallons of gasoline. Today it'll buy almost 11 gallons of gasoline. That's preservation of value, and that's what the market has always said should be money. Money comes into effect in a natural way, not in an edict, not by fiat, by governments declaring it is money. You know, as much as I would like to do something with the Fed, I say the Fed's going to self-destruct eventually anyway when the money's gone. But why wouldn't we legalize competing currencies? Why couldn't people put this in a mattress and get 4 or 5 times much of the value in a few years? So the record of what you've done in the last 6 years is destroy the value of real money.
First of all, good to see you again, Congressman Paul. Just one word on the inflation. Of course, those numbers are constructed by the Bureau of Labor Statistics, not by the Fed. They're independently constructed, and I think they're done in a very serious and thoughtful way. On alternative currencies, nobody prevents you from holding silver or gold if you want to. It's perfectly legal to do that. And you're also it's also perfectly fine to hold other currencies, euros or yen or whatever else. So in that respect, you can do that, and I'd be happy to talk to you about
But Mr. Chairman, that's not money. I mean, when you pay taxes to buy a coin or you have capital gains tax, if you have to settle a lawsuit, it's always settled in depreciating Federal Reserve notes. It's never settled in the real contract.
Dude, that the Keynes quote, Keynes inflation is unjust and deflation it was like inexpedient or something. Inflation is unjust and deflation inexpedient, he wrote. Other two paths to deflation are worse because it is worse to provoke unemployment than to disappoint the rentier, but it's not necessarily that we should weigh one evil against the other. This quote is so base, dude. I love this quote. Which you have to pay taxes on in my depreciating money, so the real value of my tax bills is going down. True. You're paying taxes to depreciating Federal Reserve notes. Isn't this a good thing? Like, what? Would you rather pay taxes in your appreciating gold assets? What? What the hell? Inflation is deflation. Thus, inflation is unjust and deflation expanding out of two paths of deflation. Deflation is if we rule out the exaggerated inflation such out of Germany, the worst, because it is worse in an impoverished world to provoke unemployment than to disappoint the rentier. Easier to agree that both should be shunned. The individual capitalism of today, precisely because it entrusts savings to the individual investor and to the production to the individual employer, presumes a stable measuring rod of value and cannot be efficient, perhaps cannot survive without one. So based. What is this book? Essays in Persuasion. Oh, okay. The economic consequences of Mr. Churchill. Oh no, mitigation by tariff. Oh no, oh no. Okay, I need to pee, but I will be back in a second. Slime. Oh no. Funny rabbit videos. You guys go. Okay. I'll be back in a second. I'm back, people. Look what I have. Look at him. He does not look happy. He's never happy when I bring him on stream. Want to say anything? He doesn't want to say anything. He's just mad at me. Oh, where's he going? Are you going to sit here? Or are you going to leave? We'll see what he does. My dad will stay with me. He hates me. He doesn't hate me. He just hates when I abuse him for stream. Oh, it seems like he's staying here for now. Bypass paywall clean. We might take notes on this, actually. I don't know. Trump dodged a law. Here's who to blame. Merrick Garland, of course. He's so fat, dude. Hold on. There's also cat hair in my mouth now. Aw. Can't really see him. All right, Trump dodged a law. Here's who to blame. We'll probably just put it in here. I'm sure there's a few bullet points that I might want. Oops, hold on. I can't mention it because it's... Oh, well. Luck meets opportunity. True. For real. Relatable. We have just witnessed the greatest failure of federal law enforcement in American history. The reasons for Donald Trump's re-election are numerous and will be hotly debated in the weeks ahead. But the story of his comeback cannot be told without seriously grasping how he managed to outrun 4 criminal cases, most notably the Justice Department's prosecution over Trump's alleged efforts to overturn the 2020 election. At the root of all are considerable and truly historic legal missteps by the Biden administration and Attorney General Merrick Garland, as well as a series of decisions by Republicans throughout the political and legal systems in recent years that effectively bailed Trump out, even when the risk for him are greatest. By winning the election, Trump has successfully I missed it. D. Successfully dodged prosecution. And what might be the greatest failure in federal law enforcement in American history. Oh, he's leaving. Bye-bye, cat. A series of bad decisions from the Biden admin. How do you spell Merrick Garland? Merrick Garland. Attorney General Merrick Garland. Why is it all bold? And Republicans are to blame 2 federal criminal cases against him are now dead as per practical matter. There's already reporting suggesting that federal counsel Jack Smith will leave his post and dismiss dependent cases, which is not surprising considering Trump pledged to fire him once he's back in office anyway. 2 federal cases against Trump are now already dead. Practically dead. And there's reports. Jack Smith is planning on stepping down before Trump gets in office and tries to fire him. Please, Jack Smith, please indict the co-conspirators. Jack Smith, please. Jack Smith, please. Please indict Eastman. Eastman said he was going to break the law, dude. Dude, we can't live in a world where you can email someone, I want you to consider breaking the law, and then you just get away with it. That can't do it. It can't happen. Please, Jack Smith, please. Listen, okay. Eastman might get in trouble in Arizona at the very least. Eastman's been indicted in Arizona, and I think he's probably involved in a Georgia RICO case too, and he might be involved in the Wisconsin case too. Okay, Arizona will get him. Wisconsin might get him. Georgia, definitely gonna get him. Okay, Georgia's bold. Georgia went after Trump himself. Okay, so Georgia's gonna get him. Two federal cases, fire him anyway. The Georgia case, an overhyped and misguided vehicle. Damn. I take back what I said. But the post-2020 legal accountability is going to remain on ice and perhaps get thrown out entirely in the coming years, at least to Trump, if not his co-defendants. Georgia RICO case. It's going to remain on ice, at least for Trump, and maybe for his co. You are naive if you are so fixated on when pardoning is done by Trump with ease for such horrible people. Okay, so there's, it's debatable whether Trump can legally pardon his co-conspirators. Obviously, a president being able to pardon co-conspirators is not something we should want, and it seems like there's a constitutional basis for making this not legal. Okay, there is even in the Constitution it says the president can pardon people except in cases of impeachment. Notably, it's just in cases of impeachment and not conviction, because obviously if they were convicted, they'd be removed from office and wouldn't be able to pardon people anyway. So this is meant to, say, and even Bill Barr has said this, a president can't pardon people for, like, for example, lying about him on behalf of, lying to Congress about him on behalf of the president, right? Now, Trump kind of did that anyway. We don't seem to care. Paul Manafort got away with it. The other fucking person got away with it, okay? But technically, you're not supposed to be able to do it, okay? And that is important. Because right now, we'll watch a video on this. I've already watched it, and it gave me a little bit of hope. We'll watch this after. Basically, if Jack Smith indicts their co-conspirators, what that does is it forces Trump's hand. Trump has to engage in corruption to get those cases away. If he doesn't indict the co-conspirators, the statute of limitations runs up. But if you indict them and then Trump engages in corruption to get them away, the statute of limitation essentially doesn't go away because Trump corruptly got rid of those charges. And now you can argue, you can indict them again, right? What is the consequence of the president if he does in fact do that? It can be impeachment. You might be able to criminally charge it. It'd be complicated. I probably couldn't criminally charge it, but you can impeach him. Before the immunity ruling, you probably could have criminally charged him. But after the immunity ruling. I don't know if you could criminally charge the president for that, because I don't know if you could. This was Amy Coney Barrett's big gripe with the ruling, right? Is she said, like, if the president accepts a bribe for a pardon, you can in like a court case, you could bring up the bribe, but you couldn't bring up, because the official act is like unreviewable, like you couldn't bring up the actual pardon he gave. So GOP has a majority in the Senate. Yeah, I understand they want to impeach him. I'm just saying you could. I agree with you. Yes, Trump is. Yes. Even if the House goes to the Democrats, you know what's going to happen? They're going to have subpoena power, and if you ignore a subpoena, it's a federal charge, and Trump can just pardon them. I agree with you. Yes, it's a big issue. It's dumb. Yes, it's fucked. Okay. But Jack Smith is my brave man fighting against it. Attorney General supported local prosecutors to investigate former president, said a dangerous precedent for future Democrats. Thanks to the apparent deliberate forbearance of Attorney General Merrick Garland and his Justice Department under Joe Biden, the Biden administration effectively localized an issue of criminal accountability for the former president that should have been the responsibility of the federal government. And while Trump might avoid charges as a result, the path is now clearer now for politically motivated red state prosecutions to criminally investigate Biden and Democrats in the future. Oh, sure. Okay, in Manhattan, where Trump is supposed to be sentenced in a couple of weeks after his conviction in the Stormy Daniels hush money case earlier this year, Trump is likely to ask the court to cancel the sentencing date regardless of the mechanics. There is no reasonable scenario in which Trump serves some period of incarceration while serving in the White House. Trump is likely going to escape sentencing for his felony convictions in New York. All this will happen despite the majority of the public stated interest in concluding the criminal case, the federal election subversion case in particular, as well as polling that suggests Trump's convictions early this year hurt his standing across the electorate of independents in particular. If that seems incongruous, it is not. The most obvious explanation for Trump's win, despite the considerable legal problems, is that a critical mass of voters were willing to set aside their concerns about Trump's alleged misconduct because of the dissatisfaction with the Biden-Harris administration. Fair or not, this was their absolute right as voters. But if the system had worked the way it should have, voters would have never faced such a choice. If Trump had actually faced accountability for his alleged crimes, he may not even have appeared on a ballot. If Trump had actually faced accountability for his crimes, he may not even have appeared on a ballot. And certainly voters would be more hesitant to vote for him. Biden facing accountability for crimes he committed. His son in pursuit of financial. This is Malibu County. I can't believe how clearly you prove horseshoe theory to be true. These are exact same claims that dumbass Republicans bring up all the time. It's not happening because there's no good evidence that Biden actually did anything wrong with Hunter Biden. Republicans have been literally, the entirety of Biden's presidency, the House Republicans have been investigating Biden nonstop, and they can't find anything, man. They can't find any solid evidence that actually implicates Biden. And House Republicans are insane. House Republicans are insane. You think if anyone were to find something, it'd be House Republicans. But even House Republicans can't find anything, dude. It's wild. The best they could do is charge Hunter Biden for tax evasion and lying on a gun for him, dude. Are you kidding me? Like... I don't think this year. I don't want it to be bold, but I want the fucking hyperlink. This sucks. It's not that bad. I just hit Control B, but... Okay, it's now clearer than ever that Garland was a highly questionable choice to serve as Attorney General from the start. From the outset of the Biden presidency, it was readily apparent that Garland had little desire to investigate and potentially prosecute Trump. Let me just... I kind of want to add a heading. I'll just... Garland. It's now clear. Garland was a questionable choice for Attorney General who had readily apparent that Garland had little desire to investigate and prosecute Trump. The most comprehensive accounts of the matter from investigative reporting at the Washington Post and New York Times strongly indicate that the January 6th committee's investigation and public hearings from 2022 effectively forced Garland to investigate Trump and eventually to appoint Smith in November of that year, nearly 2 years after Trump incited the riot at the Capitol. Merrick Garland, you don't know. Picture goes hard. If Jack Smith indicts the co-conspirators, okay, I will buy those shirts that have, you know, Jack Smith, American hero on them. They all go so hard. It's awesome. There are many people, including Democratic legal pundits, who have continued to defend and delay, and may continue to defend this delay, aka Pisco, may continue to do so. So let me be clear, those people are wrong. It was clear after Trump's loss in 2020, even before Jan 6th, that his conduct warranted serious legal scrutiny by the Justice Department, particularly in the area of financial crimes. But that probe, which could have and should have been pursued by Biden's attorney and aspiring attorney general in Manhattan, somehow never materialized. I think the percentage of logical voters is very low, and it will be for a while. It seems like to be more based around social hype, like school and middle school. I mean, like, yeah, like, I don't like the term educated. It to some extent, it's rational ignorance. And then to some extent, it's just that people... the economy was obviously a big issue this election. People don't really understand the economy. They kind of just vote. They really did not like the inflation. And I feel like they kind of just voted based on that. You say Hunter, relationship with Burisma, holding $500K yearly, if I remember correctly. Well, you believe that Ukraine's probably a corrupt neo-Nazi country. So it's legitimate business and not bribe, lobbying money. Is there evidence that Hunter Biden probably tried to leverage Biden's position as vice president to get a position at Burisma or whatever? Yeah, probably. Yeah, Hunter Biden probably did do that. Is there evidence that Joe Biden knew about that and then used that to his own advantage? I don't believe so. And if there was evidence of that, House Republicans would have found something. But House Republicans didn't find anything. Not something that implicated Biden directly at ever. Cool Life 56, welcome back. How you doing? Uh-oh. How do I get... Oh. Okay. even before Jan 6th. There was a case for prosecuting Trump. What does it say? I'm assuming this has to be about the Mueller stuff, right? Would have provided fertile ground for 2 major investigations. I would assume this. He probably should have been charged for like some type of obstruction with the Mueller report. I don't know. Committed criminal misconduct after his loss in 2020 required immediate and serious attention from the Justice Department. The formulation of the January 6th committee did nothing to change that calculus. There too is clear from the start that there should be a need for criminal investigation to deliver any meaningful legal accountability for Trump. Afterwards, it was clear from the start that there need to be a criminal investigation to deliver any meaningful accountability. What is this link to? I don't know. I'm happy Trump won. My main issue is that the country will always be in the shitter if we keep voting red or blue and blame everything on the other party. I mean, I guess I haven't seen Republicans talk about ranked choice voting. I guess I haven't even seen. Wait, actually, didn't Alaska vote down ranked choice voting? Wasn't there a ballot measure to get rid of that? I feel like they got rid of that. Read Ukraine part? What is this? Reflections on... Why do I care about this? Does it have anything to do with Biden? Nope. Oh, you're just complaining about Ukraine's far right again. No, we've had this discussion. I don't care. What are your thoughts on automation? Do you think that they're capable of dealing with removing that much immigrants? What do you mean? I don't know. I mean, automation I think is generally good. We should, have a more fair tax system to take from the winners and give to the losers. I think that's reasonable. Do I think Trump's going to do mass deportations? I think Trump will probably do what he did in his first term and try. And I imagine, just like in his first term, it's going to be pretty politically unpopular, and he might have to back down. I could also see a case where Trump doesn't do anything and just forgets about it. And I could also see a case where Trump actually go through with it. I don't know what I would weight those percentages at. I would put it at like I put it as like a 50% chance that like Trump basically does what he did in his first term, which Trump did a few deportations during his first term where he literally had like border agents go into neighborhoods and try to find people to deport. I forget what it was called. I remember he wrote about this. First. This is okay. Here we go. ICE pushed by Trump to target few undocumented families yield fewer arrests. Like he did try to do this. During his first term. I guess he tries to do this on a larger scale, and probably will work out about just as poorly. And there's a good chance he gives up. I put that like 50% probability, if I had to guess, but I really don't know. And then the other things I would probably split like 25-25, where like he just doesn't actually do it. Like he talked about it the entire campaign and then doesn't actually do mass deportations. All he does is like shut down the border and say that's enough. And probably get sued for doing it because the president doesn't even have the authority to do what he wants to do. But then I would guess what 25% on him actually doing pretty large-scale deportations. Okay. In fact, the warning signs were all there. The warning signs for where this could all end up, where the country finds itself now, were clear as late as 2021, less than a year into Biden's term. The public reporting at the time indicated correctly, as we now know, that there was no real Justice Department investigation into Trump and his inner circle at that point, even though the outlines of the criminal case against Trump, including some of the charges themselves that were eventually brought nearly 2 years later, were already apparent. I mean, we had the Jan 6 report, like, yeah. What's up?
Can I show you something?
Sure.
Hello. Yeah. It's kind of personal, okay? So please show it on stream, okay?
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Check this out.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I thought you were gonna.
What do you think about What do you think about this?
Oh, wow. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. I thought you were gonna send. I was expecting. Oh.
What do you think about this? Show it to the stream.
No, they're seeing it. I think it's horrible. I think it's immoral. I think it's deplorable. I think it's garbage.
I think it's awesome.
I think.
I was bored. I wanted to play around with like my like coding animation like idea. But yeah. Or yeah. So.
Mods, can we make this an emote?
What? Oh, I can make it transparent.
I
if you want to make it an emote.
Oh, you should do
that. You want
a
transparent version?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll try. We'll see what I can do.
You'll try.
But yeah. I don't know. This is funny. But yeah. Bye.
Man, I thought he was gonna turn on his camera and show his cat, man. What the fuck is this shit, man? Like, mass deportation is the closest. It's good. Closing the border is good. I don't like mass deportations are good. I think Biden has done what he can do on the border, save someone passing a border bill. And guess what? We tried to pass a border bill, and Trump shot it down. So, I don't think he clearly cares that much. Stock market up 2,000 points since the election. That's not really particularly relevant. Okay? Yeah. Clearly they, like... You realize... what? Stocks are claims on corporations' future profits. You know that, right? That's what stocks are, essentially. Stocks are claims on corporations' future profits. If you decrease the corporate tax, as Trump wants to do, the future profits go up. So obviously, if you elect the candidate who's in favor of tax cuts for corporations, stock market's going to jump because all the stock market is claims on a bunch of corporation future profits. Oil prices are also way down. Way down since when? Oil prices have been trending down since like 2022. Border bill got shut down because it's sending billions to a bunch of other countries. Nope. They tried to pass it as a separate bill too, and they also shut that down. So, get fucked. A lot of people don't have the understanding of the causation and correlation used different. What bipartisan bill? The bipartisan border bill? Yep. They tried to pass it as a package deal with Ukraine aid, and then that got rejected. And they tried to pass it as a individual bill as well, and that got shut down too. We have the source for this. I think I have two sources for this, actually. Like... I think it's this. End the Border Catastrophe Act. Here it is. I don't think there's Ukraine aid in this one. Oh no, is this the... Fuck. The measure is separate and not a part of the package of the 3 supplemental funding bills containing aid to Ukraine, Israel, and Taiwan, as well as another so-called sidebar bill dealing with TikTok. The Senate was able to clear the foreign aid package that ignored a border security bill that closely resembles the House-passed border bill that was not acted on. Rather than quell the unrest, Johnson moved produced only ire from hard-right members, 3 Republicans, Marjorie Taylor Greene of Georgia, Thomas Massey of Kentucky, and Paul Gosar of Arizona, already back to move to House Johnson in a motion to vacate. Senate bill failed to pass a 43-50 procedural vote. The chamber already rejected the measure as a part of a broader foreign aid package earlier this year, so they tried to pass it separately, and it also failed. I didn't know that was true. Yes, because Trump's supporters are propagandized, okay? Anyway, hold on. I wanted to look up Fred. Oil prices. Pretty sure they've been trending downward since like 2022. What do I want to look at? Crude oil prices? I don't know if I want to look at that. What's just spot crude oil? Can I? They do sample gas. I can look at gas prices. I know. I'm pretty sure they've been trending downward since like 2022. Yeah, look. I think we had a spike in 2022, and they've been basically trending downward since then. How far down are they now? 1-year chart. Trump wasn't elected a year ago. Trump was elected a few days ago. This is this oil stock. Is this oil prices? Oh, crude? Oh, wait, hold on. So is this no, this is oil prices. Never mind. When are they down? I mean, they went up for a little bit. They dipped again today, but they also dipped down this low to 29th before Trump was elected as well. I don't think this is because of Trump or anything. That would even, like, the stock price thing makes sense for what I said. I don't really see why oil prices would go down. I could see why oil stocks would go up because Trump wants to drill, baby, drill. I don't really understand the mechanism for oil prices to go down. Okay. The warning signs for where we are now. We're always there. It was clear. Then in late 2021, there was no real federal investigation into Trump. Oil prices to go down. America needs to do a few things. Number one, end the Ukraine war. I don't know if that's a big issue now for oil because we kind of got energy independent after the Ukraine war, right? You know we're energy independent now, right? The cool life, we're making more oil now than any country in the history ever. So I don't think that would do anything now. And also, oil prices they're down from their peak, and I don't know. I wouldn't. My guess would be the time price of oil now is about the same as it was in like 2019. That would be my guess. I don't know. We could check. And end the Hamas and Israel war. How do you suppose we do that? Biden and Kamala Harris have been trying to do that. Trump's the one that doesn't want to end it. Trump just wants to let Israel do its thing, which you can make an argument for, but he's not the one that wants to end it. Don't say he wants to end it. And two, use oil from our own ground, which we do. We are using sending that oil to other countries. Prices around me still $3.15. I mean, you have to consider. Wait, first of all, I don't care about the prices around you. I'm obviously talking about the aggregate here. Secondly, wages have also gone up, right? So my point about the time prices is, oil prices may be up, but if you earn even more. Now he's his stay in power to people becoming unfavorable to him. He was going to lose that position. We need to. Well, I mean, he's got his. They're probably going to go into Lebanon more now, right? Looking like that's where they're heading. We need more nuclear power plants, true, and cheap electric cars, sure. Till then, drill, baby, drill plant. You guys understand? Biden did drill, baby, drill. Biden did that. Biden approved more oil drilling permits than Trump did. We are energy independent now. We make more oil than any country in the history of ever. Right now, under Biden, under glorious Joe Biden, Emperor Joe. We did it. We drilled, baby, drill. We are still drill, baby, drilling. And guess what? We're also investing more in clean energy now than ever. Okay, we can do both these things. Believe it or not, these are not mutually incompatible. We can drill, baby, drill, and we can still invest in the future of clean energy. Entirely possible, and Biden did it. Why are you against electric cars? No real federal investigation of Trump. Even the allies of criminal case against Trump, including so many charges eventually brought against him 2 years later, were already apparent. Is this? Yeah. I think we should invest in hydrogen cars. I don't know how realistic that is in the near future. Like, we already have electric cars, and they seem to be making gains way faster than hydrogen cars are. But maybe you can make an argument for it. I don't know. I just haven't seen as much progress from hydrogen cars, I guess. Despite the fact that the allies that are criminal cases against Trump, including some of the charges, were already apparent. As well as the Biden administration and the Garland Justice Department are running an extremely obvious risk, namely that Trump would run for re-election and win, and ending meaningful criminal accountability for his misconduct would become basically impossible, and of course that's what happened. It was eminently predictable. Garland's defenders over the years, including many Democratic lawyers who regularly appear on cable news, aka Pisco, and he's not on cable news, but Democrat lawyer. And he's on Twitch, which is better than cable news. We can also destroy Nord Stream, cause the biggest gas leak in history. True. That was he's saying that was do we even know who blew up Nord Stream 2 yet? I saw people were leaning towards Russia at first because it looks like they had ships in the area, and then was it like the Netherlands indicted 2 Ukrainians or whatever? Didn't it come out that like Zelensky had plans to do it, but then Zelensky said no, but then they did it anyway? Garland's defenders were simply following a stand-up bottom-up investigating effort. Prosecutors would start with the rioters, and his theory of it would eventually get to Trump. This never made any sense. Many defenders of Garland claim he was following a standard bottom-up investigative effort. Going after rioters for Trump. This never made any sense. It did not reflect some unwritten playbook for criminal investigations. In fact, in criminal cases involving large and potentially overlapping groups of participants as well as serious time sensitivity, good prosecutors try to get to the top as quickly as possible. This didn't actually. I still think America blew it up. Didn't it? Why would we blow it up? I mean, like, I would get kind of the motivation for ordering Ukraine to blow it up, but why would we ourselves blow it up? How would we do that? My understanding is that some Ukrainians went rogue and did it, is my understanding. Europe is so reliant on our oil. Oh, so Europe is reliant on our oil. Well, Europe wasn't already... Didn't they already not... weren't they already not using much Russian oil at that time? Was my understanding? Maybe not. When was it blown up? I thought it was 2022. Permanent. Yeah, 2022. No, I remember these Russian ships were seen before the explosion a few days. 4 days before the explosion, yeah. I'm gonna head out. Well, thanks for stopping by, Cool Life. I appreciate it. Russia first accused the United Kingdom and later the United States of being responsible. Several international media outlets, citing anonymous sources, report that a pro-Ukrainian group may have carried out the attack using the Andromeda sailing yacht. According to these reports, investigators found explosive residue on the Andromeda that it had been rented out by 6 people who professionally forged passports for a Polish company with 2 Ukrainian owners. The yacht is said to have left Rostock on the 6th of September, really moving to the port of whatever that is. Thank you for the follow, Enrique. I appreciate it. Welcome to the stream. Okay, anyway. Didn't actually reflect the typical playbook. And good prosecutors try to get to the top as quickly as possible. But the United States has plans to give them less bit of supply before Biden leaves, according to the Pentagon. Oh, Ukraine? Yeah. They're trying to spend all of it before Trump gets into office because they don't know if he'll approve more Ukraine aid. Which is good. Not him not approving the Ukraine aid. Biden trying to give it all to Ukraine before Trump. Trump should approve more Ukraine aid, but he's probably not going to. The Justice Department can and should have quickly pursued the rioters in Trump in parallel. The fact that many legal pundits have actually defended this gross deceleration of duty and actually argued this was the appropriate course of action continues to amaze me. As for Garland, his legacy is now out of control, and the early returns are not good looking. Hold on, give me a second. As for Garland, his legacy is now out of control, and the early returns are not good looking. Garland is a serious, well-intentioned, and complex figure, but given all this time, he may go down as one of the worst and most broadly unpopular attorney generals in American history, hated by the anti-Trump part of the country for failing to bring Trump to justice, and hated by the pro-Trump country for pursuing Trump at all. I sincerely hope he provides a first-hand account of what happens after he leaves office next year. None of this, however, excuses Republicans for their role. Republicans. For political and legal class, the Republican political and legal class for the role in this as well. In fact, Trump could have pulled it off without a great deal of help from them too. However, Trump couldn't have done it. Without help from Republicans as well. Start with Mitch McConnell and Senate Republicans in 2021. Dude, I hate Mitch McConnell for this so much, dude, and other things, but mainly this. They could and should have voted to convict Trump in a second impeachment, which would have prevented him from running again for the presidency. Instead, McConnell and almost every GOP senator took him off the hook. Firstly, Mitch McConnell, Senate Republicans could have and should have voted to convict Trump after a second impeachment. Which, maybe this article mentioned it, but like a lot of these Republicans voted against impeaching him, or sorry, convicting him, just because they thought you couldn't impeach a sitting or someone who had already left office, which is fucking dumb. And then Trump argues, actually, you can't criminally charge me because I haven't been impeached. So he's trying to get it both ways. You can impeach me after I leave office, but also you can't charge me unless I've been impeached. It's like, oh, okay. Like, oh, beautiful. Oh, it adds a background because it's a browser window, but it's actually transparent, so.
Yeah, what do you think?
It's amazing. It's wonderful.
Am I echoing?
You are a little, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Is it too fast? I can slow it down.
No, I think it's good.
Great. Glad you like it. Glad you like it. I can make it a box too. But, yeah.
Can you make it a pyramid, or do you not have that?
I tried. I didn't. I don't understand how to. It's kind of
okay. Damn.
But yeah, I think it's based as it is. I don't know what you could use it for, but clearly, there's a lot of power. A lot of
clearly.
Very Aryan in it. That's all. But yeah, well, that's it. I wanted to shitpost code. But yeah, that's it.
Hold on, wait. I need you to do. Okay, well, I'll just DM it to him. Okay. Could have and should have voted to impeach him. But instead they took him off the hook. Trump proceeded to execute perhaps the most remarkable political rehabilitation in American history, but which should have not been nearly such a surprise. He never seemed to lose his grip on a party after, and in fact, it strengthened over the course of 2021, as elected Kevin McCarthy quickly rallied around him. The Republican primaries also proved, in the end, to be a boon for Trump in his legal fight. By the time they concluded, Trump had been indicted by the Justice Department and local prosecutors in Manhattan and Fulton County. Under the traditional rules of politics, this should have provided incredible fodder to his adversaries and essentially killed his campaign. Instead, his most prominent primary opponents, came to his defense. As the prosecution in Manhattan came into focus, for instance, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis belittled them as some manufactured circus by some Soros DA. Of course, Nikki Haley and Vivek Ramaswamy both said that they would pardon Trump if elected. Republicans also defended Trump. Whilst he was charged. Charged during the primaries. This is insane. It was no surprise that the Republican primary voters rallied behind Trump. Perhaps it was inevitable, because it was certainly made easier by the fact that Trump's supposed adversaries were all endorsing his legal defense, as well as his false claims about the prosecutors themselves. I gotta send this to... Okay. So it shouldn't be surprising. The party rallied behind him. If all his supposed adversaries were all endorsing his legal defense, as well as his false claims about the prosecutions themselves. Last but certainly not least, the Republican appointed Supreme Court bailed Trump out this year in the heart of the general election campaign when it mattered the most. Republican appointees on the Supreme Court. Lastly, also bailed out Trump this year. Very large swath of the public, somewhere around 60% according to the polling and others, wanted Trump to stand trial in 2020 in an election subversion case before the Supreme Court weighed in. An even larger portion of Americans, around 70%, rejected the idea the president should be immune from prosecution for alleged crimes they commit while in office. First, they stalwalked Trump's appeal on immunity grounds this year and created a new doctrine of criminal immunity that had no real basis in the law. This would be interesting to read. Firstly, they stalwalked Trump's appeal on immunity grounds. And then created a new doctrine of criminal immunity and no real basis in the law. This article title doesn't seem to make You go through the praxeology stuff, or no? I haven't started that yet. We've gotten distracted a few different times. 6 Republican appointees, 3 of whom, of course, were reported when Trump sided with Trump in both cases. Sorry, on both counts. They still walked it. No real basis in the law. It's a gross distortion of law and apparent service of Republican appointees' political objectives. It's all quite bad all around, but make no mistake, Trump's election caps off the most remarkable reversal of legal fortunes in the history of American law. And besides Trump himself, many political figures in both parties share the blame. Caps off the most remarkable reversal of legal fortunes in the history of American law. Besides Trump himself. Political figures on both sides share some blame. Trump has stated he wants to end the trade deficit. It's a beautiful return to mercantilism, but bullion is no longer around. Instead, we'll just get dollars, which we already print. Yeah, I know, it's dumb. They have not evolved past President Lincoln's misunderstanding of tariffs. You know, I actually might read, I know the Deficit Myth has that chapter on the trade deficit. That might be the one part of MMT that's actually good. Okay, that's a little harsh. Okay, that's a little harsh. But that might actually be something interesting to read. The party of Lincoln, exactly. Wait, actually, did we? We did read this. I don't know if we took notes on this. We're not going to right now, but we should. Okay, got 2 more things to react to. Curious if you've made anything recently about the... Yeah, okay. All right. I like this guy. He's a legal expert guy, dude. He comes on Brian Tyler Cohen's show quite a bit to talk about some of the legal stuff against Trump. He made this new video post Trump getting elected about what Jack Smith should do to the co-conspirators. Indict the J66. Okay, I feel like there's got to be a catchier name I can come up with. The J66 kind of works. The 6 co-conspirators.
So, friends, with the time he has left, should Special Counsel Jack Smith indict Donald Trump's co-conspirators? Folks like Rudy Giuliani, Sidney Powell, John Eastman, and the others? Well, let's not bury the lead. The answer is yes. Let's talk about that, because justice matters.
Intro goes hard, by the way. Jesus, it's loud.
Hey all, Glenn Kirshner here. So friends, yesterday we talked about the new reporting regarding how special counsel Jack Smith may be in the process of, quote, winding down, close quote, Donald Trump's criminal cases, his federal prosecutions. Here is just a little bit of that new reporting. This from NPR. Headline, Special Counsel Jack Smith taking steps to wind down federal cases against Trump. And that article begins, Donald Trump started this year fighting 2 federal prosecutions that threatened to send him to prison, but he will end it free and clear of his most significant criminal legal problems. With his resounding victory at the polls and a long-standing Justice Department policy against prosecuting a sitting president, the key question is not if, but when prosecutors move to dismiss or delay his federal election interference case in Washington, D.C. Trump recently said he would fire Special Counsel Jack Smith within 2 seconds after he returned to the White House. Now, that won't be necessary to bring his federal criminal troubles to an end. Smith is taking steps to end both federal cases against Trump before the president-elect takes office, according to a source familiar with the Justice Department deliberations. And friends, we also talked yesterday about how
it's going to be really disappointing too. The federal election interference case has co-conspirators, obviously the 6 co-conspirators. But the Mar-a-Lago documents case also actually has 2 other people charged as well, because he obstructed justice, and I believe they're charged with helping obstruct justice on Trump's behalf, right?
While Jack Smith may be winding down the criminal cases against Donald Trump, he is probably also gearing up to issue his special counsel report. And then at the end of yesterday's Justice Matters video, I previewed the related issue, the topic for today, and that is, what should Jack Smith do with Donald Trump's criminal associates, with his co-conspirators who were included in Donald Trump's federal election subversion indictment in D.C., but who have not yet been indicted? What should Jack Smith do with them? He should indict them. Indeed, I suggest he must indict them, and we'll talk about why that is in a minute. But first of all, who are Donald Trump's criminal associates? His co-conspirators in Trump's efforts to steal the 2020 election, in Donald Trump's decision to launch an attack on the U.S. Capitol to try to stop
all
the certification of Joe Biden's
helped Trump
win
come off the plan
last time around.
Because Trump's too dumb to do it himself.
They are criminals like Rudy Giuliani and Sidney Powell, John Eastman, Kenneth Chesebro, and others. So, friends, I've maintained for a very long time that Donald Trump's co-conspirators in Trump's efforts to steal the 2020 presidential election would be indicted by Jack Smith. I have maintained that for many, many months. In fact, I think I said it shortly after Jack Smith issued the first federal indictment of Donald Trump in D.C. for trying to steal the 2020 presidential election. And here is why I have maintained all along that Jack Smith would indict those co-conspirators.
It's pointless now. I mean, Trump can pardon himself. It's debatable whether he can pardon himself and everyone else realistically. He gets to that. Don't worry. Don't worry. We'll get to that, okay? Don't worry. Don't worry. There are reasons. It's not pointless. There are reasons to do it. Jack Smith has to have the courage. What's the exact thing they said about Mike Pence? Jack Smith has to have the courage to come through for us. I'm going to repeat everything they said about Mike Pence about Jack Smith, okay? Please, Jack Smith. Please, Jack Smith. Please. Jack Smith, please save me. Please save me. You guys see the video, the guy in the car asking Donald Trump to save him? That's what I do every day for Jack Smith.
Is right. We know why he didn't up front, because his prosecution of Donald Trump was built for speed. He hoped to get it through the court system and get Donald Trump convicted and sentenced long before the 2024 election.
But he's fucked by Merrick Garland.
And other ideas. They put a stop to that, and they are complicit in inflicting a criminal precedent on the American people yet again.
And Merrick Garland.
But I digress. So here's why I maintained all along Jack Smith would indict those co-conspirators. In Donald Trump's indictments, federal indictments in D.C., there are 2, the original one and then the superseding or subsequent indictment. He listed a bunch of co-conspirators. And when he listed those co-conspirators, even though he didn't name them, we know who they are because they're identified as, for example, Donald Trump's lawyer. We knew that was Rudy Giuliani, et cetera. When he announced to the world in that public document, that indictment, that these 6 people...
What's the point of trying to convict the sitting president? No, he's not saying the sitting president. We're obviously not getting Trump on the federal election case. Obviously not happening, okay? We're fucked on that one, okay? But there are 6 co-conspirators. Rudy Giuliani, John Eastman, Kenneth Chesebro, Jeffrey Clark, Boris someone, and Sidney Powell. I forget Boris's last name. It's like Boris Epstein. It's not Epstein, but it's Boris something. Those are 6 co-conspirators who helped plot to try to overturn the 2020 election. He's arguing for indicting them, as Jack Smith was probably already planning on doing at some point. But now he kind of has to.
Were part of Donald Trump's crimes to try to steal the election from the American people. When he announced that he had the goods on them, he had ample evidence to try and convict them, which is why he included them in the indictment. I said, okay, then it's just a matter of time before he indicts them, because he wouldn't put that in a public-facing document that these 6 people were part of Donald Trump's criminal conspiracy. They committed federal crimes to try to steal a presidential election together with Donald Trump. He wouldn't have put that out there if he didn't intend to hold them accountable. So I have known all along, strongly believed, they would be indicted. And so why am I saying Jack Smith should, indeed must, indict them now? Well, first of all, Jack Smith only has until January 20th, 2025, because Donald Trump has promised to fire Jack Smith, quote, within 2 seconds, close quote, of being sworn in as president. So time is running out. And friends, here's the other critically important reason Jack Smith must indict Donald Trump's co-conspirators, because that will force Donald Trump's hand. What do I mean by that? Well, if Donald Trump wants to get rid of the cases against his criminal associates, his co-conspirators, the folks
has to engage
who
in corruption,
criminally helped him try to steal the 2020 election, if he wants to get rid of those cases after he's sworn in as president, he will have to engage in corruption to do it. And that corruption can take one of 2 forms. One, he can appoint an attorney general who's willing to do Donald Trump's criminal and corrupt bidding, and order the attorney general to dismiss the criminal cases against Trump's co-conspirators who tried to steal the election from the American people. That will be corruption any way you cut it. Or 2, Donald Trump could deliver a corrupt pardon and say, I recognize Jack Smith has indicted all of these folks. I'm delivering all of my co-conspirators, the people I enlisted in my criminal scheme to steal a presidential election, I'm delivering them a pardon. That, friends, would be a corruptly delivered pardon. And I maintain any honest broker of the law, a federal judge, deciding whether that kind of a pardon was okay or not, would find it is void, as against public policy. It is corrupt. Even Bill Barr,
now
somebody I rarely cite as legal authority for anything, even Bill Barr said in, I believe, Senate testimony under oath, a president can't do that. That would be illegal. Now, we're not...
Okay, he says this, and I think he's, probably right. But, like, Trump kind of did what Bill Barr said would be a crime. And then Trump just got away with it. Corrupt pardon Mueller. Yeah. Do you believe the president could lawfully exchange a pardon in exchange for a recipient's promise not to incriminate him? Bill Barr said no, that would be a crime. Now, I don't think Trump literally made a promise with these people, but I'm pretty sure there were 5 people charged with obstructing justice on Trump's behalf for the Mueller investigation stuff, and they all got pardons. So, I love this country. I love rule of law. I love rule of law, baby. Barr's indifferent political considerations. Barr's comments linger in mind for a reason. Perhaps the Attorney General tried to steer Trump in a more responsible direction because he realized he probably wasn't allowing himself to drift into felonious waters. I have no faith in the courts to find anything Trump does illegal. That's the issue. Exactly, yeah. I think he's probably right. And there are also... I don't know exactly how this works. There's also... The Constitution says the president has the power of pardon except in cases of impeachment. So that means, in theory, you shouldn't be able to impeach, anybody that that's involved with the impeachment investigation, but Trump kind of did that. Constitution, pardon, impeachment. I don't know exactly how it works, but I'm pretty sure that was it Paul Manafort? It was Paul Manafort, I think, who was literally charged of giving false testimony to Congress, and Trump just pardoned him, even though that should have, in my opinion, and I'm not a legal expert, I'll put it this way. I don't understand why it doesn't fit into the scope of except in cases of impeachment. I don't understand that. The exception to power is unlimited. President cannot pardon someone in cases of impeachment. But there's a, why is Trump able to pardon after impeachment? I just don't understand. I don't understand. Well, that would mean not illegal then. What? Oh, you're replying to him. Sorry. Only explicit constitutional limitation on a president's pardon power is that a president cannot issue a pardon to a preclude or affects the disabilities that attach to impeachment. If as happens in other times in history, federal judge has been impeached or removed from office, the president cannot reverse that action. You're referring to that? It's to be raised during the discussion of pardon power. I don't know. What's disturbing aspect of the president's broad power to pardons that apparently empowers the president to conspire with others who commit crimes that personally profit or serve to maintain him illegally in office, since he can assure those who aid in his endeavors that if their perfidy is discovered, he will pardon them for crimes that they committed. Surely one might think the framers did not intend for the pardon power to extend as far. It appears, however, that his draft with the pardon clause recognized this danger and did act to prevent it. The issue was raised during the discussion of pardon power to Constitutional Convention. It was proposed that the president's power to pardon restricted not just to impeachment, but also when treason was charged. It's specifically treason. George Mason, in language that seems to anticipate what someone think is true of Trump pardons, arguing in favor of the addition. The President of the United States has the unrestricted power of granting pardons for treason. Blah, 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 blah. I don't know. But there's arguments to be made there that you can't, that corrupt pardons might not be constitutional, but it doesn't seem like I don't know why Paul Manafort's pardon wouldn't fit under this.
Not going to go all the way up to the Supreme Court and talk about what might happen up there for the moment. And here's why. Just bear with me here for a minute. We have to keep talking about how the rule of law is supposed to work, how it is intended to be applied against criminals like Donald Trump. Because if we stop talking about how the rule of law is supposed to work and we just leave Donald Trump and his criminal associates to their own devices to commit all the crimes they want, then we're normalizing it, we're excusing it, and we can never do that. You know, people get very frustrated because they say, well, Glenn, you keep talking about how the rule of law is supposed to apply. It never seems to apply that way to Donald Trump. Exactly. I agree. But we have to keep talking about how it's supposed to apply because we are in the darkness now, but we will come into the light again. So I maintain that if Donald Trump wants to kill the cases against his co-conspirators once Jack Smith indicts them, it will be a product of corruption. It will actually be a crime. It will be an ongoing conspiracy that Donald Trump is in. It will be obstruction of justice. It will be any number of crimes if he delivers a pardon to his criminal associates, his co-conspirators, in the event Jack Smith indicts them. And then finally, there's another really important reason, and this one is a little bit down in the legal weeds, so bear with me. This is going to feel a little like a Team Justice Law School class for the next few minutes, but I really want to include this in our discussion. There's another reason Jack Smith should indict these co-conspirators, and it's because of the statute of limitations. That's just a fancy word for a time limit that is put on the Department of Justice's ability to prosecute somebody, and it's typically 5 years from the time the crime is committed. Prosecutors have 5 years to bring charges, and if they don't bring charges in 5 years, they can't bring charges thereafter. They are timed out. The statute of limitations would prohibit somebody from being indicted and being tried for their crimes. If the prosecutors wait too long, they wait more than 5 years. Here's the thing. If Jack Smith makes the decision not to bring indictments against Donald Trump's co-conspirators, well then by the time Donald Trump is out of office, assuming he serves all 4 years, these crimes will have timed out. We will be well beyond the statute of limitations, and the Rudy Giuliani, Sidney Powell's, and others will be free and clear of all of these federal prosecutions that could have been brought right now if Jack Smith
they do still have state charges. Thank God. Thank God some states are brave.
But if he indicts them now, within the statute of limitations, within the 5 years, and Donald Trump corruptly kills those cases in one way or another, guess what? The statute of limitations might not come into play, might not prohibit a prosecution even after the 5-year mark. Why is that? Well, there's this general principle in the law that you can't benefit from your own wrongdoing. Forfeiture by wrongdoing, it's sometimes called. Let me give you a more concrete and easily understood example. If somebody is indicted and they show up for their first day of trial and they're supposed to be tried for crimes that they allegedly committed, but then they flee before the second day of trial, and they remain sort of in abscondence, gone, and the prosecutors and the Marshal Service and all of the law enforcement agencies can't find them. And 5 years passes. And then on the 5-year and 1 day mark, they come back and they say, aha, I am now beyond the statute of limitations because you didn't try me within 5 years. Well, then the principle of forfeiture by wrongdoing comes in. You forfeit your right to assert the statute of limitations because your absence was a product of your own wrongdoing. That same principle, by way of analogy, I argue, I contend, and I would make this argument in court all day, every day, that same principle should apply to somebody who is delivered
but again,
and accepts a corrupt pardon.
Who knows if this will be, if any court would actually litigate this and be on his side here, but especially when it comes to fucking Trump.
Try to avoid being prosecuted for your crimes such that the statute of limitation pauses. Press pause, because
what
the
kind of
only
evidence do
reason
you
Donald Trump's
reconsider to support U.S. foreign policy? What kind of, what do you mean? It would depend on the war. To reconsider support for U.S. foreign policy? I mean, like if you could act, I mean, we're gonna disagree on everything, but like if you could actually prove that like Israel is doing a genocide, then like obviously I want to support that. If you could, when it comes to Ukraine, Ukraine's complicated because when it comes to Ukraine, they're not accused of doing anything like super horrible. The argument usually is just that, you know, they'd be better off if we, you know, cut off aid and then made them negotiate. You'd have to convince me that Russia can actually sustain the war effort for longer than I think they can for that.
Conspirators were not tried for their crimes. If Jack Smith indicts them now, would be corruption by Donald Trump that is also attributable to Donald Trump's co-conspirators. It would be part of an ongoing criminal scheme to try to help Trump's co-conspirators avoid being brought to trial. So there would be a good, strong legal argument, a viable argument, that nope, statute of limitations didn't expire. Prosecution of his co-conspirators is not barred or prohibited because the prosecutors took too much time, because the only reason they took too much time was Donald Trump corruptly delivering and the co-conspirators corruptly receiving a pardon. So friends, I hope.
By the way, you are allowed to reject a pardon, so you can reject a pardon. So if they do accept it, that's arguably, and it is a corrupt pardon, and you can argue that it is beyond a reasonable doubt a corrupt pardon, which I have reasonable doubt that you could do that. It would be actual wrongdoing on them, not just Trump.
Well, I hope I made that understandable. And let's finish with something positive. I think every day from here on out, we're going to have to finish with something positive, something encouraging, because goodness knows we need to find reasons to stay positive, to stay engaged, to keep fighting for what's right. And here's today's message, and we'll finish with this. When darkness descends, we put on our effing night goggles and fight like hell, because the light will come again. And because justice matters.
Goes hard.
Friends, as always, please stay safe. Please stay tuned. And I look forward to talking with you all again tomorrow.
Please, Jack Smith. Please, Jack Smith. Jack Smith. Please, Jack Smith. Please. I believe in you. You have to have the courage to come through for us. Why is this fucking so pixelated, dude? I was considered interviewing a lawyer from Avo Lawyer advertising website. I have no clue what that is. I don't know why I would do it. I don't know. I feel like we're probably gonna. I'm definitely gonna read through the Jack Smith indictments at some point. I probably want to read through at least a superseding indictment before the Jack Smith's like final report comes out, because I'm sure that I don't know when that'll come out. That'll probably take a while, but I don't know how much I want to read. How long is How long is the chapter? I think it's chapter 3 or 4 of the Jan 6 report. It's like the coup in search of a legal theory. I probably want to read that. Just because I was having an argument with Grid Motorsports, right? And he was like, well, this has been talked about by smarter people than you and me, and it was determined that actually Pence did have the power to do that. And I'm like, no, Eastman said he didn't have the power to do that. And Glenn is just retarded and says, actually, it says co-conspirator 2. We don't know that's Eastman. and then it doesn't even matter that I even provide the actual email itself because we have the real email, but not this email. I don't know where I linked it. I linked it somewhere. Most U.S. lawyers are there. Many do free online or phone consult. If it's a new client, no contract. Why? I don't think they would do that for coming on stream. I don't think a consultation is not hop on stream to talk to me. What's up?
Stop talking about the tip. Check what I sent you. It's important.
No, I see. I know. I see him. Yep.
What do you think about Freaky Schoenberg?
I think you're a nerd for listening to classical music like a nerd does. Okay. That's what I think. Well,
get Schoenberg bald, retard. Yeah, that's
Fuck.
Right.
You got me.
Yeah, you got him.
It's only I laid out a this plan to read it. It's taking a while to load. Where I had like a like all these are like 20 to 30 pages, which I can usually do in like about 3 hours at most if I'm taking notes on it. And they all end on instead of just like reading 30 pages and like stopping at a random part, I went through and actually made sure they all end on like section headers or like and the end of a chapter, things like that. $4.53. Oops, I'm dumb. 453. It's not that long. It's like 20 pages. 30 pages. Although some of this, oh, no, never mind. Why is this guy here? This is the fucking date right stuff, dude. Why is he in the Jan 6 report? What? President Personnel Director Johnny McIndry confirmed that he was personally asked for a pardon by Representative Matt Gaetz. Asked for a very, very broad pardon. I said Nixon's pardon was not nearly that broad. Wait, did this guy testify in front of the Jan 6 committee? Senate witness. Oh my god, no shot. I don't know why they put this picture here. Either President Trump or his chief of staff, Mark Meadows, asked John McEntee, the director of personnel, with researching the matter further. With one of the president's close advisors who's not a lawyer and had no relevant experience, yet he wrote a one-page memo claiming the VP has a substantial directive to address... What? What? I didn't know this guy was... I didn't know this guy was this evil. You're telling me on top of all the... of all those weird cringe shit he does, he's a fucking treasonous. Oh, they have deposition. I don't think they have a. I don't think he testified.
That new video from the January 6th committee today showing.
But it's a deposition. $191 pages, damn. Letter from Deputy Counsel. President Biden's determined to ascertain executive privilege not in national interest with respect to testimony. Regardless of firing department, could you describe how the firing process occurs? I'm really interested in do you have any interactions with John Eastman? No one's spoken on their phone many times. Or sorry, one time, but I can't say definitely. Do you recall whether you were setting up a call meeting with Eastman? The constitutional authority of his state legislators is use electors. So-called Eastman memo is to refer to now. No. Okay, that's funny. And I didn't know he was in front of the fucking J6 committee, man. Or had a deposition for it. I don't think he was called to testify or anything, but that's funny, man. I'm just making sure the fucking whatever thing hasn't started yet. Apparently, I don't know if I want it. I have no clue what you guys had to explain to me what the 4B movement was. Some women are considering the 4B movement. Donald Trump would be reelected as beginning social interest review as 4B. Young women across TikTok are discussing and sharing information about the South Korean feminist movement, where straight women refuse to marry, have children, date, or have sex with men. These women say they are enraged and fed up after a majority of their male counterparts voted for a candidate who was found liable for sexual abuse after appointing 3 conservative justices led to overturning of national abortion rights protections. In response to say they're swearing off men and encouraging others around the country to join them. We repented and begged for men's safety all this year. And done all the things they're supposed to do, and they still hate us. True. Korean words. I don't know how to pronounce any of those, which translate to no marriage, no childbirth, no dating, no sex with men. 4B movement emerged in South Korea around 2015 or 2016. One was brutally killed in a subway station in 2016. Revenge for and digital sex crimes. I don't know. It's okay. How could I troll? Donald Trump is an insurrectionist, and no woman should be having sex with someone who's has committed treason, like Donald J. Trump has. And I respect the choice of any woman not to engage with any man who supports the insurrectionist Donald J. Trump. Will Trump do a Holocaust? Trump will definitely not do a Holocaust.
We live in a populist.
All right. I'm curious. I saw this Twitter thread. I think this is about why Micah thinks we lost. The Democrats lost. I'm curious what his take on it is. I've seen a few different people talk about it. Again, I really don't know. I think a lot of it's inflation, and I think a lot of it is Kamala did not do well at the alternative media environment. Micah Orfan equals neoliberal. He is, and he's based, okay? Yes, correct.
We live in a populist moment. People have so many frustrations with how their life is. And they're angry at their government. They're angry at the system, which produces these outcomes which are consistently unsatisfactory. And they're pessimistic about the ability to reform that system. That's part of the reason why Trump won, despite the fact that he's not particularly popular with the public, despite the fact that people disapprove of so many things that he's done and he's said. People were willing to take the risk of voting for him because
That's
at
the
least
Democrats
he
who
would
made
disrupt
her
the system.
lose.
At least he might change something. Now, of course, I disapprove of that decision, but it speaks to the mindset in the moment in which we live. People are looking for something to blame for their pain. And Donald Trump offers that. Every single problem that we have in his framing is because of someone else. The only way for us to do better for ourselves is for someone else to do worse. We are being...
I mean, this is that's the entire anti-establishment narrative. Both on the right, it's because of immigrants and because of minorities. I don't know. That's on the very far right. And then on the left, it's all because of rich people.
Exploited, and the goal of politics is to end the terrible exploitation which is occurring. This is a message that emotionally resonates with people, but it's not true. Immigrants are not the cause of our economic problems, and mass deportations would shrink the economy dramatically. They're not causing the deficit. They're actually net contributors to Social Security and Medicare. They're not the reason our crime rate's so high. They actually have a lower than average crime rate. Most undocumented immigrants that came here legally through the asylum system, although they are undocumented. You can disagree with the asylum system, but they actually are not illegal immigrants. Trans people are not ruining sports. Feminism is not ruining your relationships. Foreign aid makes up 1% of the budget. It is not the cause of any of the problems that we have in our country. We can disagree with it. We can think that we could do it better or it's a waste of money, but it's not the cause of our problems. And the juxtaposition...
Oh, and Republicans blame both foreign nations for that stuff as well, for draining our resources when we give them aid, and for fucking trade. They say they're winning in trade, and we're getting robbed.
The claim that it is simply a misrepresentation of facts. And mirrored by the huge and incredibly successful right-wing populism we have in this country, there's also a left-wing populism.
Thank you for follow, MHH Citadel, HHM.
And it's much smaller by comparison. Bernie Sanders in 2016 stoked the flames of a new left-wing
critically engaged with the
vibe
race
politics. A similar kind of frustration at the existing system. And this left-wing populism, like all left-wing populisms historically, was primarily around class. Working people are being exploited by big business, and big business controls the government. And the solution to that problem is to overthrow their oligarchic control of the government and establish a real democracy. And it's to impose policies
like
that
Lena
erode
Khan.
Their wealth and control and increase the population's control. And that means price controls in the form of rent control.
Now Lena Khan's down.
That means strengthened unions. That means dramatically increasing taxes and having government control of industry, so there's not private control of industry. Increased subsidies in public services. And similarly to the right-wing narrative, although I admit less so, I think this left-wing populism is necessarily reductive. Because whenever you blame all of our problems on some simple story, some one group, you're necessarily missing all the
why
problems.
Democrats run a vibrates campaign. That's why I think someone like Bernie Sanders could have done even better. I don't know. I feel like they tried to some extent, like Kamala Harris had her fucking joyful vibes or whatever. I don't know. It's just, I don't know. I really don't know. I feel like Bernie, playing into the populism thing could have done better. But I really don't. I really don't know. I really don't. No, I really don't know. Either way.
We're misattributing problems to that group. For instance, our country is suffering from a great housing crisis. Housing prices and rents are growing far faster than wages. And this is happening year after year after year. Is this happening because of the capitalist class? Is this happening because of the bourgeoisie? No, it's happening because local governments imposed an array of really restrictive housing regulations that prevented townhomes, apartments, multifamily housing, mixed-use development, all types of denser housing. They made this housing illegal largely because of racial...
But Kamala played into that. She did the YIMBYism. Obama was doing the YIMBYism. But unfortunately, people just don't care enough. Commons establishment coded. You can't fool people who didn't think he's a Vibes candidate. Nobody bought it. Maybe.
Racial prejudice. Some of it was based on classism. Today, it's based on protecting the community character, keeping out the rabble. That's what people say. It is these not in my backyard laws, these NIMBY laws that have prevented developers from developing enough housing in an area to meet the demand. A lot of people want to live in certain areas, and whenever you can't build dense enough housing in one area to meet the demand, well, what are people going to do? They're going to bid up the price. Who can pay the most? And whoever can pay the most is going to be the person who acquires that housing unit. So, in fact, in this specific area, it is not developers and the owning class which is at fault. In fact, they are the ones that want to change these laws because they get to develop more. It is local neighborhood associations, which don't want the rabble in their neighborhood. They don't want things to change. There might be landlords, which don't want so much competition from new housing. But it's not a simple class, working class versus owning class issue. And there's a lot of examples of this. In our country, you require a license to get into many professions. And in many cases, they're really stringent. If you want to be a hairdresser, if you want to be a plumber, if you want to be a sumo wrestler in some states, you want to be a gardener, you need to get a license. And these licensing requirements can be overly restrictive, and you can't move across states with them, and you have to renew them all the time. And sometimes they make them more restrict for no reason. Now, why do we have unnecessary licensing requirements? Because if you're a gardener, you don't want competing gardeners. You want less gardeners. So they form an industry association, and they go lobby to get the government to keep out people from their industry, to make it harder to become a gardener. And this is bad for society, makes gardening more expensive, stops people from becoming gardeners, right? That's just an example, but it's good for them. Now, gardeners are not the owning class. Sometimes these groups are called labor associations, but they're doing stuff that's bad for society. And we can look across the domain of issues and see that in so many domains, the problem is not just all the businesses against the working class. It is a specific industry or a specific narrow interest using their disproportionate political power in our broken political system to get stuff that is good for them, and it is bad for us. And when you sum up all of these instances of minorities getting the government to pursue policies that are bad for the vast majority, we get a society that's broken in many ways. There are so many examples of bad policies which are not explained by this simple class-based story of politics. But as I said, we're in a populist moment. If we want to have an effective political movement, we have to be able to speak to people's frustrations. We can't be the traditional, very nuanced people on the internet who say, well, you know, here's the facts about this, and here's the economic data.
But what if I want it? But what if I can epically own every conservative debate by talking about the prime age employment to population ratio? So annoying.
That's not going to work. You're not going to build a mass movement around nerdism or nuanceism. You need to talk about things in ways that resonate with people, and you need a simple story. And so I think that simple story is that the government is broken. It is corrupt. Our politicians do not work for us. Many times they are incentivized to do things that are bad for us. Because ultimately politicians
we can't be autistic, must be retarded, guys.
Right,
I agree.
And many times
I mean, there are ways, like there can be some stuff you can play into populism. High Bernie's multiple houses. He never says how much he manages them or if he offers any of the income they produce to charity. That's not really, one, that's not really particularly relevant to this. Two, I don't particularly like Bernie. Three, I like that's kind of separate from like what he, like that's a claim of hypocrisy on his part, but I don't know if that really is hypocrisy on his part. Like I think so long as he is proposing policies that are good, I think that's fine. Like even if his policies that he thinks are good or would hurt him as well, like
is what benefits them electorally. And many times what benefits them electorally is doing a giveaway to this special interest group, putting in place a regulation to help this one, not making big changes because it's going to piss off this community, having the government borrow tons of money that it shouldn't be borrowing, because that temporary spending will help them politically in the short run, even though it's bad for the country in the long run. That is the system that
welcome back, Finn.
A system of special interest group control, a system of corruption. And that is the system that has to be dramatically changed. Because the array of problems that we are dealing with are not new. Almost every single problem we have in this country has existed for a long time. And it is those political institutions, the structures within our government, the sickness within those structures that continue and reproduce themselves every single generation. And until that sickness is cured, until our political institutions are healed and fixed, the problem will remain the same. Now, you probably say, that sounds nice, Michael. What does it actually look like in practice? Well, here's what it looks like. We need to go into our government and change the rules so that politicians are incentivized to do.
Base Bernie's multiple houses, and he's a socialist and a perfect setup for Vibes age candidate. We need a contradiction just like Trump. Law and order of 34 felonies. True. Base, not ironic.
The population.
It works. It works, clearly.
The grave violations of democratic principles which exist all over our democracy. We have gerrymandering, where politicians draw the lines to reduce competition. We have a partisan primary system, which reduces competition in our election system. If you live in a deep red area, you don't have to worry about your Democratic opponent in the general election. It doesn't matter. They're never going to win. All you have to worry about is your Republican primary. Now, who votes in Republican primaries? Hardcore Republicans. What are hardcore Republicans? They're not representative of the general population.
What are your discussion points for today?
And so essentially,
we already kind of went over a lot of them. I know right now we're talking about why Kamala might have lost and what Democrats can do.
In deep red areas and in deep blue areas, the people who actually decide who has power is not the public. It is a narrow slice of the public. That leads to worse leadership. We need to put in place rules that limit the ability of political actors to make short-term decisions that harm everyone else. Politicians should not just be able to borrow unlimited amounts when the economy is good. They just should not. We need to have ethics rules that
we do have some rules in Congress that prevent that. I'm pretty sure whatever pay-go PAYGO Congress rule. I feel like I've read about this. Pay-as-you-go PAYGO rule prohibits consideration for legislation to project an increased budget deficits in any of the following fiscal year periods: 1, the current year; 2, the budget year; 3, the 6 years beginning with the current year; and 4, the 11 years also begin. Yeah.
Prevent lobbyists from buying politicians.
But he is correct.
And contain the corrupting influence of special interest group money. We have quid pro quos around this country where one local group pays and supports a candidate for local office, and then when that candidate wins, they give a fancy big contract to the group which supported them. That should just be illegal. Whenever we make enough institutional reforms that we start to curtail the excesses of politicians' incentives and direct them towards doing what is genuinely best
Yeah,
for the
I know
public,
you
then
hate
you're going to start
PAYGO,
seeing
Gopher,
government
okay.
systematically change. Where instead of saying, how do we fight against special interest groups in this one battle and win this one battle here and win this one battle there and lose the war, we actually can win the war. We can make a government that is actually for, by, and of the people. And we can start to tackle the deep problems that exist in our country. We can have a government that's actually effective. This needs to be our priority. And this is the kind of populism that is justified. A righteous anger towards the true culprit, which is mostly not really immigrants. It's mostly not all the businesses. It is a deeply broken political system that leads our government to be perpetually dysfunctional. I like to call this populism a liberal populism. A populism that is not based on scapegoats and fictions, but based on the cold-hearted truth about how the government actually works and who it actually serves. In other words, in this populist moment, we need to tell the one true populist story. The government isn't working for you, but one day it can.
Wow. Of course, the neoliberal proposal for populism is just austerity. Well, I mean, all he said was, you shouldn't be able to borrow unlimited money in good economic times, which makes sense. I want to call that austerity, but also, you should know. I would assume you agree with this. Politicians love, to pretend to care about the deficit. Okay, they love talking about the deficit. Okay, what do we could read some of the defending globalization stuff. We could read the deficit is a myth. We could read some of the Jan 6 stuff. We could read some of the Jack Smith stuff. Well, that's the Jan 6 stuff. I lumped those together. Could read some of this. Could read some of that. Could read some of the praxeology stuff. Could read. You know, it'd be funny to if I had more time to prep for this panel, then maybe I'd do it. But what's the advisory committee for the $1.9 trillion stimulus? Oh, so she's directly responsible for all the inflation. That doesn't surprise me. Didn't Bernie? I think Bernie had her on as an advisor at some point. I think AOC was kind of flirting with MMT a little bit. Yeah, could read some of this, and then we Trump sexual assault allegation. I know there's a whole Wikipedia dedicated to it because there's a lot of them. Since the 70s, at least 26 women have publicly accused Donald Trump, the president of the United States from 2017 to 2021, of rape, kissing, and groping without consent, looking under women's skirts, and walking in on naked teenage pageant contestants. Trump has denied all of the allegations. It would be interesting if I could do... I don't know. I don't think there's a ton of research to do with these, but... Because they're allegations. They're not going to go super far in depth. October 2016, 2 days before the presidential debate with Hillary Clinton, a hot mic recording surfaced, and Trump was her bragging about kissing and groping women without consent, saying, "When you're a star, you can do anything. You can grab them by the pussy, put it in a pussy. The incident widespread media exposure led to Trump's first public apology during the campaign and caused outrage across the political spectrum. Did he ever? What's the defense for this? Is the defense for this that he was joking, or? You know, I don't know why I thought pussy would go somewhere different, but. Locker room talk, lol. That's the defense. I don't know the specifics of this case. It'd be interesting to... How long is the fucking... What do you call if it's a civil suit? Because it wouldn't be an indictment, but there still has to be a... Still has to be like a, you know, document listing all the alleged misconduct, right? What do you call that for a civil suit? Can we renew claim defamation? So a suit alleges Trump pulled down her tights. Got her genitals ripped her. What do you why? I don't know why I can't get past the political paywall. Civil suit indictment. Like, I don't know what do you call them? Equivalent of indictment. Seeking redress. Oh, they are. So if I look up where's the records? Hold on, maybe Just Security has it? Oh, Trump trials. These are older criminals. Oh, do they not have the... Yeah, I don't think they have that. Oops. What did I search to find it? This download PDF. Fuck you. This. Hell yeah, there we go. My random opinion. This is the opinion. How do I see I want the like list of allegations. Is it this? Plaintiff Eugene Carroll. This is the August term. Plaintiff appeal. Oh, I think this is what I want, right? This is not what I want. Can I just make this up? God fucking damn this shit, man. How many attorneys work at your fight? Okay, with position. Representing myself in a legal manner. Oh, hell yeah, that actually fucking works. What are you searching? I want the civil indictment that Eugene Carroll made for Trump. The second civil indictment about the sexual assault claims. I want her list of allegations is what I want, basically. But I don't know where that is. I can find the decision. I don't want the decision. I want Eugene Carroll's list of allegations. But I don't know how to find that. Ask AI to... Oh, maybe that works, actually. Is he like, this is the opinion? Provide Eugene Carroll's court allegations against Trump and her. Second case accusing him of sexual assault. Court filings listing you slip in no graphs, true. Unfortunately. Welcome back, your Mary Release Sheet poster. Provide a link to where I can find Boom AI provide. Is that real? Where I can find a PDF of the allegations she submitted. Eugene Carroll's sad case. This is the opinion. Statute of limitations over, so yeah, I know. Name which are civil case. Where is the fucking... What's up, a kind furry? Welcome to the stream. That's the opinion. Where's the actual... How do I find the... This is Trump's motion for a new trial. But, like, this... So America is the first convicted rapist president. Well, civilly liable, but yeah, I can't get a woman president. What was I gonna look up? Boom AI. He's a convicted rapist by law. Well, liable, right? Doesn't convicted literally mean he was never criminally convicted. Usually, when people say convicted, they mean criminally. Civilly liable. It's the technical term, right? Because it's based on a preponderance of evidence. What the fuck? Who told me to look up Boom AI? What the fuck? This is not. This is not useful. Independent denying defendant Rule 49 motion. I don't want. I want the first document where E. Jean Carroll says this is what Trump did, and this is what you guys. Okay, thanks for leaking my phone number. This is the opinion. Case details. Okay, what if I just look up this? Maybe Trump Research Project has something on it? I don't think so. This would be useful, though. I do want this. If you ever take a coding class to work, ChatGPT can do all your assignments. Dude, I use, allegedly, I may have used ChatGPT, I may have used Google Gemini for some of my history assignments, okay? Allegedly. Listen, okay? The funny thing is, I could probably do it, despite the fact that I didn't actually read some of the chapters in the textbook that the history class wants me to read. I could probably do it. They're not that hard. But if you give me an 80 question quiz, 80 questions, 80. Really? 80? No. Fuck that shit, bro. I ain't doing that, okay? I ain't spending that long on one fucking quiz, okay? Google Gemini is going to do it. So can I look up motion to sue or something? Like, is that like a... Believe the court is wrong most of the time, but believe whatever you want. E. Jean Carroll Trump lawsuit filing. Oh, thank you. Here we go. Finally. Woohoo. Complaint and demand for jury trial. Finally, dude. Fucking took forever. Are you kidding me, man? Slash page. Woman. Moment. Oh, the text. Soda. Thanks, chat. The most American oyster cat meme in existence. They will ban Kamala deepfake adult porn photography. Hold on, wait. What did I look up to find this? So if Just Security has it, I'm assuming they gotta have other shit on it, right? E. Jean Carroll 1 case. I need the E. Jean Carroll 2 case. So a fraud trial, blah, 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 blah. Sexually assaulting Eugene Carroll. Carroll 1 is the case preferred to focus exclusively on the damage that Trump's own Carroll's. During an earlier verdict in Carroll 2. This is, so that they also have stuff on this? Or, no, this is just... Oh, that's what I'm looking for the whole time. Thank you. Yes. The actual fucking thing that... Yes, this is what I wanted. Okay, good. The actual complaint. Civil cover sheet. What does that do? What is that? What the fuck? Okay, that's not relevant. Statement of relatedness. What does that do? Request for issuance of summons. I only care about the things that actually have evidence, and I'm pretty sure really only this was going to have it. Notice of appeal have death Donald Trump. Letter of motion, selected parties. I don't know. Memorandum in order of plaintiff. Motion is granted in part and denied in part. Ms. Carroll incorporated the motion. Carroll 2. 1 plaintiff's prior statements are admissible. 2 to testimony. Okay. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna pee again, and then I'll be back, and then we'll see what we read. Funny Bunny compilation. Oh wait, did Destiny talk to Asmongold? No, they're just reacting to each other.
Listen to what he just said.
It's just
Surveys are
clickbaiting.
at, right? Like you call it a cope to just stay
Oh, now he's reacting to himself.
something that's actually true.
Oh, no, he's reacting to XQC reacting to him.
God.
What is the date for this huge flip in favorability? Did this just happen when she was announced?
Thank you very much for the 10 bits, Inverter Mystic. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate it. Oh, yeah, 10 left. Sorry. Listen, 10 bits is plenty for me, okay? That's like, you know, that's like half my daily income, okay? You have just upped 50% my income from this stream, okay? Maybe even more than that. Although I don't know how much I make off of YouTube streams, honestly. We'll see. 10 shekels. Wait, why did I close the funny compilation?
It's Jover. I'm by done.
I'm by done. Alright, I'm by bathroom. Am I right? Am I right, guys? Did you enjoy the Funny Bunny compilation?
Obama.
Oh, almost spilled. Okay, I need to turn this down, dude. Widow Chief of Staff, she's been officially announced. Has she?
I'm by done.
I don't know that.
Wait, what are you doing? Why are you still peeing?
Well-meaning universal criticism by proponents of pro-choice and opponents of pro-choice that Roe v. Wade was not a very
so
well-reasoned decision. Most constitutional scholars do not offer that as an example of, whether they're for or against abortion, a decision that is well-written and well-reasoned.
This is
not the conclusion.
Maybe my position is always, I just want to codify Roe v. Wade. I don't really care if Biden has flip-flopped in Roe v. Wade or not. I just want Roe v. Wade to be codified. That's what I want.
It's not offered as a way to write a decision.
For 51 years, that was the law. 51 years, constitutional scholarship said it was the right way to go. 51 years, and it was taken away because this guy put very conservative members on the Supreme Court.
Nothing he said that was even wrong. Or no, I guess he did say the constitutional lawyer said it was the right thing to do. I guess that he kind of flip-flopped on, but like the rest of it, it's just like, yeah, 51 years it was the law, and then it got taken away because Trump put a bunch of conservatives on the Supreme Court. Isn't there a I understand localists, you probably wouldn't like this. Isn't there there's a term, aren't like that courts shouldn't really be like looking at and overturning like long-standing precedent? Isn't that a thing? I forget what I swear there's a term for it. Oh, I got some reels to check out from my buddy.
What? That's a scary mask you have on. I don't have on a mask. Well, do you have on any makeup? No. Ha, that explains it.
How you like that?
Fire, dude.
What is that?
It's herring surprise.
What's the surprise?
I'm on that good cuss.
Wow.
I'm on that good.
Okay. What the fuck, man? Okay, I want to skim through this. Roughly 27 years ago, play for Bantle at the luxury department store. Bertolf Goodman at Fifth Avenue, New York, took a dark turn when defendant Donald J. Trump seized plaintiff E. Jean Carroll, forced her up against the dressing room wall, pinned her down of his shoulders, and raped her. In the aftermath, Carroll confided in two close friends. One urged her to report the crime to police. The other warned that Trump would ruin her life and livelihood if she reported it. Carroll chose silence and remained silent for over 2 decades. Carroll knew that sexual assault was pervasive. She also knew men have been assaulting women and got away with it since he was born. And she knew that while a woman accused any man of rape was rarely believed, a woman who accused a rich, famous, violent man of rape would probably lose everything. She therefore reasonably concluded that if she accused Donald Trump of rape, he would bury her in threats and lawsuits, and she would probably lose her reputation, not to mention everything she had worked for and achieved. Near the end of the 2016 presidential election, Carroll watched in horror as numerous women offered highly credible and painfully familiar accounts of Donald Trump assaulting them. Trump responded with insults and denials. The public fractured, and Trump not only won the election, but he grew even more popular with some supporters as a result of the controversy. Carroll's mother was a respected Republican official in Indiana, was dying during the last 6 weeks of the presidential election. Carroll wanted to make her mother's last days as pleasant as possible and avoid causing her any pain, decided to remain silent about what Trump had done to her. But all that changed in late 2017 when Harvey Weinstein's scandal aftermath signaled a profound shift in how Americans responded to accusations of sexual misconduct by powerful men. It suddenly seemed possible that even Trump could be held to account. For Carroll, that project grew more urgent and more personal as the #MeToo era promoted a flood of new letters to her advice column seeking her counsel about how to respond to sexual assault and abuse. In her column, Carroll encouraged readers to be brave, think clearly, and seek justice. When readers overcome with doubt and anxiety have turned to her seeking advice, Carroll always advised taking action, but she never confessed her own experiences. She revealed that she, too, had been a victim of sexual assault. Over time, as described below, the contradiction between Carroll's words and her actions became increasingly untenable. Carroll's a journalist. She watched this. Okay, blah, 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 blah. Plaintiff Eugene Carroll's a journalist. Blah, blah, blah. Cordes, subject matter, blah, 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 blah. Okay, factual allegations. 1. Trump rapes Carroll at Bergdorf Goodman. One evening in the fall of 1995 and the spring of 1996, Carroll left work and went to Bergdorf Goodman. Between the fall of 1995 and the spring of what the hell? the luxury department store in Fifth Avenue, New York. She was and remains a regular shopper at Bergdorf's. How the fuck do you pronounce this shit? That evening, Carol did not find what she was looking for and prepared to leave Bergdorf's. How do you pronounce this, man? Bergdorf Goodman?
Bergdorf Goodman.
Sorry.
Bergdorf Goodman.
I guess Bergdorf is right. As she exited through Burdock's revolving door on the 58th Street, Trump arrived and entered through that very same door, which was catcorded across the Plaza Hotel. Trump instantly recognized Carol on sight. They had met at least once beforehand and had traveled along the same New York City media circles. In this period, Carol was doing the daily Ask E. Jean TV show, a small hit on the America's Talking Network, started by Roger Ailes. She was also a frequent guest on commentator and widely watched to Today Show and Good Morning America. Trump and Carol had previously been photographed at a party together. At the 58th Street revolving glass door at Bergdorf, Trump put his hand to stop her from exiting and said, "Hey, you're that advice lady." Carol, struck by the boy's good looks, and responded, "Hey, you're that real estate tycoon." Trump said he was at Bergdorf's to buy a present for a girl and asked Carol to advise him. Carol was surprised but thrilled that Trump would want her advice. She stuck around, imagining funny stories that she might recount later. Trump and Carol began searching for a gift. What the fuck? There was a long-standing president, very sound. Only problem is it didn't do enough to guarantee it was right. Hence the viability of rules something to that. Codification of law was necessary. Carol was surprised. Trump and Carol began searching for a gift that Trump could give to the unnamed girl. They stood just outside the door. Carol pointed to the handbags. Trump made a face. He did not like that idea. Carol instead suggested a hat. Trump walked over, going straight for a fur hat, prompting Carol to object that no woman would wear a dead animal on her head. Trump cuddled the fur hat, asking Carol how old the girl was. Trump did not answer, instead telling Carol how old she was. When Carol replied that she was 52 years old, asking Carol how old she was, he taunted her, "You're so old." Trump had an idea. He would buy lingerie instead. Trump and Carol rolled up the escalator to the lingerie department. When he arrived, it was uncharacteristically empty, with no sales attendant in sight. Sitting at a counter near them were 2 or 3 boxes, seen through a bodysuit. I got it great. It's not seen a bodysuit. Trump insisted Carol try it on. Suddenly, Trump grabbed Carol's arm and said, "Let's put this on." He moved Carol to a dressing room. Strangely for Bergdorf, the dressing room was open and unlocked. Trump closed the door in the dressing room immediately after. Trump lunged at Carol, pushing her against the wall, bumping her head quite broadly, and putting his mouth on her lips. Carol shoved him back, utterly shocked by Trump's unexpected attack. Carol burst into awkward laughter. She could hardly process the insanity of the situation. She also hoped, at least at first, that the laughter would bruise his ego and cause him to retreat. But Trump did not stop. He seized both of her arms and pressed her against the wall, bumping her head a second time. While pinning Carol against the wall on his shoulder, Trump jammed his hand under the coat dress and pulled down her tights. Trump opened his overcoat and unzipped his pants, and Trump pushed his fingers around Carol's genital and forced his penis inside of her. Carol resisted, struggling to break free. She tried to stomp on his foot with her high heels. She tried to push him away with one free hand. Came around out of the dressing room on the Fifth Avenue. The whole attack lasted 2 to 3 minutes. Trump attacked Carol without her consent in order to satisfy his own sexual desires. Trump's physical contact with Carol was offensive and wrongful. Carol confides. Are you guys talking about the Second War of Independence? Oh, yeah, this is the guy. No, wait. Hold on. Localist is incredibly stupid. Don't engage with him. He's so unbelievably retarded. You're talking about the guy who doesn't believe there was a civil war and doesn't believe, and thinks that you should adjust real wages for inflation, which means he thinks that you should adjust inflation-adjusted wages for inflation. And no matter how many times we describe it to him why that is incredibly fucking retarded, he still thinks that you should adjust inflation-adjusted wages for inflation. So he thinks you should adjust for inflation twice. He thinks that Roe v. Wade wasn't a long-standing precedent. 60 years isn't that long. For a legal precedent, I think it kind of is, but... soon as she was outside, Carol pulled out her phone and called her friend Lisa Bernbach, the author, journalist. She kept laughing, her way coping. Carol recounted how Trump had attacked her. He raped you, she kept repeating. She begged Carol to call the police and accompany her. Still in shock and reluctant to think of herself as a rape victim, Carol did not want to speak to police. Over the next few days, Carol confided in a second friend. They sat together in the kitchen as Carol described the rape. This time, Carol did not laugh. Nobody laughed. Gravity solid finally started to sink in. Martin solemnly advised Carol to tell no one, recognizing Trump as a powerful man. Carol took his advice. Carol was afraid of being dragged along in the mud. She reported the rape. Fundamentally, Carol refused to believe a strong woman to get by. Blah, 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 blah. Carol chose silence. Trump's sexual assault of Carol has caused her and continues to cause her significant pain and suffering. Carol remained silent for 20 years. Carol said to speak out. It's a woman who Weinstein over rape. His new book was to write. Blah, 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 blah. Trump publicly denied the attack in 3 separate statements, published on June 21st, 22nd, and 24th, respectively. On June 21st, Trump issued the following public statement. Regarding the story, Eugene Carroll claiming she wants to counter me. I never met this person in my life. That's a lie. She's trying to sell a book. She didn't indicate a motive. It should be sold in the fiction section. False accusations diminish the severity of real assault. Porter, you said earlier you never met her, but there's a photograph of you. I have no idea who this woman is. It's a woman who also accused men of other things. As you know, it's totally false accusation. I think she was married. As I read, I have no idea, but she's married to actually a nice guy, Johnson, a newscaster. You're in a photograph of her standing in a coat line, giving me a break with my camera. I have no idea who she is. What she did is terrible. What's going on is totally false accusation, and I don't know anything about her. She's made charges against others. 2 days later, on June 24th, The Hill released an interview. Trump made the following statement to Carol. I'll say it with regard to respect. Number 1, she's not my type. Number 2, it never happened. It never happened, okay? 27th, people want a record to cover Carol. Trump and I's making Carol makes a slew of false and assaulting claims about her. Trump at this point, no longer president, once again made a false accusation. Insinuating claims about Carol. I don't care about the defamation stuff, really. Trump published the October 12th statements to more than his 4 million followers on Truth Social. Also, social care statistical appearance. Trump's false statements was made with knowledge of falsity or reckless danger. Disregard for the truth. This is about the defamation stuff, proving actual malice. Carol suffers reputational other harm. That's just proving that she's actually been aggrieved. Count 1, battery. Carol's incorporates the reference to old preceding paragraphs and alleges stuff as follows. Trump committed battery when he forcibly raped and groped her. Trump intentionally without her consent asked Carol to satisfy his own sexual desires. Sorry, attacked him. Trump continued to attack Carol despite her attempts to fight him. Trump's conduct was direct, approximate cause of Carol's past and future substantial damages. Trump's actions constitute sexual offenses defined in Article 130 of the New York Penal Law, including but not limited to rape in the first degree, rape in the third degree, sexual abuse in the first degree, sexual abuse in the third degree, sexual misconduct, and forceful touching. Plaintiff's claimed for battery is thus timely under the New York Survivors Act. Trump could have been required to testify and provide a DNA sample. Attorney General Bill Barr started the Westfield Act, allowing the Justice Department to defend federal employees for civil acts. Barr started the White House requested a Justice Department action and noted taxpayers would pay any adjustment should Carol win the case. Since government employees largely enjoy immunity from defamation suits, the Justice Department argued that Trump had spoken in the official capacity as president. On October 27th, federal judge Lewis rejected the argument, allowed the suit to proceed and consider Trump's actions. We were a private citizen. as Trump was occupying office, defined in the Constitution as a separate category, on November 20th, Kaplan ordered Trump's prior attorneys to resume representing the case. Second case, the battery thing, sexual assault victims, still suits beyond statute of limitations. Deliberating for less than 3 hours, jury 6 men and 3 women in the Manhattan Federal Court unanimously found Trump liable for sexual abusing Carroll and defamation for calling her a liar, rejecting the claim of allegations, though they did not find Trump liable for rape. The jury awarded Carroll $5 million in comprehensive and punitive damages. Trump filed a counter suit, but a judge dismissed and wrote that Carroll's accusation of rape is substantially true. Do you think E.G. and Carroll should ship for a harsh prison sentence for lying about the president? Even if I believe that she lied, no. At best, you could do a defamation suit against her, but I don't believe there's any good reason to believe that she did lie. I think she should get 10 years. What possible basis could you even have for arresting her? Just to make an example of her. Oh, fuck. It's really long. Okay. Trump supported a federal abortion ban. Trump reported favored a national abortion ban, 15 to 16 weeks of pregnancy. According to the New York Times, President Donald Trump told advisors he likes the idea of a 16-week national ban, with 3 exceptions: case of rape, incest, or life of the mother. He liked the 16-week ban. It's even. It's 4 months. Trump openly discussed he floated a 15th national 15-week abortion ban. Trump insisted that we're on the side of women. Shortly after, more and more I'm hearing about 15 weeks. I haven't decided yet. Trump continued. Number 15 is mentioned. I haven't agreed to any number. I'm going to see. We want to take that issue very polarizing. React to my latest VOD. Thanks. Why? Oh, you're not on YouTube, are you? Fucking. Think those who want to restrict abortion should be forced to work at cemetery as punishment. Sure, true, but a lot of Supreme Court decisions are actually kind of BS. Oh, you would agree with the localist guy. Probably disagree with the opposite direction, though, but... where are you? There you are. No videos found. I am on YouTube. Oh, well, fuck you. You said latest VOD, okay? When I use YouTube Casey Lee IRL, your stupid video comes up, but it's first. Get fucked. It happens for PPG too. it happens for Isaac as well. Oh. Everyone, yeah. Isaac. If you search like Isaac Rhodes or whatever, I come up. If you search PPG, I come up. If you search, what am I watching? The truth about what the fuck is this shit, man? I don't know if I care about this. Homunculus 100 and delicious dolly. Who the fuck? The lies of Rev says Desu, part 2, and what the fuck is this shit, man? What? It is some drama responding, and you're like, I did a little bit of drama today, because I went over my little Twitter drama that I had. But that's the only drama I do, okay? Oh, another fucking porn bot followed me, let's go. Humana, let's go. Sam Harris is just taking shots at you at comic
and
gigs,
reputations to protect among people who actually know something about medical science. RFK Jr. has none of that. He's just a cowboy taking shots at the establishment. The Joe Rogan podcast is not a substitute for the Wall Street Journal or the School at Harvard. It is simply not progress to have a comedian like Dave Smith, who's apparently done his own research, interviewed about the history of the Middle East. Like he's the next Henry Kissinger. All of this free access to information is making us dumber.
Paste. Sam Harris? Seem to consider judges ultimate arbiters to constitute questions. Wait, who are you? What the fuck are you quoting? I don't care. What?
And I said, what's the issue? What does it explain?
Sam Harris is the exact same thing, but he's a Zionist. Based. That makes him even more based. Are you kidding me? Sam Harris trying to gatekeep talking about the Middle East. I don't know. I don't think Dave Rubin's the one to be consulting on a Middle East, man. RK Jr. was an attorney for causes involving vaccines. Yeah, exactly. What was the measles vaccine thing that happened in fucking Haiti? Where he said the measles vaccine was unsafe, even though he had no reason to actually believe that. I suspect he has research for a lot of other his cases. RFK and vaccines is enough. 16-week national abortion ban. As a candidate, Trump signed a pledge national abortion ban. Trump pledged to sign a 20-week national abortion ban. According to the Washington Post, Trump supported a 20-week ban in September 2016. A letter, Trump pledged to bring in a law if he became president. I'm fine with a 20-week ban. I don't really care, but Krugman was on CNBC earlier saying that Roe v. Wade was not legally sound or long-standing. I bet. When asked if he supported a national abortion ban, Trump said, I think we can get it done at some level, according to Trump's appearance in New Hampshire, provided by WMUR. Trump, there, of course, remains a vital role for the federal government in protecting unborn life. Trump said, I can live with a national abortion ban. Trump would not commit to vetoing. He did eventually commit to vetoing it, right? Trump declined to say if he would veto it. Trump declined to state if he would veto legislation. I think he did say he would, right? I looked that up earlier. Yeah. Trump approved the RNC platform, which opened the door for a national abortion ban. RNC platform is headed by President Trump. That's a Donald J. Trump's 2024 party platform. According to CNBC, the Trump campaign press release Monday touted the new document as President Trump's platform. The platform now begins with language mirroring a Trump campaign press release, including the presumptive nominees Make America Great Again and Make America slogans. RNC platform dates and embrace fetal personhood, which could ban abortion, in vitro fertilization nationwide, left the door open for abortion to be banned under the Comstock app. According to the slate, so it's fitting, Monday, Republican National Committee's platform approved an abortion plank on page 15 and 16. It sounds like states' rights ability leaves the door open for a national ban. Platform will be finalized by RNC next week. Trump only said he would not ban abortion federally. I know. I think they didn't approve it. Or wait, maybe was it just Oh no, never mind. So it's not in the final thing. They can't pass anything anyway. Definitely not an abortion ban. It's just a talking point to rile people up. I mean, listen, if we, I don't know, if there's a Republican House and Republican Senate. I don't know. Like, I don't know if they would pass the 15-week abortion ban or not. I feel like it'd probably look bad at them. I don't know. Maybe they wouldn't be willing to suffer the electoral consequences. But also, if Trump wants it, they won't lift the filibuster. Probably not. I guess that's true. But also, there's I think the bigger issue, if he did it, I don't really think he's going to do it. I would put like a maybe 10% chance of this happening at most. Is the Comstock Act, depending on how it's interpreted, would prevent the mailing of abortion materials, right? Trump said he would not interfere with states that wanted to prosecute women for having abortions. More than 20 states have full or partial abortion bans. Trump says the policies would be left to the states, including monitors women pregnancies. I think they might do that. When it's becomes about prosecuting a woman for having abortion, he said it's irrelevant to whether I'm comfortable. It's not totally irrelevant because the states are making those decisions. He would not stop states from monitoring women pregnancies. Grappling with abortion restrictions was a beautiful thing to watch. Abortion ban would be a litmus test for Supreme Court nominees. Brett Kavanaugh, blah, 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 blah. Anti-abortion extremists continue to favor Trump in a second term. There are a lot of anti-abortion people that are mad at Trump because he flip-flopped on like the IVF thing and the national ban thing. So Trump said he would vote against the Florida amendment. Didn't he end up voting for this? For voting against the amendment, Trump would support leaving the state's 6-week ban in place. Because he flip-flopped on this. Wasn't this one of the things he flip-flopped on? Trump, abortion, amendment, Florida, flip-flop. Trump rejects abortion amendment after saying... Right back to Trump flip-flop on abortion. Yeah. He flip-flopped on this. He said he opposed it, but then he... I'm going to be voting that we need more than 6 weeks. Yeah. I mean, he opposed it. Mike Pence is super pro-life. Bill Barr opposed it. Title X gag rule, forcing federal to reject government money or stop providing information on abortion. Trump administration began enforcing a gag rule, according to political administration decision to immediately bar family funding, family planning programs to fund, like Planned Parenthood, a program that perform or refer women to abortion, could force some states and organizations to abandon a federal program that pays for contraceptive for low-income women. The administration said it would move towards a new family planning overhaul, which derides as an abortion gag rule as it forces ongoing legal challenges for nearly 2,000 state organizations, including Planned Parenthood, the largest single recipient of the program known as Title X. Gag rule states that Title X funding grant cannot go to clinicians that discuss abortion with patients, even if those patients ask. Okay, this seems pretty bad. Domestic gag rules reduce Title X network capacity by 46% nationwide and much more in many states, affecting potentially 1.6 million female contraceptive patients. Trump reinstated dramatically enforced the gag rule, forcing NGOs to reject government funding or stop performing and providing information regarding abortion. Trump cracked down on medication abortion amid the COVID-19 pandemic and was open to further action in a future Trump term. Reinstated Trump administration rule requiring people to seek medical abortion to receive drugs in person. There could be reasons for that. Maybe. Updated unspecified what a drug mifeprone had to be taken. Use federal government to restrict abortion. Trump's allies eyed restricting private employer insurance from covering abortions. Trump allies want to use federal labor laws to restrict private employees from covering abortions. The proposed law would make it much more difficult for the presidents of states with abortion bans to get an abortion out of state. According to the Washington Post, the proposed change can make it so vastly difficult for residents of states with abortion bans to obtain abortions by traveling out of state. This comes at a out-of-state travel for abortions doubled between the first half of 2020 and the second half of 2023. According to data from the Guttmacher Institute, which supports abortion rights, more than 170,000 patients cross state lines. The Heritage Foundation, which is blah, 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 blah. Wait, why? Okay. Why does the proposed change? What proposed change? Oh, insurance cover. So it wouldn't apply out of state. Okay. Weakened ACA contraceptive mandate by allowing employers to deny birth control coverage to religious objections. Okay. You don't even know the shit you're citing. He cites ChatGPT, dude. He doesn't know anything. The issue is, here's the issue. Localist, has the potential to be right on some things. I don't know much about, some legal stuff. So, he has the potential to be right there. But, I know for a fact, I could have literally the best legal argument in existence, and it would not convince him because he's so retarded. Okay? I know that for a fact because there are so many times For example, the one I keep citing because it's so absurd, he believes that you should adjust real wages to inflation. He believes that you should adjust inflation-adjusted wages to inflation. Despite us explaining how unbelievably dumb that is, he still believes that. So very clearly, I could have literally the best legal argument in existence for supporting Roe v. Wade, and he wouldn't buy it at all because he's retarded. So the constitutional protection of contraceptive on the basis of right to privacy, which is what Roe v. Wade argument is based off of, just as expanded to all women. Jesus fuck. Just do mindlessly copy and paste. Yes, correct. Yes. Not only does he do that, he mindlessly copies and pastes from ChatGPT. Dude, one time we were arguing about like unemployment, okay? And what he did is he asked ChatGPT to come up with a new unemployment metric called the comprehensive. It was like the comprehensive unemployment index or something. And it was incredibly dumb, dude. Oh my god, it was so fucking stupid, man. He was literally mindlessly citing ChatGPT. The thing this fucking metric did, by the way, the first thing it did was add U3 and U6, which U6 includes everyone in U3. So the first thing it did was immediately double count unemployment. And I'm sure there's other flaws in it too. Otherwise, you would think an economist would have done this by now, because ChatGPT is not smarter than every economist working at the BLS. ChatGPT is trained off of those economists. It can't, there's nothing. Yeah, CUI. It'd be funny if it's a comprehensive unemployment metric, the CUM index. What's up?
Look. I'd like to propose the comprehensive unemployment metric, okay? It combines all unemployment measures created before into one metric, okay? It's the CUM. Post it everywhere. Tell your friends about it. It's going to be awesome. It's going to be awesome sauce, okay? Tell them my friend has made CUM for me, okay? Type it in. Yeah, tell them that. Comprehensive unemployment metric, guys. That's what it means.
Like how to DM someone something real quick. My friend has made comprehensive unemployment metric for me. Who the fuck was that? That was sample text. How do you not know who sample text is by now? You're a regular viewer, you enably sheet poster. What do you mean, bro? I thought I made a fucking sample text. What? Sample text. I don't know any of you people I just shit post.
Yeah, I'm sample text, right? I'm sample text. I'm a Discord frog. I'm a neoliberal narrative wonk. Okay, I don't make content, but I talk to non-fun often, so I just join stream ever and say whatever comes to my mind. Okay, and if you don't like that, you can leave, but don't leave. Don't leave. But yeah, that's right.
So he's a graph nerd. You like the UBI nerd. Exactly. He is a graph nerd. He's like a mega graph nerd, okay? He makes his own fucking graphs about computational languages of sentences ending with ordinate versus inordinate endings or whatever the fuck. That can't be the word for it. Fuck. Anyways, I don't know. Oh, sorry. Anyway, I don't know why you modded that weirdo. Modded what? Oh, modded Localist? I modded Localist just because he is like here pretty often. And he was, I modded him a little bit ago. My Localist is a loyal viewer. He is really dumb. But he is a Twitch mod just because, he was here pretty often. So he's your locale? Exactly. Yeah, exactly. DM me if you need the vid of non-fun crying on election night. I didn't stream on election night. All I did on election night was watch Destiny and play Fortnite. Let's face it, not the worst thing people masturbated to online. Oh, damn. Okay. Anyway, I want to read some of this. This is how I'm going to troll, okay? This is how I'm going to troll. I support women not having sex with men based on Donald Trump being elected. Because you should not have sex with someone who is not loyal to the Constitution, as Donald Trump was not on January 6th. Okay. On the morning of January 6, 2021, Vice President Michael R. Pence gathered his staff to pray. Cringe. Vice President Pence and his closest advisors knew the day ahead would be a challenging one. They asked God for guidance and wisdom in the hours to come. No Republican had been more loyal to Donald J. Trump throughout his turbulent presidency than Vice President Pence. The Vice President rarely, if ever, criticizes his boss. But as January 6th approached, President Trump turned on his own Vice President. In the morning of Jan 6th, Mike Pence and his advisors, closest advisors, or Mike Pence and his staff, prayed to God for guidance and wisdom. As they knew the day ahead would be challenging. Can't read entire online. See if you can. I might be able to. I think I can. This is all of it, right? Just go to you go to the archive link. Here you go. You should be able to read that. All of it there. Teens say, oh no. This guy is so... I literally thought this guy just made fucking dumb TikToks. But like he's actually... He was involved in fucking J6? Barely. But he was there. He was talking to Mike Pence and said that Mike Pence had the authority to break the ECA, even though he has no legal experience. He has no reason to believe that. Like he has no qualifications to write about that. Yeah. And apparently he did this, which is not ideal. And he literally is an author of part of Project 2025, which is also evil. Whether or not Trump believes in Project 2025 or whatever, like clearly it worked. Thanks, you're good. This guy who wrote it is probably not the best. President Trump was desperate. As described in previous chapters, the president was searching for a way to stay in power. He'd lost the election to former President Biden. Former Vice President Biden. He had run out of legal options to overturn the election weeks earlier, and his lawyers lost nearly every court challenge they filed. The president pursued other means as well. President Trump and his lawyers tried to convince state and local officials to overturn the election, but they met resistance. The same local the same officials would not break the law and violate those of the Constitution. President Trump and his associates tried to convince state legislators to replace illegitimate electors won by Vice President Biden with Trump electors. The Trump campaign was convened their own fake electors and submitted false electoral votes to Washington, but those efforts failed too. President Trump was running out of options as he had lost little lawsuits he filed. States refused. As you see, Josh Reed equal peddling proposition nation myth. No. To decertify the election. The DOJ refused to go along with election fraud claims. False election fraud claims. President Trump offered the job to acting attorney general to a loyalist. He wanted the same DOJ official, Jeffrey Clark, to send a letter to several states suggesting that they should certify the fake electors can be by the Trump campaign. President Trump's efforts to subvert the DOJ came to a head on January 3rd when the department and senior personnel and lawyers in the White House counsel office resulted in mass resignations if Clark was installed. At that point, theories about the role of the vice president could play at the joint session have been circulating in certain corners of the internet and among Trump. By certain corners of the internet, he means fucking Chesborough's fake Twitter account. Or not fake Twitter account, like hidden, like secret Twitter account. President Trump focused attention on the man who had served loyally by his side for 4 years. On January 4th, Trump summoned Vice President Pence to a meeting in the Oval Office with John Eastman. Okay, so Trump turned his attention to Pence's role in presiding over the joint session, certifying the vote on Jan 6th. America is more than a place, it's an idea. True. And based. Trump met where Trump summoned Pence to meet with John Eastman on Jan 4th. A law professor sending President Trump to the gate, blah, blah, blah. Eastman argued that Pence could. It's not true. Inaccurate. Okay. Then why do if we're just a place and not ideas, then why do immigrants who come here have to swear loyalty to the Constitution? Why do they have to pass like an ideological test for like adherence to the Constitution? You can't come here if you're a communist. You know that? You know communists aren't allowed to come here because they don't adhere to constitutional principles, okay? Vice President could take matters in his own hand on January 6th. Eastman offered the Vice President Pence two options. First, the Vice President could unilaterally reject the certified electors from several states won by former Vice President Biden, thereby handing the presidency to Biden. Or, according to Eastman, Vice President could delay the joint session to give state legislators the opportunity to certify the new electors to the president. Trump could either, one, unilaterally reject the certified electors from several states won by Vice President Biden. By Biden. Or two, delay the joint session to give state legislators the opportunity to certify new elections loyal to the president. New electors, sorry. I think technically there was Ellis who came up with that plan, but sure. Eastman admitted in front of the president that both options violated the Electoral Count Act of 1877. Eastman admitted, I'll say in an email, and because we have that email, in front of the president, that both options violated the Electoral Act of 1877. Oops. The statute sets that the fourth of proceedings counts for counting and disputing electoral votes during this joint session. I'm aware. Eastman admitted the subsequent conversation of Vice President's staff as well. 4 and 5. Email. I have the link to the email. Can I click on these? Fucking hell, fuck you. Thank you for the sub, Maverick Sison. I appreciate it. Welcome to the stream. If it's not delayed, which the YouTube thing usually is. Oh, here we go. Uh, 4 and 5, right? Five is probably just referring to the email, but okay. 4, select committee investigated in January 6th attack, deposition from Greg Jacob. Okay, so I wish they linked this. Page 95. Greg Jacobs, deposition. Page 95. The Vice President mostly asked for series. John Eastman never admit, as far as I know. This is not on page 95. This is on page 130. But whatever. What quote did they take? Johnson never admitted, as far as I know. I believe he's done a 4th. Okay, can I tell you what the president's reaction was? I can't. Documents for national. Yeah, and then we also had the memo from Greg Jacobs where he admitted it, or not admitted it, where he breaks down exactly why it was not legal. me just make this a hyperlink. That worked, right? And this still works. Okay, good. And then 5, select committee. Greg Jacob, page 96. Okay. Like how people are so overconfident there was a civil war and they're never even been there. True. This actually isn't page 96. When you asked about the preferred courts a couple of times, more prudent courts, was the impression Mr. Eastman thought I was preferred because it might be palatable to vice president or because it merits a constitutional basis. Some of my conversations on the 5th and afternoon of the 5th and maybe the early evening, he acknowledged the legal basis for the two propositions his name. You couldn't get away with either one because you get the procedural position. You had to set aside a number of the provisions of the Electoral Compact, which you couldn't do unless the president basically had plenary constitutional authority to revolve with things. So the legal theory wasn't different. He thought it was more politically palatable. I don't think he ever... Okay. Executive deposition, page 96. Doesn't need to be capitalized. And then I'll also just include Greg Jacobs' memo. Actually, maybe, can I, like... I can do this, I guess. Automated indoor local food production and consumption. Don't you hate automation? Or you just hate automation if it's centralized? At that point, theories about the role the vice president could play in a joint session by circulating certain corners. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, therefore, President Trump knew or should have known that the scheme was illegal. In fact, it violated the Electoral Compact and the U.S. Constitution. President Trump repeatedly demanded that the Vice President Pence go through with it anyway. On that basis, I spelled basis. Trump knew or should have known the plan violated the ECA and the Constitution. However, he insisted Pence go through with it anyways. Mass automation would either be a blessing or a crisis depending on how wage-dependent the population is. Okay. Well, I don't want the population to be wage-dependent. You know that, right? We've gone through this so many times. You're just dumb, but... Vice President Pence rejected President Trump's demands many times on January 4th and the days that follow. Vice President Pence correctly pointed out he had no power to take action other than counting the certified electoral votes. America's founders could not possibly have contemplated a scenario which the Vice President could unilaterally reject electoral votes to decide the outcome of the presidential election. However, instead of backing down, President Trump ratcheted up the pressure even further, relentlessly harassing Pence both in public and private. You don't support mass wage dependence now? No, I don't want the population to be wage dependent. I want them to have a UBI. Remember? You hate that too because it's centralized, but... Pence himself. Correctly pointed out that he had no power to take any action. Correctly pointed out he did not have this power and his power both on Jan 4th and the days that follow. As well as in, I'll say, and has continued. To repeat that notion in interviews and well as campaigning. No, I don't support UBI only after automation. I'm just saying UBI would help with automation as well. And then 6 select committee. Page 26 to 27. Just to pick up on that, Mr. Short, it was your impression the Vice President had directly conveyed his position on these issues to the President, not just in the world through a Dear Colleague letter, but directly to President Trump. Many times, they've been consistent, covered its conveying his position, very consistent. Does UBI regulate interstate commerce? Obviously. They said page 26 to 27. Support total federal UBI domination. UBI dominate is exactly what I support, yeah. UBI domination based. Plus, does he pro-trust influencers plan to destroy me? What the fuck?
All right, you have to see this. I never expected that I would ever be doing a segment like this, but it's where we are. I don't know that I've ever seen a group of sore winners like the MAGA people after last Tuesday. Everyone from Charlie Kirk to Dave Rubin, Tim Pool, a streamer named Asmongold, are now gleefully taking pleasure in the short period of time during which we in progressive media lost some subscribers after Donald Trump's win last week. They smell blood in the water, and they want to end progressive media. Don't believe me? Well, I've got the receipts here. I told you last week, right when Trump won, that we and other left-wing YouTubers lost some subscribers. We lost about 10,000. Midas Touch lost about 30,000. Brian Tyler Cohen, Jesse Dollemore, others. We were all seeing it.
I mean, after election season, I would assume this is relatively normal. I would assume right-wing people also probably lost subscribers. I mean, I would assume people unsubscribe after the election.
The loss was really rapid on Wednesday, slower on Thursday, and by Friday, slowly, we started to see gains again. As new people said, I don't like the result. I'm going to find someone, a like-minded media outlet, and they say, I like this. And so by Friday, new subscribers started to outpace the people canceling. Don't get me wrong. There's a ton of people canceling, but the new...
What about Ben Shapiro? Ben Shapiro gain or lose subscribers? I guess he only gained them. Speaking of which, exclamation point YouTube in the chat goes up to the YouTube channel, guys. One should free the nipple to show support for Roe v. Wade. So true, localist. Yeah, wow, you're the first person to ever say something like that.
Subscribers are outpacing them. Well, the MAGA influencers caught wind of this, and they are bloodthirsty, and they want to end us. They believe that now that Trump won, that now that Trump is going to go after adversarial media, now that Republicans have the Senate, that they can put us
I'm
out
unstopping till you react to my VOD. God
of our
damn
misery
it.
for good
Fuck.
and destroy independent
I
left-wing
have
media.
to.
They have become obsessed with this. There are hundreds of hours of videos talking about my explanation of what's going on. I'll give you some examples. Trump supporting...
No offense, if I react to your VOD, I will get more views than the original, okay? And then I will feel bad. I've done it before. I reacted to... I reacted to a Sonsol video. I think I reacted to a Sonsol debate. And I got more views than the debate itself. And I felt bad.
Streamer Tim Pool did a video called David Pakman Says It's Over, Losing Subscribers and Members, Begs Leftists to Please Come Back. A video in which he laughs and says that our supporters must have been artificially supported by the platforms, and they aren't even real subscriber numbers, that there's a thumb on the scales, was the term he uses, that now is being removed because Trump won. Right-wing...
Bro, you were paid by Russia, Temple. You can't be saying that.
YouTuber Nate the Lawyer did a video called Top Leftist YouTubers Losing Massive Amount of Subs After Trump Win, Blame Mainstream Media. Well, I didn't blame mainstream media. Whether losing 10,000 out of 2.6 million is a lot, well, I don't know. Big-time streamer Asmongold, who I have to tell you, I actually historically kind of like and find very entertaining. Asmongold did a video that now has more than 1 million views, where he says, well, I wonder why Pakman and the left is losing subscribers. Oh, too bad. I'd be glad to appear with Asmongold and talk about this. Dave Rubin, the arbiter of ideas, posted about my report on this. LOL, so long, suckers. You guys have lied about everything for years, called half the country racist Nazis, I never did that, and promoted every loony conspiracy theory, all the while being propped up by big tech. Your demise couldn't happen to a worse group of people. He's thrilled. Dave Rubin is thrilled. And by the way, he should be, since we've surpassed him both in views and subscribers. Obviously, Rubin should be...
Wow, owned. Get fucked. Wasn't Dave Rubin was being paid by Russia, too. You can't beat David Pakman while you're being fucking bankrolled by Russia? What the fuck? Hence, I had no right to overturn the election. Dave Pakman is smug prick. True.
I want the American people to know that I had no right to overturn the election. And then on that day, President Trump asked me to put him over the Constitution. But I chose the Constitution, and I always will.
But I'm going to wrap it up. In response, Trump began pressuring Pence, both publicly and privately, Wow, look at this spelling. I saw my favorite Zionist apologer, Pac-Man Maboy, on your thumbnail. Yeah, I went to the YouTube homepage to try to, while I was searching for Mike Pence saying he had no right to overturn the election, and I saw a video by him saying right-wing media wants to destroy him, and there's just people. I guess Pac-Man said he lost like 10,000 subs for whatever reason, and people are just making fun of him, and he responded to people making fun of him. Does not seem like that big of a deal. Practically the only dude I watch other than reading articles based. Yeah, it's a bit cringy when he does it, but other than that, he's good. I mean, I mean, like, I understand the frustration if you're losing subscribers to, like, you know, talk about it, but, like, that's fine. Like, if I was losing subs, I'd complain about it too. Hold on, wait, can I complain? No, I've only gained subscribers. Well, fuck. Wait, hold on. Let me check this live count. You see this dip right here? I was at 987, and then I went to 986. That's right-wing media destroying me. Okay. I lost one fucking sub, dude. They're after me. He doesn't say right-wing media is destroying him, just people are fed up with the election cycle. Yeah, I would guess politics after Trump wins, so he's having a bit of a drop-off. Yeah, that's the thing I said. As I said, like, although we checked Ben Shapiro's stats, and Ben Shapiro didn't lose any subs. It might be the case for other people, but I was like, he was like, yeah, I would expect people who, like, heavily cover the election, like David Pakman and, like, Brian Tyler Cohen, probably do lose subs after the election, just because people don't want them showing up in your... Was Shapiro's camp won? Yeah, but I would expect even if your camp wins, you might lose subscribers just because people, like, they don't care anymore because the election's over. President Trump used his bully pulpit at rallies and Twitter to lie to his supporters. President Trump told him the vice president had the power to deliver another 4 years of in the White House. It was not true. President Trump's campaign of coercion became so intense that Mark Short, vice president's chief of staff, had alerted the head of the vice president's Secret Service detail to the impending danger. On January 5th, Short warned that the disagreements between the president and the vice president would become more public and the president would lash out in some type of way. Trump lied to his supporters on Twitter. Or lied to his, I'll say supporters. On Twitter. At rallies. And on Twitter saying Pence could deliver Trump another 4 years. He also Trump's campaign of coercion became so intense that Mark Short, vice president, chief of staff, alerted the head of the vice president Secret Service details of the impending danger. I'll say. Privately, I'll make it a different thing. Privately, Mark Short warned him of impending danger, and that the president would, the disagreements between would become more public, and they would lash out in some type of way. My personal opinion is that I didn't expect the supporters to actually storm the Capitol. But once it happened, Shorter was like, let's hold up. I mean, he wanted them there to pressure Mike Pence to not certify the vote. That is the absolute most charitable, absolutely being the incredibly most charitable thing there, is he wanted them to pressure Mike Pence to break the law. That is, at the very best, what happened. Yeah. He wanted it, but not like to storm the building. he disliked the results. He did like the results, didn't he? I mean, he wanted to literally go with them, right? But like, I've said this, like, I tell this to people all the time. I don't, like, even if the riot didn't happen, Trump arguably should still be, absolutely morally disqualified from running for president, okay? I'm never voting for him, even if the riot didn't happen. And B, arguably should still be criminally charged for conspiracy to defraud the United States. Even if the riot hadn't happened. All right, that's arguably still criminal conspiracy. One of our senior staff members testified under oath that he grabbed a Secret Service's wheel to turn around under oath. But why didn't they? Why didn't they charge Trump with conspiracy to defraud the United States? They did charge Trump with conspiracy to defraud the United States. It's just that it took too long. They did charge him. He's indicted. He is currently being charged. It's just unfortunate that he's got reelected. They did. He was also, he was impeached. He was impeached for inciting. I forget the technical thing that they had 4 years. Yeah, Merrick Garland's a fucking asshole, okay, Casey? Direct your hatred at Merrick Garland, okay? Merrick Garland waited fucking 2 years to charge Trump, okay? But as soon as Jack Smith got his hands in it, Jack Smith, my warrior, charged him. But they did charge him. And hopefully, my warrior, Jack Smith, please, Jack Smith, please indict the co-conspirators. Please. Indeed, President Trump did, and those around him recognized that lashing out at Vice President could have disastrous consequences. On the morning, January 6th, an agent in the Secret Service Intelligence Division was alerted to online chatter regarding the VP being a dead man if he doesn't do the right thing. I think they didn't seriously start till Trump said he was running again. Yes, it could. Well, actually, I don't know if it was after Trump ran, but Merrick Garland waited until like late 2022 to do it because Merrick Garland is fucking stupid. Okay. When did Merrick Garland appoint Jack Smith? Assumed office November 18th, 2022. I don't know when he announced he was running for re-election. Maybe it was after, but... Oh, well, the grand jury indicted him before that. No, that's afterward. Never mind. Because obviously you can't have a grand jury unless you appoint him first. Never mind. He will appoint loyal AG, and AG was Mr. Special Counsel. Well, that's why Jack Smith is not gonna. Jack Smith is almost certainly gonna resign before Trump gets in office because, obviously, he probably should fucking flee to fucking Mexico or something. If we're being honest, that probably would be best for him to fucking go to Finland and live out his days there. Because holy shit, does Trump not like him, dude? Jack Smith on top of it will be charged by Trump's AG. Yeah, exactly. As Trump vengeance for. The Secret Service Intelligence Divisions was alerted to online chatter regarding Vice President being dead man walking if he didn't do the right thing. A few minutes later, an agent made a comment that turned out to be an ominous prediction. I saw some others saying Vice President doesn't do the right thing, etc. What's up? Herschel go up 300. Do you think we need Alex Jones? Can get Alex Jones as White House secretary? Yeah, that'd be so fucking awesome, man, bro. He needs the money, isn't he? Still, he's got to pay that $800 million. Still, I don't think he could afford to pay all that. He needs it. He'd be shilling his fucking protein powder in every press conference because he needs the fucking money so badly, man. His whole company's being auctioned off as we speak. Yeah. Who knows? Maybe, or it's a defamation. It's a civil case, so Trump can't do anything about it. But I was going to say maybe Trump can pardon him, but never mind. During his speech on the election January 6th, President Trump repeatedly pointed his finger at Pence. Trump insisted that if Mike Pence didn't do the right thing, I'll keep it from here. During the speech at the ellipse on Jan 6th, Trump repeatedly, and his allies too. Giuliani said stuff about it too, right? And Eastman spoke there too, right? Didn't Eastman literally speak there? Pointing his finger at Mike Pence. I would say called out Mike Pence. Or called out Pence, stating Mike Pence does the right thing, we win the election. And Mike Pence is going to have to come through for us, because if he doesn't, it'll be a sad day for our country. You're sworn to uphold the Constitution. President Trump's scheme required vice presidents to break the oath to the Constitution, not uphold it. By the time President Trump spoke at the ellipse, he knew the vice president had no intention of overturning the election. President Trump had then sent a mob to the U.S. Capitol. He did so even after being informed by the Secret Service that people in the crowd possessed weapons. He wanted his supporters to intimidate the vice president and any other Republican who refused his demands. Trump then sent the mob to the Capitol. After knowing Pence had no intention of overturning the election. I'll say, despite knowing Pence had no intention of overturning the election, and having been told by the Secret Service that people in a crowd possess weapons. Did the Democrats spend too much? What do you mean? I don't think so. I don't know. It's hard to know if we didn't spend as much as we did with the American Rescue Plan, if we would have had the full job recovery. Intuitively, I feel like no, but maybe we could have. I don't know. Republicans are big spenders. True. He wanted supporters there to intimidate the vice president and then Republican refused his demand. The president told a crowd that assembled to march down to Pennsylvania Avenue, our Republicans, the weak ones at the U.S. Capitol, try to get them the kind of pride and boldness they need to take back our country. Usually when Dems leave office, it's surplus from what the Republicans had left. True. He wanted them to pressure Pence and other Republicans into overturning the election, stating, the mob overran the U.S. Capitol in short order at 2:24 p.m. While the mob was underway, President Trump tweeted, after the mob, I'll say after the mob had already breached the Capitol. Trump tweeted, I agree reactionary Keynesianism would be re-implemented by Trump, tax cuts for the rich and big military spending. Tariffs, man, they're all the rage. Again, the opposite was true. Vice President Pence showed the courage on January 6th. The Vice President refused to be intimidated by the mob, even a chance to hang my pension. I got out through the halls of the U.S. Capitol. And makeshift gallows were constructed on the Capitol grounds. It is no mystery why a mob turned to Vice President Pence. President Trump told his supporters that the election was stolen, and Vice President Pence had the power, but lacked the courage to fix it. None of this was true. President Trump and Vice President Pence both reflected on the events of January 6th in the months since then. Vice President Pence described President's demands as un-American. President Trump has insisted the Vice President could have overturned the election. And when asked about the cause to hang the President, Pence said it was common sense. In early 2022, District Judge Carter evaluated Trump's Eastman scheme to President Vice President. Judge Carter described a campaign to overturn the... what case was this in? In early 2022, U.S. District Judge David Carter, evaluated the Eastman scheme to President Vice President. He determined a campaign overturned the Democratic election, an action unprecedented in American history. It was a coup in search of a legal theory. Found it likely violated at least 2 federal laws. (19) Eastman v. Would likely unanimously be rejected by the Supreme Court and violated the Electoral Act on 4 separate grounds. Relatively minor violation, IRS rules. What the fuck? Okay. Conspiracy to commit offense or defraud the United States. Okay, that's just that's a charge they have. Oh fuck! What? No, go back. What the fuck? Oh, the fucking pay. It was like 250 or 260. I'm guessing. Oh, no, not 260, sorry. It was like 460. Yeah, about. Okay, maybe not about. It was this. In early 2022, a district judge evaluated it, likely to violate 2 federal laws. The Trump impeachment scheme was not a feature of the U.S. Constitution, as President controlled his supporters. Instead, it would have permanently ended a peaceful transition to power, undermining American democracy and the Constitution. In all began, President refused to accept the result of the election, expressed through the votes of 81 million Americans. 5.1. President Trump and his allies embarked on a desperate gambit to block certification of the 2020 election. You know what I also want is as mentioned in the Greg Jacobs thing, the Wisconsin Voters Alliance thing that we need to read as well. Wisconsin Voters. Oh, here, you know what? Actually, since it's in here, I probably can just, he probably calls it by the specific name. Let's look it up. I think this says this is somewhere between. Yeah. Probably want to read that decision as well. There's probably other stuff in that case that we can read. But the intellectual framework for the theory that the vice president could change the outcome of the election in a joint session emerged from discussions among lawyers with the Trump campaign after the 2020 election. When the Electoral College met to cast votes for the certified winner in each state on December 14, 2020, any possibility of the president reversing his defeat came to an end. The contest was decided well before then, but December 14th marked what should have been the formal end of the Trump campaign. Former Vice President Biden had won the election, and his victory was cemented by the state's electoral votes. Instead of bowing to this reality, some pro-Trump lawyers had already begun scheming for ways to deny the inevitable. Over the course of the post-election period, as each of their other plans failed, the importance of January 6th and the depressive Vice President Pence increased. These same lawyers concluded the Vice President could help President Trump subvert the election on January 6th, but they need Vice President to set aside history and the law to do so. They need him to violate the Electoral Count Act. The ECA had governed a joint session for 130 years, but it was an inconvenient barrier for President Trump to stay in office. Kenneth Chesebro articulated a President of the Senate strategy in early December when the Trump campaign was convening an alternate elector scheme in key states Trump lost. On December 13th, Kenneth Chesebro, a pro-Trump lawyer, sent a memo to Rudy Giuliani, the president, which, by the way, we have this memo. Actually, let me pull up the Just Security timeline, because this links to all the memos, which is cool. December 13. Right here. So let me just do 13, because I think they abbreviate it. Okay. December 13. Yeah, here's some of it. Kenneth Chesebro, Trump lawyer, sent a memo to Rudy Giuliani, the president's lead outside counsel, upon request from a Trump campaign official, Boris. How do you pronounce it? Is this pronounced Epstein? Epstein? I'm just going to call him Boris. Chesebro laid out the President and Senate strategy, arguing the President of the Senate and he alone is in charge of making judgments about what to do with certifying a vote. On December 13th, 2020, Kenneth Chesebro, pro-Trump lawyer. I know who Kenneth Chesebro is. My man, Kenneth Chesebro, charged in Wisconsin and likely going to be indicted by the federal government soon, and I believe also charged in Arizona, as he rightfully should be. Probably, he's charged in Georgia as well. My man, my brother, likely going to be serving multiple years in prison, based. Sent his doesn't have the memo in it. Since Giuliani memo outlines its arguments. Okay, he emails Rudy Giuliani. Upon request from Trump campaign official Boris Epstein. Fuck MMT. So true. Casey Lee IRL. Thank you. Paste. Chesebro laid out a President of the Senate strategy, arguing the President of the Senate and he alone is in charge of making judgments about the electoral vote. The email outlines the President of the Senate strategy, where they're charged with that. Chesebro argued that when a joint session is met on January 6th, the President of the Senate should not count Arizona's electoral votes for former Vice President Biden because there were two slates of votes. Of course, there were not two slates of legitimate votes from Arizona. There were official electors certified by the state, and a group of fake electors convened by the Trump campaign. Chesebro's memo sent to President Trump's pressure campaign, set on President Trump's pressure campaign, on a course to target Vice President Pence on January 6th. Judge Carter found that the draft memo published a strategy knowingly violated the Electoral Count Act is both immediately related and clearly advanced a plan to obstruct the joint session on January 6, 2021. That plan was advanced by John Eastman. I remember when based referred to the libg base. What the fuck does that mean? Okay. Oh, not Chesebro. Sorry. Chesebro's memo. What? Why does it say it's incorrect if I just make it possessive? Chesbro recommends to Pence should not count Arizona electoral votes for former Vice President Biden because there are 2 slates of votes. Of course, there was only 1 slate of legitimate votes. Here, you know what I'll do? I'll just make my own little headings for these. Chesbros, President of the Senate. Strategy. Did I spell that right? I did. Chesbro's memo. Set President Trump's pressure campaign on a course to target the vice president on January 6th. Liberal politics need revamping. What do you mean by that, Guido? Also, welcome back, Guido. I don't know if I said welcome back. Welcome back. George Carter found the draft memo published a strategy that knowingly violated the ECA and is both immediately related and clearly advanced the plan to obstruct a joint session on January 6th. And then Eastman's let's say Eastman's memos. On December 23rd, Eastman wrote a 2-page memo summarizing ways to ensure Vice President Trump is reelected. Uh, 27. Does it link to it? I always forget which Eastman memo was first. Yeah, here it is. Oops, hold on. Let me open it in the new page. They've shifted so far left? I don't think so. It's unrecognizable to classic Democrats, both right and left shifted left, but the right maintains their identity. I don't think that's true. What are the big things that people have shifted left on? If anything, I feel like the Democrats probably played too far into centrism. Like Kamala was campaigning with Liz Cheney. Kamala was campaigning, saying that she was going to put a fucking a Republican on in her cabinet, right? Like, what were the... Thank you for the 5 bits, Wise Kanye West. I appreciate it. What were the big... What were the big shift to the left? Like, Kamala barely talked about, like, fucking woke stuff, I feel like. Like, I guess she had some DEI stuff, but really? I don't think that's fair. Bro. It did not take this long to load before. I just Google / good one. She is a DI candidate, true. But this isn't even like, this is fucking, Mike Pence is a DI candidate. Trump said that he wouldn't pick a woman because Trump's campaign said that they would never pick a woman because that would be seen as pandering. This is what you do. You balance the ticket. This is what you do. Mike Pence was a good DI candidate though, because he's a CI candidate, true. He's not a fucking traitor to the Constitution, but this Minecraft parkour is pretty entertaining, you know. Oh, we reached 1,020 subs on YouTube. Hell yeah. Whoever subbed, I appreciate it. It takes a while to show up, but eventually your name will pop up. If things go well, will you become a Trump voter? First of all, welcome to the stream. Probably not. I don't think I would ever. I mean, he can't run again.
2048.
Thanks for the 5 bits, Wise Kanye West. I appreciate it. I mean, like, he can't run again. Anyway, right? He will end democracy. I don't know if that's true, but no, I still wouldn't. Transgender policies. What it was called as big shift to the left in transgender policy. I don't think she's significantly to the left in transgender policies than anyone else in the Democratic Party is. Like what? Supposedly a right-wing trick to conflate QE of government deficits, as mostly people don't know the difference. Is that what MMT is? What? Or are you responding to someone else? This about MMT? How is MMT a right-wing trick to conflate QE of government deficits? MMT does not have a favorable view of QE. It doesn't conflate them with deficits. MMT just says QE is asset swapping. MMT and then it also says government deficits aren't. That you should basically spend to full employment, and government deficits don't necessarily matter as long as they aren't causing inflation. The only evidence of inflation is overspending, not evidence. A deficit in and of itself is not evidence of overspending. I don't know what we're doing there. Might pay $20 million to call my campaign because they wasted too much money. No, but okay. They usually don't say government deficits. They say government spending. They choose their language carefully. Okay. Okay, open a new page this time. This is the first one. The first one is a 6-point thing. Not the war gaming scenarios one, right? Yes, okay. Government spending was pretty high under Biden. Now you're 35 trillion in debt. I'm pretty sure Trump technically increased the deficit more. Although to be fair, Trump also did have COVID. But like it's not like government deficit spending. That's not like deficit spending was low under Trump. Trump did tax cuts for rich people, then barely, and then barely fucking cut spending at all. Actually, did he cut spending at all? What did he cut spending on? He increased spending on the border, which you probably think is good, but that's still increasing spending. What I don't know what he cut. I really don't know if he cut spending on like anything during during his first term. He's been suggested that Vice President Pence could refuse to count the electoral votes from 7 states: Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin. According to Eastman, the Vice President could simply reject those states' electoral college votes. American kingpin who became a Chinese mafia boss. Thank you, Rumble viewer. Awesome. I love the Rumble viewers, man. Oh, that's cool. Great. Let me check the numbers. I think 4 years under Biden, debt increased $7 trillion. You don't just want to look at the debt increasing. You also want to look at the 10-year debt approved. I think I think Trump approved more debt over a 10-year plan than Biden did. But it wouldn't surprise me if the deficit technically increased under Biden, or at least during his first term, more than Trump. Or not first term, first year. Because, Biden still had to deal with COVID. But I'm fairly certain Biden did. I'm fairly certain Biden actually decreased the deficit after COVID. Although that's a decrease from the abnormal high of COVID. But rumble in the jungle, true. Remember doing a study. Biden voted for Trump, I bet. Do you know who buys all the government debt? It's a mixture of U.S. companies, the Federal Reserve, and some like Social Security, other U.S. institutions, and some foreign countries. It was plus $7 trillion under both. The debt approved under 10 years is just how much it grew under them. Like to be clear, I don't think Biden is particularly fiscally responsible. I just don't think Trump is fiscally responsible either. I don't think Trump has any plan to cut spending, and all he does is want to cut revenue. Which just increases the deficit. Biden used to be a Democrat Party commie, now he's a MAGA communist. Used to be one-third banks, foreign government, citizen. It's about that, I think. I think the Federal Reserve is like 14%, and foreign countries are like 30%, and the rest of it is like U.S. companies. Who owns U.S. bonds? We've searched this multiple times. Federal government is Federal Reserve is 11%. U.S. investors 30%. Foreign investors another 30%. In U.S. government 20%. So this is mainly. I'm assuming this is basically all Social Security. So. Oh, state and local governments own some, I guess. Okay. He's been suggested build the wall. No, I don't know. It's needed. I don't think a wall is a particularly good border enforcement mechanism. There's diminishing marginal returns to border and to building the wall, right? And it seems like even before Trump was in office, it just seems like building the border wall would be like way too expensive and not have that big of benefits, because we already had border security in most of the places we need it. Like we already had a lot of fencing, and we already had a lot of wall where the crossings were most common, right? There's diminishing marginal utility. It's really expensive to maintain a border wall. I just don't think it's particularly effective border enforcement policy, but let's way too much anyway. Build a wall means increased security, implement more electronic surveillance. That we've done a really good job of that. I'm assuming some of that was Trump, but maybe some was Biden as well. We have done a really good job of that. We basically have cameras over like all of the border now. It's basically impossible to cross the border without being seen by a camera. Which, we can't like track everyone, or we can't fucking Face ID everyone who crosses the border and track them down and arrest them. But what it does let us have is a pretty accurate number of the known gotaways, right? We know how many people evaded Border Patrol and crossed the border, which is pretty cool. Although they don't release that information as often as I would like. but you know what? Whatever. Meaning they let people cross? Well, they don't necessarily let them cross. They just know when they do cross. Like, sometimes Border Patrol, like, sometimes the cartels will, like, drop people off in one area, and Border Patrol has to process all these people. And then while they're processing all those people, the drug cartel can, like, sneak people in a different area. So there's that. That's not necessarily them letting them through. That's just because how stupid our fucking asylum laws are. That creates an opportunity for them to sneak through. And then sometimes Border Patrol just can't get there in time. Like, there's not a border guard for every square inch of the border. Like, okay, Eastman suggested Pence could refuse to count the electoral votes from 7 states. Refuse to count the votes from the 7 swing states. According to Eastman, the vice president could simply reject these states' electoral votes. At that point, President Trump would have 232 electoral votes compared to Vice President compared to Biden's 222. This was sufficient in Eastman's view to guarantee victory because he would have the majority of electoral votes. Trump would declare President Eastman reelected. Oh, sorry, Pence. Pence would then declare Trump as reelected, as he had a majority of the electoral votes. But then he expected the Democrats to appeal or whatever. And then it go to the House. Then Gavels Trump is reelected. Eastman considered the possibility Democrats in Congress would object, stating the plain truth that the 270 electoral votes are necessary to win. And that in that event, according to Eastman, the election would be sent to the House of Representatives. If Democrats in Congress objected, believing a candidate needs the full 270 to win, then he would revenge for what they did to Bernie Sanders as well. Who did what to Bernie Sanders? What? The Democrats? What did the Democrats do to Bernie Sanders? Fucking the primary thing. This primary rigged. Stating the truth. The candidate needs the full 270 win. The election could be sent to the House of Representatives. The Republican majority delegations to the House would then re-elect Trump as president. The House delegation which had a Republican majority. Would then re-elect Trump. Eastman concluded the main thing here is that Pence would do this without asking for permission, either from a vote at joint session or from the court. The fact is that the Constitution assigns the ultimate power to the vice president as the ultimate arbiter. We should take all our actions out of mind. From the start, President Trump was looped into Eastman's proposal. The same day Eastman started to prepare the memo, he sent an email to President Trump. Trump was informed about Eastman's plan. Could you see yourself becoming a right-leaning libertarian? Are you talking about me? It would take a lot. You'd have to convince me of quite a few things that I believe in. Once you internalize the lessons at the Austrian school. I don't see myself being convinced by the praxeology stuff. Maybe it will happen. I don't know. I'm open to it, but how about a left-leaning libertarian? I used to be more left libertarian. I don't know. What does left libertarian entail to you? Because usually when people say left libertarian, they basically just mean like market socialist. Oh, my fucking camera. Uh-oh. Huh. Praxeology seems suspect. Yeah, I don't know. You'd have to, like... Also, like, sticky wages are just, like, clearly a real thing. Like, yeah, obviously wages are fucking sticky. Seems like we have good evidence for that. So... Oh, my phone died. Hold on. I gotta get the charger for it. Like, to me, it seems like sticky wages are real. It seems like the Keynesian business cycle is probably pretty good. Depending on what, I don't know what libertarian would entail for monetary policy, but like I feel like the Fed has a decent track record with intervening to stabilize like financial markets. Like I feel like it's done a decent job of that in the past, hence Black Monday, or is it Black Tuesday? Which is the not Great Depression one? I always forget. The 1987 stock market crash where they intervened to help fix it. There was a bigger stock market crash than happened in the Great Depression, but they intervened to fix it this time, and they actually fucking worked. Yeah, the animal spirits are real, clearly. Okay. Do that. And then droid cam. OBS. Yo, let's go. What about the Austrians that don't believe in praxeology, like Hayek or... I mean, it's good that they don't believe in praxeology, but they're still dumb. Oh, that money is androgynous too, I think, which I think a lot of libertarians accept. I think, right? I don't know. But that usually I see I feel like I see it like MMTers and post-Keynesians talk about that the most. Money is... I probably believe in some type of endogenous money, right? So, there's that. I'm pretty sure Hayek accepted it, honestly, too. It's based. I'm glad you agree with that. Yeah, I haven't seen anything good against it. So, I mean, obviously, M2 is still, I think, somewhat constrained by M0, right? So, it just wouldn't be profitable for banks to create credit if they don't have their reserves to back it up. It's my understanding. In case they have an AI presidential debate during 2028. That'd be based. Informed about Eastman's plan. I'm going to start. The same day Eastman started preparing his memo, he sent an email to President Trump. Trump's assistant, Molly Michael, at 1:32 p.m. Is the president available for a quick call at some point? Just want to update him on the overall strategic thinking. Oops. Only 5 minutes later, Eastman received a call from a switchboard according to his phone. Conversation lasted at least 23 minutes. The large expansion of monetary base and a lack of reserve requirement seems to indicate the reserves are not really the thing to be looking at when it comes to lending. Well, I'm not saying, I'm not insinuating that I would agree. I don't really think banks lend reserves, but I think lending is still somewhat reserved constrained, right? That's my understanding. Even the Bank of England thing says that, right? Even though like Bank of England money creation in a modern economy, even though it like sides with the whatever credit creation theory people, it still says ultimately the money supply is still affected by central bank decisions because they can control M0, and M2 is the lending that creates M2 is constrained by M0, is my understanding. I don't. I think my phone is struggling. Hold on, let me see. I don't know. Is that like oh? I think it's because it's probably like it's overheating a bit. I think, but you know, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I don't want to infringe on their thing. They don't make AI Satan. It's fucked. I have other ideas, so. Reserves are a constraining factor when central banks makes them expensive and implements a reserve requirement. But how are they otherwise? Because the bank would never. Where's the fucking video? Would never create. If they don't have the reserves to back it up, they would never purchase promissory notes that are too large.
Okay, so how is money made? Like we know the government prints. Bank of America could wake up tomorrow and decide to lend you $1 trillion and poof, that money would suddenly appear in the economy out of nowhere. But they don't do that. Not because they can't, but because it's not profitable. Suppose they do really lend you $1 trillion. Now you have $1 trillion on your Bank of America account. Not knowing what to do with so much money, you decide to buy Greenland from the Prime Minister of Denmark. He tells you it'll cost 500 billion. You're like, huh, that's nothing, and sign on the dotted line. But now it's time for Bank of America to give 500 billion to Denmark, but they don't have 500 billion just laying around. Shit. So they take out a loan from the central bank to cover their ass. But the central bank charges them a really high interest rate and Bank of America goes under. Poof. Also, since a huge bank collapsed, the rest of the economy goes to shit and you get another Great Depression. Whoops. So yeah, banks don't lend out infinite amounts for the simple reason that they can't cover that much money if need be. No, really. Consider that Canada has had no reserve requirements for their banks for a while now, but their banking system hasn't collapsed because having your company collapse is unprofitable?
Yeah, we also don't have reserve requirements, right? Not anymore. Yes, but still based on profitability. On a side note, people freak out over the 50 basis point drop in interest rates. But how many more project that are really makes it profitable in terms of ROI? Correct. Saying if central banks makes getting reserves expensive, in a world of QE and low interest rates, it's not the case. Sure, but it's still, but we yeah, that's the point. Yes, you encourage lending with QE and low interest rates. Large banks get around reserve requirements for a long time and only matter for small banks. Okay. Okay, 30. Do we have we should have this email, right? Shouldn't we? I feel like it would be in one of the indictments or something. I feel like we should have this email. But they don't. It's just documents are filed with the select committee. Oh, we have it. Hell yeah. I'll deny banks are reserve strapped. You flood them with reserves in QE. Can work, but it didn't. Well, QE in post 2008, I don't even think was really meant to. Wasn't QE post 2008 really just meant to manipulate long-term interest rates? It wasn't even meant to, because they were just purchasing long-term securities, right? They weren't necessarily trying to increase bank reserves. They were trying to decrease long-term interest rates, is my understanding. I'm pretty sure Ben Bernanke has said as such. Eastman changed his evaluation on the 12th Amendment in the role of vice president after Trump lost the election. Eastman changed his view of the 12th Amendment. In the role of the VP after Trump's loss. I need to fix my placement for this. And banks worry about the other ratios, not reserve requirements, really. Not in modern banking. The real reason banks can't loan infinite money is because there are infinite amount of buyers for those debt instruments, I think. Yes, but long-term rates are influenced by all the other rates like federal funds rate, interbank lending rate. When you flood a system with reserves, it all makes those rates lower. It's not the transition mechanism. No, my understanding is that you buy long-term bonds, which increases their price, which decreases their yield, is the mechanism. Is my understanding. Okay. I think my cat is freaking out, but whatever. And Eastman's theory, which was the foundation of President Trump's January 6th plot, the vice president of the United States is the ultimate arbiter. Yes, price and yield are inverted. Yeah. Ultimate arbiter can unilaterally decide the victor of the 2020 presidential election. However, just before the 2020 election, Eastman had acknowledged in writing the vice president had no such expensive power. I haven't heard about this before. Before the 2020 election, Eastman had acknowledged in writing that the VP did not have the power to unilaterally decide the election. Bro, my cat is chasing ghosts right now. Eastman provides comments to. Okay. And of course, over a lengthy exchange of ideas and emails throughout the pre- and post-election period of an individual named Bruce Colbert, Eastman provided comments about a letter Colbert was drafting to the president. The draft letter purported to provide recommendations of the crucial legal actions the Trump campaign to take to help secure your election victory as president of the United States. Federal funds rate is basically manually set today with the Fed's interest reserve on balance. Well, yeah. One of the draft letter's recommendations was that the president and the Senate decides alternatively what certificates from states to open. In response, Eastman wrote, "I don't agree with this." Okay. And okay, so I'll say in emails exchanged between Eastman and an individual named Bruce Colbert. Eastman provided comments about a letter he was drafting to the president. Okay, there was like 33 and 34. What the fuck is this? Is not what I... What? This is just the Eastman memo. This is not what I want. Wait, what I did? This is just the Eastman memo. I want to draft logical recommendation of the president of the Senate. Is it 35, maybe? Oh, hell yeah. Okay, I guess I'll include both of these. So Gilbert suggested the President and Senate decides alternative which certificates are in a state to open. In response, Eastman wrote, "I don't agree with this," and continued 12th Amendment once the President and Senate opens the ballots in joint session, and then a passive voice that the vote shall be counted. 3 U.S. Code Section 12 merely says that he's presiding officer, then spells out specific procedures, assumptions, and default rules for which the slates to get counted. Nowhere does it suggest that the President of the United States gets to make the determination on his own. Section 15 doesn't either. The fucking Wi-Fi cut out or something? It just flashed like black on my screen. What the hell? Only says the President and Senate opens the ballot in joint session, and then in a passive voice, the votes shall be counted. Okay. By the first week of December, Eastman's correspondence with the same individual illustrates that he was open to advocating the very point in which he had rejected before the election. The 12th Amendment confers the dispositive authority in the President and the Senate to decide which slate to count. On December 5th, 2020, Eastman wrote to Colbert, "I've spoken directly with the folks at the top of the chain of command. They are now aware of this issue." However, by the first week of December, Eastman had now seemingly changed his mind. And believed 12th Amendment confers a dispositive authority to decide which slates to count. This is 36. Oops, what the fuck? Got that Xfinity internet Keynesianism probably. What's wrong with it? Oh, I might see what's wrong. Oh, what the fuck? It totally fucking cut out there.